Good morning. This is the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. Mid-level water vapor imagery shows an occluded low pressure system pushing in from the west this morning. Infrared satellite imagery with composite radar imagery overlaid shows convection blossoming northeastward over far northwest California, resulting in an organized arc of showers across far northwest California, followed by another area of showers approaching the Bay Area and Mendocino from the southwest. Precipitation reports from the past 24 hours from National Weather Service and RAWS gauges shows that 1/4 to a 1/2 inch of rain has fallen along much of the north coast, with some 1/10 to 1/4 inch amounts extending to some mountain areas west of the Sacramento Valley, and some non-wetting amounts in portions, some 1/10 to 1/4 inch amounts extending to some mountain areas west of the Sacramento Valley, and some non-wetting amounts in portions of the Bay Area and the southern Sacramento Valley. The GEFS 20,000-foot level guidance shows the low off of the Northern California coast, moving inland across North Ops today and southeast tonight, followed by high pressure building in from the northwest Monday. A cold, low pressure trough will approach from the north Tuesday and move through Wednesday. Northwest flow is then expected Thursday through next weekend, with another trough moving through the flow. The Kansack Wharf shows good RH recoveries across most of North Ops this morning, with general flow out of the southeast. This afternoon, flow will become breezy out of the southwest across south and east areas, with northwest winds developing across northwest areas, progressing southeastward tonight. Breezy to locally windy north to northeast winds will develop by Monday morning, with some moderate RH recoveries. The lower inland valleys will dry further Monday afternoon under breezy northerly winds. Poor RH recoveries are likely across much of the interior Tuesday morning, with breezy to windy westerly flow Tuesday afternoon. The operational GFS shows the showers across the area this morning. Showers with embedded wet thunderstorms are expected this afternoon. The greatest potential for thunderstorms will move inland from the North Bay area and Mendocino around midday, and then into the southern Sacramento Valley this afternoon. Precipitation will wind down tonight into early Monday. The next potential for precipitation will be Tuesday night into Thursday morning, with rain and snow showers most likely across far northwest and northern areas, as well as from the foothills of the Cascades and Sierras eastward. A very cold trough by early season standards is likely to bring mostly snow showers to mid and upper elevations north and east of the Sacramento Valley this weekend. Here is the 24-hour CNRFC precipitation forecast valid through 5 a.m. Monday, showing precipitation focused across western areas and in and around the southern Sacramento Valley, followed by the 6-day precipitation forecast valid through 5 a.m. Saturday. The North Ops 7-day significant fire potential outlook predicts little to no risk until next Saturday due to colder and wetter conditions. Meanwhile, South Ops is forecasting low to no risk of significant fires for the entire 7-day period. In summary, low pressure is likely to bring wetting rainfall mostly west and south of Red Bluff today into tonight, with the greatest amounts likely along the north coast, wine country, and across the southern Sacramento Valley into the Sierras north and east of Sacramento. Embedded wet thunderstorms are likely today, especially from the North Bay area and Mendocino eastward across the southern Sac Valley into the Sierras northeast of Sacramento. Breezy to windy northerly flow Monday through Tuesday will result in drying across the interior. Colder troughs are likely to bring additional RH rises and precipitation, mainly across northwest, north, and eastern areas, Tuesday night through Thursday, and again this weekend. This concludes today's Fire Weather Webcast.
Oh, don't you just love that song? Okay, you guys, that was Predictive Services. Sorry, I'm sitting in the dark. I got a bit of a headache, yeah? Hey, Strange Reverend, how are you? SB, how are you? Okay, friends. Check it out, I got a pumpkin. Woohoo. In fact, I don't know how dark or light I am because this second monitor is just kind of messed up. I'm trying to fix it with my super remote control here because I like to get my lighting correct. Welcome, guys. I played the little weather update because despite having some rain in California, which is so great, it's headed over to where the last of the fires are in the northwest part of the state. We had a fire break out yesterday while I was at the pumpkin patch in Lomarica and Marysville, and in 3 different places on the road. Now, this is the place where my friend died in the 2017 Cascade Fire in Lomarica. And there have been a series of suspicious fires. I mean, that was 2017. That was PG&E. And so just because I grew up in this area, I pay special attention to Yuba County. But that's where all this began, and that was Cascade Fire was the 10th of October, 2017. You can barely see me? Okay. All right. Well, then then I guess I don't need to mess around with the remote control. Let's see what I can do with the lights. Alexa has not been obeying me. So I do have a little bit of an app on the phone. All right, let's see if we can get this one. Is this better? A little bit harsh on me. Let's adjust this. We're not going to go too bright just because if I get a migraine, I'd have to go. But let's see if I can tolerate this for a minute. Is this any better? Okay. Okay, what I was about to say is yesterday it's pretty damp and soggy in the Pacific Northwest. Let me get something else on the screen here. Even though we're in a drought, so we needed the damp. I guess sort of a drought, depending on where you are in Oregon. Yeah, okay, I see them a little bit brighter, especially when I have white on the screen. Jeez, I hate white. That'll give me an instant migraine. Let's see, can we do this? No, we can't. I've got a special dark mode filter that forces dark mode, but sometimes it makes graphics go. Okay, I'm trying to talk about. Yeah, I may have to tone this down a little bit, but yeah, I do want you guys to see me for a moment. And it's great to see you, Strange Reverend. How you been doing? How you been doing, SB? I was quite surprised that there was a fire that broke out at Marysville Road and Lomarica Road. This is where we're all but convinced, like the people who live there, me and people who've seen my stream, we're all but convinced there's an arsonist running around that area. Perhaps even a team, like a female was in the car. That was reported to have started a 3rd fire near Marysville Road just a couple of months ago when we were doing the stream. So, hey, C-Probe, how you doing? I'm going to go over the video. C-Probe, we went to Pumpkin Patch yesterday. Pretty cool. I got my mini. Gave Mom one of those. Thank you. It was C-Probe's idea to go to the Pumpkin Patch. I was just sort of kind of depressed, honestly, because the anniversary of the 2017 Cascade Fire, the reason I started Fire Stream, the loss of a family friend to wildfire, it's just sort of shut me down that week, and it's been difficult. other events, like my dad being hit by a car as a pedestrian, hit and run. Just have been difficult. And then I started getting this weird jaw pain. I'm sorry if I sound weird. The people who saw my stream yesterday know about what's going on with my teeth, but I'm not sure exactly 100% what's going on. Um, I had jaw pain on either side, and then a weird swelling of my jowls, which is still in effect. And just eating some soft food, some bacon and a piece of salmon, all of a sudden I bit down hard on something, and it was my own filling that popped down on the right side of my jaw, and I didn't even feel it on the left, but a filling came out on the left. So it's just right here, right behind the canines. And I'm just hoping it's not something worse, like an infection of the bone that swelled things that made my fillings unstable or something. I'm hoping it's something else, like a faulty, I don't know how they do fillings. I mean, CPRO would know this. But hey, Unofficial Washington, how you doing? How are you? I'm hoping it's like I don't have something medically wrong with me now, but I'm getting a CAT scan on my head just for to see if I can get that nasal passage surgery going on. I've had some other tests. Ouch. I've had some other tests, and so far so good. On the way to getting nasal passage surgery, I may have like a surgery of the eardrum too, to fix my E tubes. That may be why I've had a lot of nausea and weight loss because of just getting absolutely horribly sick because of my ear problem. So if the ENT surgeon can kill two birds with one stone, I hope to be a healthier person. How are you, Nick? Looks like Myrtle Creek is smack dab in the middle of this extreme drought dot here. This was released on the 19th of October. So do you feel like you're in extreme drought? When I went to Antelope, they had drought posters up during this summer. I promise I'll show you guys some antelope footage. But that's the ghost town I drove to immediately right after the eclipse stream, where I thought I was going to have some ability to stream, at least 4G, T-Mobile signal, and then I got there and found out I had zero signal. So I really apologize for that, but I don't want to show you guys the antelope footage just yet because I interviewed a couple locals. Excuse me, and I went to double check with them that it's okay to put that on live television, basically, like out there on the internet. So hey, Smitty, how you doing? What I'm excited to show you is the pumpkin patch video. I was hoping more people would show up there. But first, I want to do a wildfire roundup. We've got some happy news, a mixed bag of news. First, we got this suspicious fire that happened at Marysville Road in Lowell and Yuba County yesterday, and they had air attack and everything on the scene. And here's what bothers me about it. They called it the Marysville incident. YubaNet.com has us covered with coverage. I'm very disappointed in the Appeal Democrat, Marysville's actual newspaper. Sure, it's a shadow of its former self, but they do cover wildfires, and why are they completely silent today about this? I've been looking on the Appeal Democrat and can't find any coverage of this at all. So I found somebody took a personal video on their drive home where they got stuck in traffic and showed helicopter drops. So we know we had fixed wing and helicopter action on this fires. Because check this out. Yesterday, 2:05 p.m., full wildland dispatch for a reported vegetation fire, multiple roadside spots on Marysville Road near Limerica Road and near Collins Lake Road in Yuba County. This will be called the Marysville incident. Now look at the smoke. It's almost vertical. I mean, occasional wind gusts can, if wind gusts are just occasional but strong, we might be given a false sense of, hey, there's no wind right now, not much. But I'm extremely suspicious of this. I would like to personally go back, thanks to your kind donations. I've got a broadcastify.com pro subscription. I can go into the past up to 1 year and listen to the radio chatter, as long as some ham radio operator in the area was connected. So we've got a year's worth of archives we can look at. And this, of course, just yesterday. We've got a time here of when it broke out. Watch Duty also has this incident with timestamps. We've got a timestamp right there on the alert wildfire cameras as well. Now, if I weren't at the pumpkin patch, I would have been all over this. This really disturbed me. I was getting these notifications in the car. Yeah, Strange Reverend. Here's what my beef is. Here's what my beef is with the Appeal Democrat. I personally wrote them after the incident a couple of months ago, where we saw live on Broadcastify and on the cams. We were watching it live. We assumed it was just a normal kind of fire. It was a little suspicious that there was a first fire on one of the same neighborhood here on a road, and then there seemed to be a second larger one once the first one was put out. Now, that's very suspicious, right? Just they were kind of leaving the scene. There's a second one. But, I mean, it could be natural. It could be that there was an accidental fire start with, say, somebody dragging a chain or driving past a neighborhood, or something where they didn't look in their rearview mirror and they didn't realize they lit grass on fire, or somebody with a hot engine pulled over the side of the road, didn't realize the grass was on fire beneath the car, they left. They checked their navigation and left, or whatever. However, all doubt about it being arson was kind of removed when all of a sudden there's these 911 calls. Dispatch says, as they were mopping up the second big fire, that there's a third fire way further down the, like blocks away, on a different main road, on the main highway. And multiple callers to 911 said somebody in this, described vehicle, woman and a man, got out of the car and lit a fire underneath a big high tension power line. We saw the cameras swing around and focus on the new fire, this brand new one. And so we heard an active manhunt was on the way for the suspect. They did roadblocks on multiple areas, and they apparently did not catch the suspect. We were on pins and needles that particular day. I wrote it down somewhere in my big book, where I keep a log of what we're talking about. Now, that's some big news. Now, the locals have been telling me for about a year and a half, at least, that there's a problem family that was somewhat new to the neighborhood that made threats and seemed to be responsible for some of the fires. I have no idea what that means, problem family. I have no idea if it's related to organized crime, mental illness, or whatever. But like I said, pure local speculation. But the fact that the locals recognized these individuals' names were dropped on the 911 dispatch to the police, and they actually had a manhunt and road blockage. It was not an accidental, somebody dragging a chain. So I wrote personally the next day, the Peel Democrat, and said, "Whoa, on my stream, this was nuts. Please, here, look at my stream, look at Broadcastify, watch it for yourselves. And then please, can you answer some questions like, did the police catch up with this person? Were there any arrests made? Were they let go? Was it mistaken identity? Just, can you give us shed any light on this? And what do you think? Like, how many others have there been other suspicious fires?" This is what my letter to the Appeal Democrat was. I never heard back. And the very next day, though, there was the Appeal Democrat ran an article where a spokesperson for Yuba Fire or something like that downplayed everything and said, "Oh yeah, where there was speculation that there might have been 3 fire starts, but you know what? That could have been a dragging chain. Nothing was suspicious." Sorry, what? When the public is lied to, you lose faith. Public loses faith in anything the authorities have to say, and that was the biggest bald-faced lie ever. Like, do spokespeople like forget that there's cameras and that Broadcastify exists? We can hear dispatch that we heard. We monitored that the entire day. Um, so it's not like they failed to know at the Appeal Democrat, because I totally informed them what the heck went on. I don't know. So I know a journalist there. I don't know if he still works there. He seemed to be a really awesome investigative journalist, and yeah. Oh yeah, it's crazy suspicious. I will go back and I will make shorts and stuff. That was one of those. I don't spit out my drink and say what very often, but that's what happened. Like what happens when I say, "Hey guys, looks like it's wrapping up. I guess I'm gonna log off." Well, as soon as I was about saying that, the 911 callers, looks like there's a vehicle under a power line starting a new fire. Caller, it's identified the vehicle as a blah blah blah. Also, what happened is it was completely unclear. Somebody went into cardiac arrest, and Cal Fires dropped what they were doing to try to revive that person. And also, there was a massive fist fight, like a brawl of some sort, that apparently the police responded to. And I do not know if the person was involved in the brawl that went into cardiac arrest, or if it was a separate cardiac arrest that may not have been related. I don't know if it was citizens beating up the suspect themselves. I don't know. Or trying to make a citizen's arrest. It's completely unclear. But that was a chaotic mess where we just couldn't believe that we were here. I mean, recently at Merle Creek, Nick pointed out, listen to Broadcastify, there's somebody driving up and down I-5. This is Merle Creek, Oregon. And what was this, like 3 weeks ago? 4? I think it was fewer than 4 weeks ago, right, Nick? Somebody got out of their car and lit multiple fires, 4 or 5 of them, near Myrtle Creek, Oregon. Pulled over off of I-5 and got back on I-5 and pulled over again and got back on and kept lighting fires in blackberry bushes. So that didn't really make the news either. Yeah, like 3.5 weeks ago, Nick. So I think what I need to do to bring some public awareness around to these, how can the public help if they don't even know? They should be watching out. I mean, you know me, I'm extremely careful with the A word, with the arson word. I do not use it lightly. If I'm using that term, it's because it's happening. I do not want to start a witch hunt, whip up a mob, or any sort of vigilante justice. We have to have the rule of law. I don't want anybody hurt. So that's why I'm so careful with it. When if rumors of arson are floating around, I have to have some evidence that it's probable before I say that word. Wildcat says I know nothing. Hey Wildcat, how are you doing? Yeah, hit the like button, guys. That'd be wonderful. And shoot, I should have tweeted that I was going live. I'm not back in the swing of things. So, but I do appreciate your guys' donations. This is the off season. This is when I start starving for money. I will, like I keep promising, try to get a Patreon type thing set up so that it's more of a people don't have to tune in. And it's like a subscription based thing for support. I'm trying to figure out what I could do in the off season to try to keep you guys entertained, keep in touch with you. But I do have to warn everybody that fire season did not just end. It's not over. I'm back because fire season is back. That's right. We have just entered California's worst fire season. It just began. Now, I played predictive services in the beginning. And we'll get to the fun stuff in just a minute. Pumpkin patch, blah, blah, blah. Can't wait to show you guys that. But I need to soberly remind everybody, we are now in California's worst fire season until January. That is because October through January, it's a seasonal dangerous wind season. They're called the Diablo winds in the north of California. They're called Santa Ana winds in Southern California, but they're basically the same thing. Thank you, stranger. Let me pin that comment. You got my back. So if you want to donate via PayPal, that's the best way. They don't take much of a percentage. And that's pinned comment. Super grateful, even for like $1, $5. It's painful. Please don't donate. Just hit the like button and share the stream. You can help that way. But I want to reiterate something. These are some sobering facts that the Santa Ana winds they blow every single year in California. They're not climate change and not related. It's geography. It's just the way the mountains are set up in California. California has a giant bowl in them, and the coast range is like a wall. For other states like Oregon, the wind can come from like the dry desert east, blow across the valley, and just leave, out the coast. But California's coast range is so weird without any clear east-west mountain passes that the wind gets trapped in the valley, builds up speed, rotates around, goes nuts, and only has two places to exit the state, and that is near Mount Diablo at San Francisco and near Santa Ana and near LA, Pasadena. So when the jet stream goes a little bit wonky, let me just get the visual aid here. The Diablo winds, if you just look at the wiki, picture says 1,000 words. This is all it takes. You see the high pressure in Great Basin, Eastern Oregon, Northern Nevada area. If the jet stream just makes a southern twist like that, then it pushes at light speed, it pushes all the hot, dry winds in the Nevada desert over the mountains of California. And since the Sierras are so rugged and steep with these crazy deep and steep canyons, that accelerates the wind speed. So it's like a roller coaster. They just plunge. The winds plunge hot and dry over the Sierras, and it's hurricane force winds. I mean, they've clocked them at like 125 miles an hour somewhat routinely when they're coming off the Sierras. And like I said, they only have two places. There's only two places for the wind to meet the ocean, and that's by San Francisco Bay and LA. So San Francisco Bay Area, Napa, has extreme fire danger, and that's why you have October and November especially, since these 2 months are the worst for California. You just got to pray right now that it's going to be a bit more damp than usual, but it won't be because this is El Nino. El Nino, it means usually kind of dry Indian summer stuff. This is why it's so dangerous this year. The Bay Area had the Oakland firestorm during Diablo winds, where a new building was on fire in Oakland every 18 seconds. It was completely impossible for the firefighters to do anything but try to get people out of the way and just wait till the winds died down to try to do anything. It was impossible. It was just like a city burning down. Oh, I got a donation. Thank you, friends. Thank you. I'm so delighted. Let's check it out. Oh, thank you, Catherine, for the $20 PayPal. You get hearts. You get devil hearts. Oh, it made just one. Here we go. That is supposed to be a heart. Come on, let's make it a real one. There we go. Thank you so much. You keep us going. What I hope to do, guys, for you is take a couple of trips, especially to show some amazing leaf. Right now, finally some of the leaves are red. That just happened like yesterday and the day before. So we have some golden leaves, some yellow ones, a couple brown ones, but now some nice snappy red ones. I hope to check the weather forecast and see if I can do a leaf tour drive. Gas is around $4.17 a gallon, so I've got to do a complete fill up. SB Kathy, yeah, you're awesome. So if we can drum up a little bit more gas money, that'd be great. So anyway, back to the sobering thing. Now remember the Oakland firestorm happened in, I believe that was October. 2017 Cascade fire that killed my friend in Loma Rica. That was October 10th. Paradise, November 8th. So the biggest, most vulnerable communities are in the Sierras or in the Sierra foothills, even the ones right in the valley. Like, I mean, Loma Rica is barely the foothills. It's where flatlands become hilly. I mean, Chico is a good example of it being in the flatlands, but it's right next to the hills. And the Paradise Fire almost burned down Chico. The Chico Fire Brigade had a hell of a time protecting Chico. They just herded the fire around it, and the fire went west across Highway 99. Like people think Paradise was some sort of just a forest fire. It was a mountain fire, foothills fire, and a grasslands fire in the flatlands. I mean, the Diablo winds were going to blow that fire all the way across the entire valley if allowed. It took a huge monumental effort to keep it in the Paradise area. And it wasn't Paradise, it just went down the towns of Pence, Concow, and Irishtown, and Helltown, Regalia, East Chico took losses, Centerville, a couple other spots. And then it made its way towards Sterling City and Lovelock, which were barely saved by the firefighters. I mean, that was a massive, massive thing. I visited, it started out November 8th. It was still going when I was there December 3rd through December 10th. It was still going. So remember, El Nino years are when most of these things happen. The Oakland firestorm happened during an El Nino year because El Ninos tend to keep Octobers and Novembers dry for California. And now this is why I'm a little bit worried for Oregon, too. It's possible we could still have a breakout of fires in Oregon, even though this is a bit weird. Portland's misty and pretty damp right now. But the overall dryness is pretty bad. We've got an 80% containment, which is great news. The Anvil fire, the lookout is still going. And let's check out the lookout, actually. That's what the containment is on there. I do plan, if we can drum up a little money here, I'll go stay at Belknap Hot Springs and go see for myself what the lookout fire is doing. Hey, wait a second. Is it off of watch duty? It's not out. Wow, watch duty is, that's interesting. Okay. The Anvil is 80%. Now, does Oregon have Santa Anas and Diablos? Not really. Not often. What we did in 2020. 2020 was one of the weirdest, rarest events where the Labor Day weekend, 2020, Labor Day Monday actually, the reason the Oregon fires got so bad is because the jet stream did something like this. I would love to watch a documentary and just what the heck happened. What? Where did it go? Wait a second. I didn't close it, did I? No. There it is. Well, you can see what the jet stream does here to create Diablos and Santa Anas, but it happened to Oregon and Washington and California all at the same time in 2020, the same weekend, Labor Day. So I called it Red Monday as my first on this channel stream. And yeah, Wildcat says it's $5.90 for gas for regular Wildcat. Where you at? Oi, oi. Yeah. So hold on to your butts. What does it mean? El Nino winters for California, hotter and drier usually. But remember, El Ninos and La Ninas can be a wild card. So they don't have it's not like a prescription drug or a recipe for actually it is like a recipe for chicken sandwich. You can have different ones, right? It's still a chicken sandwich, but you can make it in a variety of ways. That's what I'm going to say. It's like a recipe depending on the cook, right? So every El Nino is different. Think of it like a different cook in the kitchen. So all we know is it's going to be extreme. It's either going to be Here's three ways it can go for California. Extreme drought, and you get like an Indian summer, very, very hot weather into November, just like you did with like say Paradise, right? It was still pretty hot and weird November 8th. If you could just make it to the wet season where there's snow finally on the mountains, you could breathe a sigh of relief. It's much less likely anything bad's going to occur. It's this critical couple of weeks, like late October, early November, where it might still be dry before the major snowpack comes. That's the critical, vulnerable part for California. That's when you should be sweating bullets and just praying. So you can go in three ways, El Nino. Just like Paradise here, 2018. You can have an Indian summer and very hot October, unusually dry November, and not much snowpack, not too much rain. That can be, actually, I think they actually had a lot of it after that. Don't quote me on this. Stay with me. It can be completely dry and hot, unusual. It can be first dry and hot in October, November, and then dump snow and be incredibly wet with snow. And you can have major floods. You can have an incredibly wet spring too. So you can have the dry and the cold and the extreme snowpack. You could just have it dry with no snowpack and just have a major drought year. Or you could, like the combo, like I said, or it could just be wet and wet. So pick one. We don't know how it's going to play out yet because it's just mid to late October. So we have the reason I played predictive services here, and I'm so sorry, it's a little bit tongue-tied. I played predictive services because the outlook is, even though it's wet right now and it's raining on the northwestern California fires, the ones by the coast, like the complexes, it's going to dry out in the next couple of days. So I'm going to be on alert for the next couple of days. We might have some more fires break out. Right now, people are trying to burn. So, like what's happening in Marysville Road here? I kind of wondered if these were burn piles that got out of control. Because they're saying spot fires, right? I'm going to go back on my own time and listen to Broadcastify and see if dispatch explains anything about how this might have started. If it is a burn pile and there were some wind gusts and maybe some embers blew, perhaps. I mean, if you look at the fire on the very right, the wind looks to be blowing to the left towards the other two fires. The slope goes up that way, and fire tends to go uphill. So it's possible this was a single ignition source with two spots. However, I'm going to try to figure this out by listening to dispatch. If they say something like, car pulled over, left the scene at a high rate of speed, and then there was a fire, then we'll know it's more suspicious. But I doubt that there are 3 unattended burn piles, That just doesn't sound right. Usually people do these things one at a time. But the reason we could have more of these happening in the next couple of days is the drying trend. Plus, people are desperately trying to get their burning in before burning season is over. Now, you'll always have some dry days in the foothills of California. You'll always be able to burn something on some day. California doesn't see that much rain, not even in the winter. It's mostly California's water comes from snowpack that melts, and then they canal it everywhere to different reservoirs. It's a snowpack state. So every couple of days after rains, you generally could have burning conditions again. The cooler weather keeps it from being nuts like it is in summertime for fire danger. And stuff stops growing, pretty much. So you have less brush and blah, blah, blah. But what happens to California is air stagnation can occur, and there's a lot of, wood stoves and the like going on and just traffic pollution. And so what you get is a burn ban just to maintain air quality. So there will be a lot of desperate raking and burning right now in the next couple of weeks before they start shutting that down. I've heard about some counties going to permits already. So the permit process keeps the amount of outdoor burning fires, within pollution acceptable limits, right? So some people don't care to get a permit. They have very rational concerns of, say, fire danger, and they're like, who is the county to tell me I can't rake up and burn stuff right now? I mean, we've got more than a year of pine needles and brush and stuff here. So a lot of people will not comply with the permit process. There will be a lot of little, firefighters chasing around trying to investigate whether or not people were permitted to burn. There will be a lot of neighbors ratting on each other and phone calls. And so, like, if you go back here to Yuba, they're chasing, for example, yesterday 512 large burn pile on Highway 20 and Melody Road. Multiple reports from passersby. Unknown if anybody's in attendance. The units have been dispatched. And then by 6 minutes later, units at the scene at Penn Valley report these are 2 burn piles. They are legal size. They are attended, canceling all the incoming units. Like there will be a lot of wild goose chases around. Wild geese chases. Wild geese chases. Multiple goose chases. I don't know how to grammatically do that, but you know what I'm saying. Fire crews are still running around. There's this. I'm very glad that this Shady Glen Mobile Home Park fire was contained. I hate to see somebody lose their home. It looks pretty bad, but I don't think anybody got hurt. Now, scattered showers and thunderstorms and breezy northerly winds are impacting California right now. And thank God the thunderstorms are wet. This time of year they usually are. But sometimes they're dry. So right now let's check our radar and see where they currently are. Let me get this going up. And then we'll get to the fun stuff. We'll do the pumpkin patch, guys. Okay. So right now we've got stuff out to see. I've got the wildfire thingy clicked at the layer. So some of these are not really as active as they were. In fact, a lot of them are not as active as they were. So if we look at the radar, right where we're looking at, Loma Rica's right about here. It's raining on the remnants of the fire from yesterday. Oh, U.S. Geological Survey has just announced there's been an earthquake. What? Let me look at my phone. Ah, it's just 3.8. And where the heck is that? Wauna, Washington. Yes, I put an alert there because Tacoma got rattled last week. So unfortunately, I can't tell them to not tell me about anything that's 5.0 or lower than a 5 or a 4. It may be an aftershock to what rattled Seattle and Tacoma a week ago. So what's been bothering me about that is there's been quite a few 4.0 earthquakes off of California and off of Oregon. It's not like I've monitored them over the years, but this year there's been an unsettling amount and a couple of unsettling 5-pointers. So I'll continue monitoring that. The nice thing about this, though, is the ones underneath Lake Almanor have been settling down. I have not gotten an alert for anything underneath Lake Almanor for a bit, but I absolutely do not buy into the BS explanation that the heavy snowpack and a lot of water in Lake Almanor has caused earthquakes. Hell no. God, there have been so many more times in the 20th century where the lake was absolutely full of meltwater, insane snowpack years, and nothing of the sort happened. Just don't buy into that BS. I know that some popular YouTubers, some that I even like, have just sort of read that online and then sort of like a parrot repeated that explanation. But if you're a local, you just don't buy that. I remember in my childhood going up to Lake Eleanor and the, you know, 16 feet of snow on either side of the road, making it like a little tunnel that you drove through on every road up there. I remember when the lake froze solid, not solid to the bottom, but solid enough to walk on and drive pickup trucks out across the entire thing. This is no small lake, it's huge. To walk out to the peninsula from the west shore over here, that took hours. So I think it's either a new fault developed, a fault is just a crack in the earth is weak, or an old one that was dormant has reawakened. And mind you, right there is the massive volcano, Mount Lassen. So what that means is it doesn't mean that the volcano is doing anything. It means that there's a lot of volcanoes in the Cascades and the Sierras. It's a hugely seismically active area. The entire mountain chain. It's rattled all the time. It's seismically active. And we find new faults all the time start up, and old ones that were active go to sleep or go dormant forever. So it's really hard to study them underneath the lake because, well, obvious reasons. It's about 100 feet deep to 125, depending on where you are. Now, the way that they would study a fault is geologists would go out there usually and dig like a little pit, and they would literally run a wire in between one side of the pit and the other side of the pit, and then test the tension. Like if the ground moves, the wire is going to flex a little bit and or snap. You can't really do that underneath a lake. That's a little challenging. So ever since that feelable, 4.0 quakes had hit the Chester area months ago, I've had an earthquake alert, and I've seen a whole bunch of threes in the past few months, but it's really settled down. So I'll continue to monitor it. I just think that it's sketchy because that lake is artificial. It just used to be called Big Meadows, and this is a dam called Canyon Dam here, Lake Eleanor Dam. It's made out of earth. So if there's a big enough earthquake, the lake water, if it overtopped, if it sloshed enough to overtop the earthen dam there, it could erode it and perhaps damage it or make it fail. So it's a special vulnerability with earthen dams. And I don't think they've ever known faults to exist underneath the lake before. So I really hope that Army Corps of Engineers and others check this out and reassess the safety of such an earthen dam. If it needs an upgrade to concrete, then they should get on that. Those would be, they can be a heck of a lot safer. That's quite a torrential flood down the Feather River Canyon that would be if that dam ever had a failure. So they better study that. Right now we've got some current rain in the valley. The only significant wildfire that's still kind of going is the quarry in Tuolumne County. And we have a 41% containment on that. That's not something they've been fighting pretty hard. It's pretty remote. It's been one of those where they're like, let's just monitor it for the most part and herd it around so that it's not going to affect sensitive areas. But there hasn't been any particular stress about this fire that I've really seen. I've monitored it, just checked its watch duty reports all the time. Really remote area, and its eastern flanks up here are getting towards tree line. Like this is, you see the rocky high altitude up here where glaciers scraped away any and all topsoil that used to be here. So you got, you know, small pockets of vegetation struggling to exist, but no human habitations to speak of these in this day of age. Probably in the past used to be gold rush towns up there, but I think they're all ghost town or gone. So we're not too particularly concerned about that. Now, I was hoping to see more of the rain impacting up here towards the complexes and they're over here by Gasquet and Crescent City and all that. But that may be coming down the pipe. Either it passed through already or it's coming down the pipe. I have to go back and look at predictive service. But I'm so happy. Now you've got 80% containment on the Anvil. That's getting close there. Now, I do want to check out the lookout and see what, let me go back to, here we go. Let's go back to the Lookout Fire Facebook page. Oops, that isn't it. Here it is. And get our latest info to just finish this roundup. October 10th was their last post, was it? Yep, they had its final fire update too. So it's the final daily update for the Lookout, Bedrock, Pete's Lake, Horse Creek, and Pothole fires, unless conditions change. And boy, has it been pretty soggy in the Cascades. When I drove through the Cascades, it wasn't that particular mountain pass. It was the one by Detroit Lake. It was pretty misty, somewhat cold. Driving through about, what, 7 in the morning? Something like that. Pretty good, pretty nice. So after 6 p.m. today, the incident's email, telephone, and Facebook pages will no longer be monitored. All inquiries for the fire info should be directed to the McKenzie River Ranger District, National Forest. Now, I do wonder if it's visible or not, because the lookout on the 10th, the containment was a 60%. The Bedrock, 100, Pete's Lake, 80. Pete's Lake was never that much of a factor. It's wilderness, like remote areas, and the east side of the Cascades. Horse Creek, done. Pothole, done. Those could have been really bad. They did an excellent job containing those. Those were the extra lightning strike fires. So they said yesterday, and that was October 9th, crews completed chipping operations on the east side of the lookout. They're finalizing work on the remaining suppression repair projects, backhaul operations, and woody debris removal continue. So I imagine there's tons of semi trucks still just hauling stuff out, especially near the roads where, fragile trees and what they had to fell could have impacted the road. The local units will continue the efforts. For the past 2 weeks, fire managers focused on repair of the lines and the roads, reduction of fuel loads, and a restoration of infrastructure to point the forest in a trajectory towards a healthy recovery. Now, I'm a little bit skeptical of that. I can't remember which one it was now, but I was scrolling through Twitter and aghast at what I was reading. There was this horrible post. It was supposed to be positive. In fact, it was spun as if it was positive. I do not know if it was a lookout fire. I don't think so. But it was like bragging about how they were restoring it back to nature. They were destroying their fire lines, which need to be there permanently. Like the smart thing would be, you make some fire lines, they're very expensive, keep them there. They'll help you fight the next fire. That was the big lesson we kept learning is the Paradise fire lines really helped protect Paradise a second time when the Dixie broke out and when the Bear Fire broke out. Like, those were very, very important. And it takes a lot of manpower, a lot of taxpayer dollars to create them. So leave them there. You don't want in the next, it's like building a city wall. If the Huns are going to come back someday, which is the fire, then you want to leave the city walls there. Don't you? It's too late to start building the city walls when the Huns are already on the horizon. You want to be proactive, not reactive. And so, to my horror, this, I think it was the Forest Service, don't quote me, bragging about how they took a whole bunch of burned up trees, half burned up trees, and dead trees, and trees they cut down to build the fire line, and they scattered them back on the fire line, a bunch of piles of dead trees, and said, this is restoring the forest. Oh man, that is an arsonist wet dream. I was not happy about that. All an arsonist would have to do is light a match, and there would be all these dead trees for miles going in a straight line along that fire line, and you could. Oh my God. Besides, that is a fungal infections were wet dream too. Fungus are attacking the forest, and they love to eat dead. They thrive on dead material like dead trees and dead limbs on the ground. In fact, if you do any logging, even for firefighting, you need to scrape up the dead uh, limbs, and if you don't move the logs away, you need to scrape up to a pile and burn it. Because if you don't, the fungus that will thrive on it will just explode. There will be so much fungus over that dead material, it's going to next attack the living trees next to it. And those living trees will die. And then you get a forest that's extremely unhealthy and half dead and very prone to fires. So you don't do this. All loggers are required to burn the slash. Slash is the stuff that falls on the ground, the dead stuff, dead limbs. So right now our trees are struggling with beetle attack, fungal attack, and they're weakened because of the droughts. So for God's sake, don't promote fungus attack and don't promote fires by putting dead stuff all over the ground. And don't destroy your fire lines. It's just common sense is not applied here. And thank God other people could see the problem with this too. I wasn't the only person who was appalled by this policy, but it seems like it's a federal policy. So if we do a letter writing type campaign, or at least get awareness out there, then hopefully we can get these stupid policies changed, because there are some things we can do to help the situation. The pen is mightier than the sword here. Hey, Devashmode, how you doing? Karen Mixer says checking in from Port Orford. How you doing? We were just looking. We were just looking at the Anvil's 80% containment. Aren't you happy? How's the feeling, Karen, in Port Orford? Because man, that was a bad one. That was a bad one. Bashmode says, hi, I'm super busy, but want to stop by and say hello. And thank you so much for your support. You've been keeping us running, Devash. Very happy to see you. William says you might check out the story with the earthen dam holding back Lake Isabella in Kern County, similarities to Almanor. Ooh, William, yeah. I actually have not an obsession with dam failures, but a fear of them. One of the wildfires earlier that we covered this year, and we're going to get to the fun real quick, guys. Mike Reed, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't even see your post up there. And November 6th, Golf Mike Lima, good to see you too. I'm sorry, friends. Chat went by, I didn't notice. I had a little pop-up window in front of things. It's like, what happened? I live in North Oregon. What did happen? North Oregon, where? I'm doing a fire news roundup, so we have other fire topics. We're celebrating some things, and we're also wary of other things. California is entering its worst fire season, so my big lecture on that is we need to change everybody's mindset. Too many Californians think that fire season just ended. The worst fire season just began. The worst 2 months are October and November. There's this critical point of vulnerability. The Santa Ana winds, hot, dry, hurricane force winds, they blow from the months of October to January. So October and November, though, are the 2 months that exist before the heavy snowpack of California and before things cool down, which usually mitigates wildfire danger or its intensity, right? So some of the worst fires California has ever had, and the deadliest and the most nutso intense, the Oakland firestorm, 2017 Cascade Fire, and the same night Santa Rosa burned down, the 2018 November 8th Paradise Fire. These are all early November, and early to late October. So the worst California fires happen in October and November. So I'm back. Hey, oh, I'm glad you're learning stuff, Karen. Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm here to. I want to make it a chat-driven, interactive thing. I don't like to podium lecture. You know what I mean? Like here's the Cascade Fire. This is how I got started. I used to live near Loma Rica part time. My father owned property out here, and this could have been me dead in this fire. It got close to where we used to live, but we had moved away. So glad my dad moved away. So our family friend Stan, who was an attorney, who taught me how to ride little motorbikes. Uh, he was an attorney and a biker. Go figure, right? He did not make it out of this fire, unfortunately, and it was October 10th. So by the 13th, the fire had calmed down enough for it to hit the news. Santa Rosa burned down that night and um, got all the press. But PG&E started like 6 fires that night. It burned down significant portions of 3 different towns on the same evening. So everybody lives in fear of PG&E in California because for 40 odd years, they've been letting their lines fail as a policy to save money rather than doing maintenance as it's necessary. And I'm not making this up, Butte County investigated them after the Paradise Fire and found, internal memos. And their policy was, well, it's cost effective to just let power lines fall over eventually when they get weak enough and replace the whole thing at that point. Well, that's why there's been so many deadly town erasing California fires. It's not global warming, it's power company being stupid and fire dangerous in an era of global warming. You just can't have climate change. What are we going to call this? I'm not going to enter the debate about what causes this, but it's like, duh, we're missing a bunch of glaciers. It's a hot period right now. We don't need to debate if that's a long-term trend, a short-term trend, man-made or not. It doesn't matter. It's where we are. When you have multiple years of drought, you just can't have anybody, not a smoker with cigarettes, not a camper, not a hiker with a campfire, not a power company, and not people with vehicles. Nobody can be stupid with fire. And they knew about fire risk. They put it in their internal memos, but they had a terrible case of detrimental optimism. They said, well, a policy of letting our lines fail and fall over in the wind eventually could cause some fires, but not that many, because most storms with high winds are wet. That's literally what their internal memos were. So it's not. Oh, Carney Shill is okay to make space laser jokes. Don't worry about that. You don't have to delete that. Strange Reverend. Carney is our resident joker. He's all sarcastic. Carney is one of my first 5 viewers ever. So he's an original gangster. So he doesn't need to be censored or anything. He's totally cool. So he's in the elite status. Don't worry. Yeah, you got the free conspiracy pass. Sorry, I didn't pass out the memo to every single mod. Either that or they forgot. But yeah, so Carney Shill's got backstage pass. We have to have some humor here. We go insane. This is so sad. I mean, I wanted to do a October 10th or 13th memorial about the Cascade Fire stream, the Cascade Fire. Why I began streaming. It's because nobody had any idea what to do in this fire. They during Santa Rosa, and I found out that Stan didn't make it. His girlfriend didn't make it. There were some other fatalities in this fire, but some people did, and they survived in unusual ways you wouldn't think about. And so I try to keep a lot of things positive. We can change a lot of this with change. We can stop a lot of these fires. We can absolutely stop this trend if we wanted to in a heartbeat. It just takes public awareness, and you can survive until things change. You can survive by doing the same things that these survivors did. And so some of his neighbors, nobody could call each other and check on each other because all the lines were down. The fire chewed through the phone lines. They crawled into culverts and survived. Even tiny ones, the ones that are barely big enough to fit your shoulders through underneath their own driveways. they lived in culverts and they survived, and entire families fit in there. So when I learned about this, I realized I should make it my business to interview survivors. I should find out how do people live through this, and I should spread the word. But this October 10th, I was a little bit too emotional. I just sort of shut down. There's been other emotional things in my life right now. Since my father was hit by a car as a pedestrian in Yuba City in September 18th, and I thought he was okay, but now he's suffering some nerve pain and getting scans and such. He says his toes feel like they're dipped in boiling water. So with all this, a couple other stressful events, plus the weird jaw pain I was having, I just didn't want to go live. I didn't want to look all depressed and weepy over this, But there are ways to live. Most people in Paradise rode the fire out and they lived, as deadly as that was. The big box store parking lots, culverts, bridges, canals, swimming pools, and the like, ponds, reservoirs, and a couple other features, they could be shelters that most people wouldn't think of. So Carney says, "You're all good, strange reverend. I was testing you." Yeah, lizard people jokes. Yeah, Carney's got carte blanche, okay? Free reign to make any kind of thing like that. I'm not sure about the current ownership of PGE and PG&E are two different entities. So PGE is Portland General Electric. What we're talking about for California is Pacific Gas and Electric. I know that's very confusing. So, but they're not the only offenders. Now we know that Hawaii Electric is an offender. These power companies need to have some new regulations regarding wildfire safety for obvious reasons. Now we have the mass fatality event at Lahaina due to power line stuff and power company policies. We have some municipalities are at fault for allowing developers to build death trap neighborhoods which can't be evacuated in time. There are many ways that we can improve the situation all around, but the number one thing right now is power companies have to be held responsible. There has to be federal law. Now that it's clear that it's happening in Hawaii and Oregon and Washington too. In Oregon, the company, and Northern California, the company that, what's his name? The Oracle of Omaha, the investor, what's his name? He's super old, going strong. What's his name? You know what I'm saying? The Oracle of Omaha. Oracle of Omaha. What's his name? Warren Buffett. Now he is somebody I genuinely kind of liked. Not that I know that much about him. Just he seemed charming and interesting. But yeah, he's 93 years old. He part owns his company, Berkshire Hathaway, part owns Pacific Power or Pacific Core, which I think is a subsidiary of the other one. Now they were just convicted in Oregon of making some of the 2020 Labor Day fires worse. I mean, by huge amounts, by failing to de-energize their lines. Here, their lines they're getting call after call of everybody from cops to citizens saying your power lines are going down, starting fires. It's 95-mile-an-hour wind gusts for the Beachy Creek fire, the one by Detroit Lake. So this power company basically spread the fire at light speed because one by one their power lines just all fell down on Highway, what is it? Not Highway 20, but the one by Detroit Lake. Even the local firehouse burned down and had to be abandoned at Gates, which was the headquarters of the fighting fires in the Cascades, because power lines hit their chain link fence and flash ignited all of the vegetation 360 degrees around the the headquarters of firefighting. So everybody picked up everything and ran and abandoned, even the fire crews abandoned the town of Gates. So the town of Gates was tremendously impacted to the point of almost being erased. Mill City, Detroit was basically erased. Detroit Lake, one of the biggest towns in the region. Idanha or Idanha, and a couple other communities, Lyons, Mill City, and those were all the power lines taking those towns out. The actual Beachy Creek fire started by lightning only devastated 2 communities. So, and that was an entire canyon away. So the majority of the Beachy Creek fire was actually turned out to be power companies when I thought it was the lightning strike fire instead of everybody else. But they just got convicted. That power company was just convicted of not only failing to, do the right thing, which is, gee, our power lines are falling all over the county, starting new fires, and we know about it, but we're not doing nothing. They had stupid, lame excuses like, oh, we couldn't reach a manager to get approval, and, for God's sake, cut the power. When firefighters are telling you to, just do it. Then they got, the jury was not sympathetic to them because there was evidence that they went around hiding evidence and covering it up. And yet they still claimed innocence. And right now, the mosquito fire, not mosquito fire, that was PG&E allegedly. McKinney, which was deadly in Northern California, that was also Pacific Power or Pacific Core, which is Warren Buffett's thing. So I'm disappointed now in Warren Buffett because there's no way that he didn't know. There's no way that somebody like him, a major investor, failed to understand what PG&E was being sued for. PG&E starting more than 1,500 fires since 2016, and how on the hook liable they were for billions in damages, millions later. There's no way that he could have failed to know that. He really could have taken action to save lives and save towns, but he didn't. So, yeah, Warren Buffett, exactly, Devashman. So it's one of those, man, when you like somebody and then you realize, not you too. I haven't looked hard, but I would love for Warren Buffett to make a statement about how safety comes first. There has to be a federal law passed that says that power companies must first deliver power safely to their customers. Profit number 2 in priority. You cannot, but the way it is right now is we can murder our customers with reckless homicide, reckless arson, because profit's number 1. That really needs to change. But it starts with public awareness. So I'm going to have to make some documentaries, it looks like, to just bring this about to public awareness. This is why I'm so frustrated by, you read an article and it just says, oh, because of global warming. No. Oh, global warming is not an ignition source. It just makes things extra dry. We got to go after the people being reckless with fire in a condition that's extra dry. And no, it's not an if. It's not a debate. It's not like, is it global warming or is it power companies? Why not both? Can't have anybody reckless with fire in a climate like this. It's both. So I get very frustrated with people who think, oh, well, let's debate that. No. Let's unite and let's change this. We all need this to change. All right, so let's get the fun stuff. I'm done with the fire roundup. There's just a couple other articles. Argentina. It's now summer in the southern hemisphere, so Argentina is having crazy fires. But I wanted to point this out. I hope this doesn't blast you out. This, I think, is the video, courtesy of Fox here, Fox Weather, where I wanted to point out people were doing the right thing, and they were not fleeing on the road. They were pulling over into parking lots and sheltering in place. Even though there was a scary wall of fire, they were doing the right thing. You should think outside the box. If okay, leaving by vehicle is a window of opportunity that closes. So plenty of people panic and they don't realize they're driving past places of safety where they could pull over and be totally safe in a vehicle or even maybe on foot. That's not the right clip actually, but how's this one down here? See, look at this parking lot. What is there to burn on the ground here? Nothing. Dirt. So these people went off the road and they came into this area where there's just some dirt. Perfect. It's going to be scary, but that's what you do. This is perfect. In Lahaina, unfortunately, there's a double-decker parking garage, and people drove right past it and got stuck in traffic and got, fire swept over their cars later. And then they started running for the ocean, where they could have just pulled into the double-decker parking lot. And if they had known about the vulnerability of the people in the nursing home nearby, they could have run into the nursing home and started evacuating the residents by carrying them out, pushing them out of their wheelchairs and getting them into the parking lot too. If there's more community awareness about safe shelter-in-place options, there'll be a lot more survival, especially the vulnerable that get left behind, like the elderly and the disabled. So I think what's happening here is somebody told this group of people, come into this parking lot, it's safe. Because it's not something the average citizen thinks about. But you can do a lot. But that's what we're here for, the education. Carney says, do you think more grassing permits would reduce fires? I had a neighbor bring that up, like cows in Pacific Northwest public lands. Oh, grazing permits. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that really can help. It depends, though. That's going to be so region specific. The grass needs to be ankle high for safety, for fire safety. So it doesn't matter the way that you get it that way. Grazing gets it that way without the possibility of sparks. So whether it's sheep, goat, cattle, whatnot. But unfortunately, a lot of our invasive species, weeds, are absolutely poisonous to livestock. So in many portions of the West, like the wet West of Oregon, we would have to do some weed eradication first to make it safe. And then that would be awesome. Sheep and goat and such. Now, star thistles, for example, will cut up the throats of animals that graze. So that's more of a California thing, but Oregon can have a bit of that. But once we do get rid of some invasive species, do a bounty on them, or make laws, or something like that, that could be quite good. However, we've also got to make sure that we're not going to allow them to eat up rare native plants. So it can be a complicated thing, but it's on an individual level. Now, you don't want overgrazing, and Eastern Oregon has sometimes overgrazing problems. But Eastern Oregon, it's much easier to deal with wildfire because it's usually the kind of thing that you can control with a tractor. I can make fire lines like just plow a straight line on either side of fields because of the way that it's like tumbleweed type fires, you know what I mean? So, but I am a fan of grazing because there is no sparks involved with animal grazing. If you try to use weed whackers, riding lawnmowers and the like, you really could spark a fire while you're trying to prevent one. Now, controlled burning is another option, but the smoke produced there, like California hates that because the more controlled burns that are done, then the less permits they're going to issue for people to burn their own backyard stuff to make defensible space. Because there can only be so much smoke in the valley before everybody with asthma starts getting impacted bad. California's geography is unique. It's just a bowl that has no way for the pollution to leave the valley to go to Nevada or anything. So it condenses and condenses and condenses over time. So there's a limit to how much smoke you can. I think grazing permit stuff might be the best solution for California, and it would be non-emission whatever producing. So, guys, do you want to see the pumpkin patch stuff? I was hoping more people would arrive. Yeah, grazing permits. Yeah. So that's what I was promising here. I really thought this might not take as long, but I do want to cover all the topics that you guys want to cover and make sure I'm not missing any. This is horrible news. The pay bump for wildland firefighters is set to expire, so up to half of them could quit. Now, this is a crisis. This needs to be front page news across everywhere, but of course it isn't because of the war, the new war in the Middle East, which is another reason I was too depressed to go live around the 10th. I think it broke out on the 8th with Hamas thing. We need to do so much to humanity needs to do so much to come together to fight all the sorrow and fight and prevent even more loss from natural disasters. Like we still have massive earthquakes, tsunamis, wildfires that threaten us all in one way or another, depending on where you live. Landslides, avalanches, you name it. This is all still devastating communities. We still have incredible fights against infectious diseases that we're on the cusp of winning. Like we could double down and eliminate tuberculosis. We really could. We should be united under these causes to make life better for everybody. And the fact that we're still engaged in barbaric warfare and territorial battles like dogs raising their legs and peeing on hydrants, it's when I was a child, I really thought we learned some lessons. So I don't really want to get on that topic. It's too depressing. Yeah. This should be front page news. This is a crisis. If this happens, if half of wildland firefighters I think these are the federal. I think they're talking about the federal ones. We could be devastated to the tune of trillions of dollars. We saw what happened in 2020 when we had an extremely bad fire year because we had a once in a lifetime, once every 75 years type wind event with dozens and dozens of fires breaking out at the same time and growing on, all to monstrous size. People don't realize almost every single city in Oregon of any population was threatened in 2020. Southeast Portland was evacuated in 2020 on Labor Day on evacuation alert. Eugene was at risk. Salem was at risk. Medford, Roseburg, Talent and Phoenix were a race next to Medford. Even Lincoln City at the coast. Every single major population center of Oregon was just days away from burning down. The only thing that saved it was wind change. At the very last minute, the wind changed. And so we only lost a couple dozen towns instead of a couple dozen towns plus all the major cities being devastated. So we had a lack of firefighting ability in 2020 due to COVID. And that's the worst year for fires as far as size, not counting the Dixie Fire of next year, where California had multiple, like 8,000 plus lightning strikes in August. So most of them grew together, and Newsom, in his wisdom, had all but shut down the inmate firefighting program, thinking that COVID would spread amongst the firefighters. So let's just not hire them this year. So there's they were down 60% of the normal amount of firefighters they had when the worst fire season of 75 years came about. So we know how bad that got. I mean, Cardi, you were there when I had to tell you the bad news that the Devil and the Slater fires were unstaffed anymore, and they're heading towards Cave Junction because there just weren't enough firefighters to fight every single fire. Yeah. So imagine that this is that bad. We could have another 2020 like event if just half of the federal firefighters quit. So yeah. But the big news is let's fund new wars. Uh, this is what Congress needs to be doing. This needs to be passed. This needs to be permanent immediately. Not only do the federal firefighters need to be paid, worth a damn, so that they're not on food stamps, they're sacrificing their health for us and their bodies. Many of them will get injured. Some will die. Wildfires have damaged the country more than war ever has. I mean, physically damaged our country on our soil more than war ever has, and more than any other enemy attacking us ever has on our soil. These are heroes that need support like our military. We're going to have to follow this story, and hopefully this will that they will make this a permanent pay raise. They need to extend it to helping states pay for their rural fire departments to not be just volunteer, because rural fire departments are on the front lines. That's where these big wildfires usually start. So I'm proud of Jeff Merkley and Wyden. These are Oregon senators. They urged Congress to make the raise permanent, noting that the threat of wildfires that pose to the country. Yeah. So a Colorado congressman has introduced bipartisan legislation that will make the pay raises permanent. However, the legislation is now stalled in the House, which still doesn't have a speaker. So the National Federation of Federal Employees, which represents about 10K wildland firefighters, has estimated that 30 to 50% of them could resign if the pay raise isn't permanent. So not only is losing the manpower a bad thing, but you're going to lose the experience. That is golden. That you can't replace. Classroom learning is one thing, but when you learn from somebody experienced who says, "Man, throw away your textbook. This is the way it really is on the front lines," that is a better education. You don't want newbies teaching newbies. So I'm praying that goes forward, but right now Congress is in chaos. Hey Rob, how you doing? Cattle leave large memories for bikers and campers. What about using goats? That's true. Goats, it's hard to make any money off of raising goats unless you have a petting zoo. So that's the problem, is the lack of goats and sheep that exist in, say, Oregon anymore, outside of, you know, friends for your horses so your horses don't get lonely, and petting zoo stuff, and goats for the kids. Like there's, I went to a couple of fairs and they had, judging contests for goats that produce fleece and stuff like that. Um, it's just been so dominant, the merino wool industry and propaganda about how everybody outdoors needs to wear merino wool. Alpaca and goat fleece can be a lot more insulative and not itch you. However, it just doesn't have the big lobby to promote it, and therefore there's not that many livestock raised because their wool production is, well, their wool value is low. So there's just not that many goats in Oregon. There's a whole lot of weeds. So if we were to say, hey, let's use some goats, there would be a massive undertaking to try to promote ranchers and farmers and say, hey, there really is, we promise a financial incentive for you to raise goats instead of some other livestock. they do require care and stuff. So this might, and a lot of farmers will be skeptical about, can I make any money off of these goats versus having some other livestock, because you have to care for them. Then even if you had a grazing permit, you have to transport them there and babysit them at that location. So getting this off the ground would be a little bit difficult. Right now, I've seen pilot programs where goat, what do you call that? A goat wrangler? I know it's a shepherd if you have sheep, but goat wranglers, goat shepherds. Okay, you know what I'm saying. They're paid like by the hour to babysit the goats, look after them. I mean, there's a lot of animals that would eat goats in Oregon now. We have coyotes, bear, cougars, so they do have to be babysat, shepherded, watched, protected, and plus, the occasional nut job person who would run off with them and or do bad things like try to spray paint them. You know how people are. So I've seen the pilot programs, and it makes it too expensive because they're basically paying people by the hour. You would think that just issuing a permit, farmers would go, "Oh boy, free food for my goats." But yeah, but if your goats don't produce any money for you, you know what I'm saying? That's an opportunity cost to raise livestock that would produce money for you every day in a consistent manner, like dairy cattle. So it's a complicated issue. I do believe we could get around it. We could benefit Oregon farmers, but the merino wool industry that basically is mostly based out of Australia has a monopoly on wool production pretty much and lamb export around the world. Australia does it cheaper than anywhere else. They subsidize their industry. So, like for example, Shannecoe. I mean, good example, Shannecoe. Here I am in Shannecoe the other day, which was the wool export capital of the Pacific Northwest. Total ghost town. That's because Australia won the, which country is going to be the sheep producing country. We won the cattle one, and Australia won the sheep thing. So we have a monopoly on pretty much cotton production and cattle ranching of quality, beef industry of quality. But we lost the sheep one. I don't know how much goats have ever played a role in Oregon. I haven't studied it. So a herder or a whisperer or a goat roper. Yeah, Carney says, should we genetically modify some goats for invasive species only? Dude, definitely robotic goats, man. Robotic goats. I do believe there's a solution, but like I said, it would take a while to get that started. It could be more like this. It may be more effective like this. Try to get individual suburbanites to have a pet goat. Raise it, take care of it, 4-H it, whatever, and then lease it out. Lease out the pet goat where somebody comes around, gathers them, gets them fed, and returns them later. Like community effort. You know what I'm saying? Or the goat is raised from kid to adulthood by suburbanites and then given away as an environmental thing, because like suburbanites, middle class could do that. They could afford to raise a goat for a year, see if they like it, no obligation to keep it, yeah, I think this might be a good program. Yeah, they don't have to rehome it or anything or have that anxiety. It's just like raising guide dogs for the blind. Let me go to the kitchen real quick, and then I'll show you my fun time at the pumpkin patch. Real now. Guide Dogs for the Blind is a program where my sister signed up for it when we were kids. I got involved. And so you get assigned a puppy. You don't choose. They just drop it off at your house one day. Where you take classes on how you would train the dog. It's very, very strict. You can't substitute your own, oh, I think I'll do it this way. No, you do it their way. And you agree to that. And hopefully your dog will pass the test and help a blind person by the end of the year and a half, or however long you foster the puppy. And so we got the puppy right about the time that, right before parvo shots can be given. Let's see, what do I want to drink here? Oh yeah, I have apple cider. Yes, a big jug of apple cider. I'm going to put that in the microwave. So the more consistent you are with the discipline, of course, the more likely your dog is going to graduate. Now, our first one did not. Was too happy to be around people, too excitable. And I do blame my sister partially for this. My sister did not have the mindset of I'm raising a working dog. My sister was the kind of person who would come home from school, come over to the dog and go, oh, how are you? Puppy, 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 puppy. Oh my gosh, come here. Come see mommy. Okay, you don't do that for a working dog. That just keeps them a puppy forever. They never mature. Like, if you come home and you have a working dog, you're supposed to open your front door, put your bag down, shake the rain off your coat, put it on the coat hanger, ignore the dog. It's not time to greet the dog yet. Get your stuff put away. And then once you're free and you sit down, you grab the newspaper, you put your hand down from your easy chair, and the dog comes over and wags its tail, and you pet the dog in the head. You just, hang on, I'm going to wash my hands. I'm going to mute. I understand people's impulse. They want to greet their dog the first thing they do through the front door, but that's a bad habit. It teaches your dog to be overexcited the moment that you come home, to get under your foot, to get in your way, to kind of trip you, to whack you with the tail as you're trying to just get through your door and put your stuff down and hang your coat up and all that. And it keeps them juvenile. That is the greeting kind of thing that a puppy does. And I've seen guys. Nice hot cider, sweet. That go with the old-fashioned way of having a working dog, and they come home and then none of that happens. They sit down in the easy chair, pull up the newspaper, put their hand out, and the dog rises, has never risen from where he was laying in the house, rises at that moment, puts his nose, and then you go, good boy. And that's when you start praising him and petting him, because they didn't do any of that crazy, excitable nonsense. Plus, you have the side effect of having your dogs usually pee on the front rugs in their excitement. Your dog becomes an adult, right? So our first one failed. My sister is just, oh my God. Then when she came home, and so a blind person cannot trip over their dog. A blind person can't have that, So that was like, I think she instantly failed the moment that she went to the trial for guide dogs for the blind, because the first thing they do is walk through the front door, and the dog is supposed to sit in the corner calmly and allow the person to, put their stuff away and not approach master unless bidden. Sit there silently, watch master for cues, and then be there for master. The guide dog is supposed to be looking out to see if the blind person's going to get in trouble. And if the blind person's going to get in trouble, like doesn't see a step down on the floor, then the dog's supposed to get right in front of the blind person and not allow them to take that step. So the blind person just having their dog near them all the time would learn to ignore that warning, right? So, okay. So tacos, what tacos? Karen says goat milk, goat cheese, and cosmetics. Goats are dumb. They try to ram you and they hate the leash. There's a funny song that says sheep go to heaven, goats go to hell. It's by a local band, Portland band called Cake. So it's a very funny song if you want to look it up. Now I apologize. I'm getting my voice is getting weird again because of my I've got swelling on either side of the jaw. So I like goat meat. It's pretty good. Now it's called kid goat. You know, a young goat is called a kid, which is a little bit disturbing. But there's an Indian place that I ate west of Portland, and on their menu it says baby goats. Like, mate, it's not called a baby. I'm not ordering baby biryani, okay? And that's what it says, baby biryani. You just read the menu and just think, oh my God. I tried to tell them it's called kid goat. It's not that much better having kid biryani, which is rice dish. But baby biryani is something you don't want to put on your menu in the United States. Rogan Josh. Yeah, I can't eat almost any Indian food. There's onions so much. All right, let's get to fun stuff. All right, let me make a timestamp. At about 1:42 into the broadcast, we went to the fun stuff. So, yesterday, C-Probe had the awesome idea to go to the, excuse me, the pumpkin patch. Now, I tried to stream that live, and that was trouble. That was extremely troubled, and I don't understand fully why. I did the same thing that I did on the Eclipse Day, where we had a successful stream, and I'm so happy to have delivered for you guys. It took me like 5 hours of driving, maybe 5.5. Sorry. But I made it to Redmond, where I was able to stream the eclipse as it happened. Now, I did a special trick. Let me turn up, let me get the folder open. I did a special trick where YouTube app would not focus on the dang eclipse. It just was fuzzy and blurry. I didn't have very good focus controls. It's got a very primitive camera type app on the phone. It's awful. And I realized, hey, there's a new feature on the YouTube app for streaming, and it says, show my entire cell phone screen. Let me find the pumpkin patch video here. Okay, here it is. I'll get that started in just a second. I'm going to mute desktop so that in case this is extremely loud. Yeah, it was loud. That doesn't blast your ears. Okay. I'll start out with one of the funniest clips here. Let me show VLC Media Player. There we go. Let's make that bigger. Hit the screen. Okay. This is a pretty funny thing. Now let me unmute. Hopefully that's not going to be too loud. But the big problem I had was I put the camera app on and I was recording the eclipse. Like, I hit the record button and then I told YouTube to show what's on my screen. So I had pure camera controls where I could focus and adjust light, brighter or dark. That worked swimmingly. So here I am at this place, and I realized it was pixelated mess because we had very bad upload speed, and we would walk into the barn, for example, and completely cut out and would say reconnecting as I tried to go live. This was very disappointing because we were supposed to have good 5G. from T-Mobile in this area, but it was on a sloped hill, and I'm starting to realize that hills and walking down them with buildings obstructing things, especially metal buildings, can really interrupt the signal. So I wanted to record high def so I could re-upload, like with a real camera app, like 4K. So I could re-upload it even if you guys saw something a bit pixelated and low res due to the connection, right? So I did the exact same thing that I did in Redmond, and I have not changed any settings, but all it did was mute me. Sorry about that. So I decided eventually, after 3 failures, to just run around and film. Now, it got darker and it got wet, but C-Probe was a trooper. And even though he just had a windbreaker because he still doesn't know how to dress for Oregon, he got wet and cold and still hung in there. So he's awesome. So here is one of the funnier things. Right after the 3rd failed stream, when I gave up on things, I've been waiting for my burger, which it turned out to be amazing. Now this pumpkin patch is called Plumper, Plumper. It's just west of Portland, off of Skyline and Old Cornelius Pass Road, which people don't realize is one of the oldest roads in the United States. Probably predates white man. It's probably 10,000-year old Indian path with a road paved over the top. So it's mega old, and some of the richest fertile farmland in the United States. Now, this was a century dairy farm of 5 generations, and recently it just turned into a Christmas tree and pumpkin patch type place. It's getting hard to be a dairy farmer out west. But this is hilarious. I just got my burger, which was amazing, good quality, and they had a condiment cow. Just watch this. Watch this, guys. This is how you put ketchup on your burger. With the condiment cow. So, first step is you squeeze the udder. Can you hold this? Hold it. Hold the bun. Thanks. Watch, guys. That's just great. That's the funniest thing, man. That's comedy gold right there. So we then went over and ate the burger. So the highlights of these videos, and some of them go on for quite a long time. This place, this pumpkin patch, had some unusual stuff on the website. It said cow rides as well as pony rides. I was like, cow rides? Well, it turned out that those were for kids. There's like barrels with cutouts where kids could sit in the barrels, like metal barrels, and then they were painted as cows and towed around by a tractor. It's like, oh, barrel rides. Oh, okay. Ponies were real. They had miniature horses and some ponies, but they only ran around in a circle. Pretty lame. They were like tethered to the thing that spins around, kind of like the Arastra gold crushers of yesteryear. Here, hold my bun. Yes. No, I wouldn't go for the hot sauce. I'm sure that has onion. Let me go to the next clip. They're out of order. Let me see which ones are in order. So yeah, 3:50 p.m. Let's see which one's that. Okay, that's cash. That's the cow. This, guys. Okay. Let me redo it. All right, friends, we'll do this camera test. Sorry that the live stream failed. We're at this pumpkin patch. It's pretty awesome. It's getting dark, but wait a sec. Okay, sorry. Multiple windows. Let me reselect because Streamlabs is dumb. There we go. So here, after we eat the burger, we decided to start from the very beginning because I'm shocked about how bad that pixelated mess was. So this is in 4K. My broadcast is in 1080. Sorry. All right, friends, we'll do this camera test. Sorry that the live stream failed. We're at this pumpkin patch. It's pretty awesome. It's getting dark, but let's do what we can here.
So we got video stabilization mode on. Come here, see probe. Come here.
So I didn't realize when I was looking at the actual cell phone, I turned video stabilization on. It was a crazy shaky mess just walking with the YouTube app. And in the phone, this flickering of each step is not present, but it's actually a blur. Shout out to VLC Media Player. Yeah. It's free. Yeah. So Wildcat says, I don't know why I'm afraid of horses. Oh, you shouldn't be. There's so many gentle ones. You could get over that real easy with some therapy horses, the ones that just have a heart of gold. They really have a lot of different personalities. Some are mean as snakes and should definitely end up at the glue factory. I'm sorry. The kind that would buck off children, not care if they broke their neck, kind that bite you. They're pretty rare because usually a nasty personality like that in a horse is taken care of early, corrected with training and/or glue factory, right, or gelding or something. But there are some horses that are just angels in the body of a horse. Those for therapy, and some of them are extremely smart, some are extremely dumb. It's there's so many different kinds, So you could definitely get over that if you went to a place that did horse therapy. So, and found some of the angel horses. Now, this was the entrance, and instead of like the full walking thing, here's me, here's Zebra, here we go.
Okay. So it looks like there's some sort of a, that's a dog. Yeah, Plumper Pumpkin Patch. That's where we are. We're west of Portland. So we'll.
Oh, thank you for the kind donation, brah. How are you? Well, where are you at? You're awesome. This was a fun place. This is where the admission was, and we got wristbands. It was $14.50 to get in per person. They didn't have child or senior or anything. In fact, it was $16 if you showed up there. We saved a couple bucks by ordering online. Now, here are the highlights of this place. Okay, only on the weekends do they have some of the cool things. They have cannons, pneumatic cannons, howitzer style, and anti-aircraft gun style, like destroyer anti-aircraft gun style, for launching apples at derelict cars, at junk cars on the hillside. Pneumatic, meaning air compressor based, but they made it look like anti-aircraft guns, and you would take rotten apples and fire them at a bunch of junk cars on the hillside. So that's going to be a highlight here. Pig racing is a highlight. Actually had a little track, like a little round pen for pigs, and they raced each other towards a food reward at the end. That was hilarious. Now, I thought they'd have gambling with the pig races. I was very disappointed that they didn't. So you'll see some of that. They have some animal petting zoo type stuff. Although CPRO did not approve of our purchase of animal feed, and so he was the only one who had his watch had like Apple Pay on it. So I left my wallet in the car, and I couldn't convince him to get animal feed. Now there's one huge goat with some massive horns, like impressive horns. What's CLI, Cardi? So you'll see that goat. That's a highlight. So I will try to just fast forward mostly to jokes and highlights, because we do long walks around here, and I don't want to make you sit through it. So the barn is ancient, and there's some really old hardware in there. So like the old square nails and blacksmith created hardware, like pins and hooks and stuff for old doors, things to attach. And so they have some Pygoran goats. Here's where the check-in was, like golden fleece type goats. And so when you arrive, I don't know if I'm making funny jokes or not here. There's I look kind of stupid. You go through the entrance, there's this big map that shows, oh God, yeah, this part's funny. that shows pig racing here and pumpkin cannon over there. So they have apple cannons and pumpkin cannons. The pumpkin cannons are the ones that look like a howitzer. Now, Bronze is currently watching from Napa Valley. You're sick. Oh, I'm so sorry you're sick. Now, mostly this won't make your car sick, thank God, because I did put video stabilization on. I don't think there's any points where you have to like not watch or anything. Sometimes the car videos I have are. So I think this part's funny. Here, let me play.
Yeah, your grandfather had one, David?
Yes, and a projector for it.
Oh.
Yeah, a guy walked by with a cradled under his arm. He had I said, is that an 8mm camera? And he goes, 16. My eyes about popped out of my head. It was a 16mm film camera. Now that is hipster as beep, you know. I really wanted him to like stop and explain to me, how do you get an 18mm camera that functions these days? Where do you develop the film? Where do you get the film? So C-Pro was saying his grandfather had one.
Dude. Okay, let's show that. Do you still have it? Oh man, that would be rad.
Nor the projector either.
So one thing about this place is it's a century farm. So here's the old farmhouse and stuff. But my God, those porta potties are a no-go zone. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay. There's a dog wearing a shirt. It's a Century Farm hate puppy. He like perked up when I said dog wearing a shirt. You know what you're doing. It's some sort of a dingo species. There's an amazing old century 1800s barn there. It's some.
And look at the tractor. Later at the end, I show a close-up of the tractor.
Hand-hewn wood as well as, sawn wood. So here we are in the main drag. Got the cannon, pumpkin cannon is up there. Got the grill over there, which is great. The amazing burgers, just incredible actually. Fresh tomatoes and high-quality patties. Quite pleasantly surprised. Over there they have the red thing is the drink and beverage and donut section, and the hot apple cider was amazing. The lines go real quick here.
I just realized how C-Probe's cap makes him look like kind of a squid. You know, like that's kind of got a trident hat look to it. Kind of like, I don't know, like how would you see clip art squid? See what I mean? It's got that you know. I was like, now I know. Now I know what that reminds me of.
Don't allow too many people. That's why you've got to make your reservations. No. Yeah, so look, I mean, they've got a huge map of stuff. There's slides over there. So let's see, the pig races start at 5. What time is it? Let's go see.
It's 20 hours.
Okay, yeah, so in 20 minutes, they have actual pigs that race. There's some kids on a net of some sort.
And there's supposed to be a, quote, hobbit hole. I thought this would be a sod house, like in the movie The Hobbits, you know, and the Lord of the Rings. Now, like online, it even made it look like it. It showed like a little round door into a hillside. We get there, and C-Pro starts laughing. He goes, it's a culvert with a wooden door. Ew. Like, I thought I was going to crawl inside, sit down in a tiny chair with like a tiny book and like be in the hobbit hole, live from the hobbit hole. No, it was a culvert, and kids just crawled in the hill from one side to the other. And, okay.
So there's a hayride thing that's included with your admission, but like I said, it's $5 per pumpkin that you want to load into the cannon. This video stabilization is quite impressive.
It's not really. I found out later it's jiggling everywhere, but I just couldn't see it within the camera.
At least what I could see here. And maybe because a lot of people are uncomfortable with me like filming them in the front. We're coming up on the pony rides on the right. The ponies are little like miniature horses, and for little kids going around in a circle. So let me show you. On the weekends, so like they're Wednesday through Sunday, but only the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, do they have the real pony rides.
Even as a kid, I would say that is lame, Mom. I don't want to do that. I mean, seriously, just walk the kids around on a pony, okay? Walk with them. Get your exercise in. There's plenty of green grass around. Like, take the kids on a tour so they can wave at people, and going around in a circle. Whatever.
Cute little buggers. And this one actually allows dogs. Not many of them do. Okay, so the pig racing. I think that's a turkey petting, or you actually probably don't ever want to pet a turkey. They're pretty vicious creatures. Yeah, see, it says pigs racing that way. Heck yeah. Can you bet on them? Is there child gambling allowed here?
Now, next thing, we're headed towards the cannons. That'll be a fun thing. I'm gonna show you the apple firing cannons and the pumpkin cannon.
I'd totally do it. I'd have gambling.
Oh, cannon just fired.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, we're gonna go straight for that.
Oh, right.
But we want to make sure we don't miss the pigs. Oh my God, there's trebuchets. Those are honest to God trebuchets over there. Wow, counterweights and everything. They're inoperable though. They're missing a couple of features. They're actually a little dangerous to operate. So the roll-off farms are not too far from here to the east. And apparently, I don't have a TV, but apparently they had an accident with their trebuchet that caused an injury to one of the little people on the show.
And you guys know Little People, Big World? That's filmed just west of Portland. So we're very close to the roll-off farm. I'll go to it if you want me to. But their admission price is a little bit steep. I think it's $20 or something. So I've been there before. I met Amy Roloff, and they had a big trebuchet. This is what I'm talking about in the video. And I'm a medieval weapon enthusiast, so I leaned up against one. Yeah, they're awesome. Super awesome. So let me just show you guys a trebuchet. Late medieval warfare long-range catapult. And so they have a massive counterweight. This they come in a couple of varieties. This is lets you know how it works. So once you like crank it back up so the counterweight is up in the air, chop the rope or let it go, and it would swing down with such force with this super long arm and super long sling would hurl boulders, not cannonball-sized things like in Roman Empire era with onagers and traditional catapults. We're talking boulders, cows. In the case of Genghis Khan, maybe 5 people in the net. They used to launch people alive over the Great Wall of China, supposedly, and people who had the plague and dead corpses and stuff to try to spread disease. But these could absolutely shatter a city wall, take down a castle, at a surprising degree of accuracy too. Once you sighted them in and did a couple of test shots, then it would hit mostly the same spot again and again, so you could bring down a city wall, bring down castles. This is what made castles obsolete. People think it was gunpowder. It's really these guys. Now, Constantinople did not fall to the age of gunpowder because they had their own trebuchets on their walls. So trebuchets would fight trebuchets. There's a movie called The Kingdom of Heaven, which is pretty good actually. With was it Orlando Bloom? As a Crusader knight who gets sick of the Crusades. That's some of the best trebuchet action ever. Has Saladin and stuff. Some pretty good celebrities in it. Jerry Irons, is he in that one? I can't remember. But it's a great movie that shows these in action. So the problem is they're so dang dangerous. So in Little People, Big World, they they may have started. I don't know who started the tradition of throwing pumpkins during harvest time and letting the tourists and stuff do it. But they had an accident. Here, I haven't had a TV for like 16 years. I don't watch reality shows in general, so I knew we had celebrity little people west of Portland, but I wasn't that into the show. I didn't understand that the accident happened. So here I went to the roll-off farms about, I don't know, 5 years ago, and the trebuchet that caused the accident was on display, and I leaned up against it and took my photo with it, just thinking it was a cool recreation of a medieval weapon. And I didn't know it maimed somebody, apparently. So I faux pas there. And but this started the trend of switching to pneumatic air cannons, which are safer for the public and everybody to launch apples and pumpkins at pumpkin farms. So it's now a tradition. I don't know if it is. Do you guys have this in other states? But they do air cannons. So that's what you're about to see now. Just put my thing back on. Okay. Now this is where you buy food, but up here to the right is where you buy the tokens, and they're $5 per launch of a pumpkin. So I do that twice. But if you pay $5, you get 5 apple loads for the apple. So we're going to do the apple one first. Carney Shields' proper frisbee form is like trebuchet with your arm. Oh, really? Trebuchet? I'm going to say treb. I just want to say treb. Can't stop me. Okay. You're probably right, though. It's probably some French BS. All right, let's go.
I didn't know that. I leaned on it a couple years ago and took my picture with it and thought it was just cool. And didn't realize there was a terrible accident.
Okay.
On the show. I mean, I haven't had a... Yeah, those are the junk cars. I haven't had a TV in a long time.
And let's fast forward and they'll explain this. So we make our way up the hill. Those are the cars that you can aim at. So this is one of the old parts of the barn. This is probably a well house or pump house or something like that. That's the pig racing arena. It'll come later. So the token booth there, C-Probe gets our tokens. Woohoo! So we go and wait in line for the cannons. Here it is. Whoops. Play.
I'll watch you.
Okay. All right.
It's just as thrilling, regardless of whose finger touches the trigger. Are you jealous of your left side if your right side pulls the trigger?
Are you trying to say that we're one? How romantic.
I told him you should fire it at least once, and he goes, no. Is the left hand jealous of the right? And I'm like, are you trying to say we're one people? How romantic. He's like, oh, I totally got him.
All right. Oh, there's a massive pioneer oak that fell. It's Walton Valley. Okay, it's called the Tualatin Plains for a reason. Oh, are we up? Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's do this. It's supposed to be plains. It's not supposed to be a forest. Okay, cool. So an apple. Okay. All right, so you're gonna demonstrate. Is it already primed? Okay. It is? Okay, we're gonna. Can you film me doing it?
What do you want me aimed at the target or aimed at you?
Hang on a second.
Okay, so apparently I had to redo the video. So let's go to the next one. It is right here.
Okay, we're back. All right, so we went for the blue barrel last time and it was way too high. So we're gonna go low and we're gonna try to aim for that blue barrel. Now let's go. Where'd it go? Did you see it?
You missed.
Right next to the what?
The piggy.
The pig. Really? Okay, so we almost hit it. We almost got it. All right. Let's take one. All right. These are good apples. It makes me feel bad. Okay. All right. Let's aim for a car. Let's aim for a car. All right. Now we're gonna aim right there. Let's lock focus that way. Did we hit the car? I can't even tell.
Left to the piggy.
We were to the left of the pig? Okay. I don't think these apples go too far. We're gonna have to go for the car in front of us. True. We don't have our shells are not exactly uniform. Can you now squeeze the trigger? Go ahead, David. We're gonna hit that car.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, we missed it. We missed it, but that was pretty fun. Good job, David. I mean, you totally failed, but good job. Okay.
Fired. That's
Yeah,
worth something.
we had fun with it. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Thanks, you too. Yeah.
Now, I don't know where the footage is where I made the perfect bullseye in that bucket that was above the blue car. That may have been cut on accident because I looked down at the phone and it said something like maximum recording time reached. So that may not have been captured, but the car that was down there, I did hit that bucket on top of it, straight into the center. So what I realized is the actual crosshair made us go too high. So just like here, I'm aiming, if the apples tended to go where the crosshair was at the very top, like the very, very top. So it wasn't in the center, it's the top of the crosshair. So let's go over to the pumpkin cannon. Now, I looked at the ammo chute, and most of these apples are actually pretty bad. They were worm-eaten, they were soggy on one side. So some of them looked perfectly good in the bucket, and I thought, we're just wasting food here. It's kind of sad. But in reality, if they were stored in with the bad ones, they may have had some bad bacterial type contamination or something on them that they really shouldn't have been eaten in the first place.
I want to fire a pumpkin. Let's do that.
Look at those things.
For it too. Let's get a pumpkin launch. Let's go buy it. It's now Catherine's world of pumpkin artillery. There's a bird, man. Bird, you don't want to be flying in this zone. This is an inopportune place to fly, and the fog is rolling in. So, second. That's right.
Yeah.
Pumpkin cannon. And
It was a blast. Now, I wish it was rapid fire. I wish you could say breech load or something and like kamikaze, defense. Now that would be next level apple firing, right? If you could introduce a skeet element to this, like, yeah, strange references. I just noticed I made a dad joke. What is the technical definition of a dad joke? But yeah, it was very punny.
entrance is over here. Pig races are beginning soon, right? Okay, they're beginning soon over there, so we gotta do this. We gotta do this.
Yeah, we visit the goat next and then the pig races. So I only had 2 shots of this pumpkin cannon. Maybe I should have done both. But I just chose the one that looked like a howitzer.
Fog is rolling in. Well, it's gonna be like a game of Battleship where you can't see the enemy. All right. So
Here goes Kieran!
we are awaiting our setup here.
Doesn't that look like a howitzer? It's on the towable platform and everything. I think that's great. Now it doesn't have like its little plate in the front where I think people seated. I don't think people are seated with a howitzer actually. I think you stand next to it and pull cord. I don't really remember. But those are pretty impressive mobile artillery. Thing on the right, I don't know what to call that. That doesn't really look like any, like they modeled it after any sort of actual artillery. But it looks more powerful. I don't know. You have twin air compressors on the howitzer looking guy. You have a major, just one huge one on the pink. So I regret now I probably should have tried the pink as well, but it was fun on howitzer.
And that one's got a seat. Smart people brought hearing protection.
It was hard to see. I didn't either. It was so much smoke out of that one. Like a dragon.
It's the
Well,
coolest
it's-
thing. I wonder who invented this.
It's vapor, but
Okay, let's see if you mix it towards the vehicle.
There you go.
Man, it's like anti-aircraft. Whoa, misfire.
yeah, that one's
exploded in the
shattered.
barrel.
Now, I think you should get a new pumpkin if it explodes in the barrel. I mean, you have no control of that. Carney says I used to buy secondhand ballet equipment at Goodwill. I still do, but I used the two too.
Whoa, that would have been deadly if this was on board a battleship. Okay, looks like he's gonna get a second.
Yeah, like if this was real, if we had a real shell detonate in the barrel, that would have blown up the crew, man. That would have been a tragedy right there. Thank God it's a pumpkin.
Shot. It's barrel loading here.
Now, I think they should make a version that is like a pirate ship cannon, and you have the thing where you ram the, what is it called? The rammer? You put the cannonball in, and then the fuzzy broomstick thing goes in to damp it down to the end. They give it a cast iron look, and then put little wheels on it so it can roll back. Have people stand at a safe spot and yank the chain. Have a flintlock type fuse or something. That'd be sick.
Made out of an air compressor and a tractor. I mean, it's got serious like howitzer platform stuff here and true wheels. It's braced against the ground though; it can't roll back like a howitzer. I wonder if that would increase accuracy though. Nope. It shattered on the ground in front of that car right there. Okay, so this one, I'm thinking, if I get on that one, the white van is the only target of opportunity we have a hope of actually. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, which cannon do you want to do?
Oh, that one, sweet. Yeah, let's do the howitzer here. This guy. Great, thank you. Oh, I got two of these. I'm sorry.
You're going to do two?
Yeah,
All right.
two, please. Oh, yeah. So what do you think? Is the white van the best target?
He's like, I don't care, lady.
Okay.
All right.
Do I need this?
No, you don't need
Not
it.
really,
You
no.
can if you
Okay.
want.
All right, how's it work?
They should have had prizes too, like if you could hit, like, see, notice there's a Halloween pumpkin like on a chain. It's like a cutout sheet metal. They should have prizes like win $5 here, $10 here. That'd be amazing because you really can't hit the same spot. The pumpkins vary in weight and they're not exactly ballistically stable or uniform. It'd be almost impossible to do that. But I'm just thinking, man. But then again, is that gambling? Like, would they get in trouble with that? I mean, fair. We had a debate, me and C-Probe. If you throw the darts at the fair, win prizes, it's winning prizes instead of money. So I guess you'd technically have to give away things like really cheap, stupid stuffed animals or something. But there was no prize to win. That's what was disheartening.
So I got
Okay,
All right,
sorry.
and then all you got to do is press that button.
Press that button.
That moment was when I almost fell off the back of it because I leaned back in the chair and it just sort of. But I remained stable.
Okay, how do we aim it?
You can push side to side.
Oh, okay. Outside. Yeah, let's aim for that white van.
You want me to push it for you?
Yeah. How do I?
Is that good?
They'll do that way to the right. Right. Perfect. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So, let's see now. This is our firing. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Did we overshoot?
A little bit.
Okay.
All right.
It doesn't have any up and down, does it?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So we'll try this again. We'll try this again. It's steaming. This is neat. Is this neat? You want to try it? Okay. All right. We're loaded. We're waiting for safety. Okay. All right, 3, 2.
No, not yet.
No,
You have
not
to
yet?
wait for this.
Oh, air pressure.
Yeah.
That's wise. We want maximum.
All right, there you go.
Is it all good? All right, perfect. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Okay, so we hit it with the shrapnel. It didn't do a direct hit.
Custom built.
Yes, it is. We made it here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is sweet. Awesome.
Yeah.
What's it made of? Like what? Where's the trailer come
Well,
from?
this is just a regular old trailer, and then
Yeah.
I didn't personally make the cannon.
No.
Employees
Yeah.
did, but yeah.
So it's like 2 air compressors. It's got pipe and
Yep.
wow, that's pretty sweet.
Same compressor that the others was.
Yeah, look at that guy.
I just realized this is Acme on it.
All right, I can help you guys out next.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Those guys behind me were pissed. They're like, "We want to go." I just asked a couple of questions. Come on. The kid is so thrilled. I know. He was like, "Let me on that thing." They could have just had 2 people manning the thing and did 2 at a time. But it's not like I took a huge amount of time. Yeah, I don't know how warm the air gets, but it was really creating a lot of water vapor or vapor when it came out. So, yeah, unknown. But with the second shot there, we undershot a little bit, but the pumpkin exploded beneath the white van and then went up under the undercarriage of the van. So I'm pretty sure we made a kill. I'm going to just write that one down as a splash. Now, it would have been cool if they allowed me to decal like my kills on the side, but you know.
Which one do you want to do?
That was worth it even if we did. I missed on the first and the second bounce though. The second bounce made it. All right, so let's go over to the pig racing. Let's go to pig racing, and then perhaps we can get a ride on the the tractor. I think it stops around 5:30. So. When does the pig racing commence? I don't see anybody over there now. What time is it?
About 10:00.
It's going to be in 10 minutes. Okay.
You can tell he's an East Coaster because I say, "What the heck time is it?" He goes, 10 of. I said, 10 of what? And he looks at me like I'm from Mars. I'm like, 10 of what? Of what? I'm totally confused. He goes, "Of the hour." And I go, when we first met, you know, I go, so like if it's 1 o'clock, it's 10, it's 1:10. He goes, "No." He goes, "If it's 10 of 1, then that means it's 12:50. I said, "That's not 10 of 1, that's 10 of 12 because you're in the 12 o'clock hour. That's 10 minutes of the 12 o'clock hour." And then it finally dawned on me what he's trying to say is 10 till. So I said, oh, okay. So that 10 till, that's what you mean. He goes, "No, I mean 10 up." So it's just an East Coast thing. They're weird that way. All right, I'm going to fast forward because what we do is we look at the turkeys. And you got to see this goat. Carney, this goat is the goat of goats. The greatest of all time goat. The rack on this goat, like taxidermy worth.
Hey there. Hey, Toms. Hey, Turkey Toms. Oh, wait, they're hostile. There's something going on here. Fight's brewing. Or the female on the right. There's one female, there's 2 males. You know what's gonna happen. There's 1 female and 2 males.
Yeah, boo.
Only one will mate. Only one will dominate. Hey, boo boo. They're quite disappointed nobody's feeding them.
We've got to plump them up for Thanksgiving. It's coming up soon.
I think they're well on their way for that.
Yeah, so Strange Variant says I did the sheep riding at the rodeo when I was 5. Heck yeah. Oh, we have some amazing rodeos. I think they're over now. St. Paul Rodeo, there's a St. Paul, Oregon. It's a tiny ghost town these days. It's west of Salem. And that one's legendary. It's the oldest in the Wild West, actually, west of the Rocky Mountains, I want to say. That's still continuously going. Now, there's one in Pendleton, the Pendleton Roundup Rodeo, Eastern Oregon. So Oh yeah, wild turkeys are pretty dang lean because they still fly a bit more than you would expect. These things on the ground, these butterballs, man. Wild turkeys also don't do well in cold winters. They're quite vulnerable to cold, so sometimes they don't make it in California. Uh, John Stoker tries to keep them alive. Man, one-legged Lucy was this wild turkey at John Stoker's place. His town was 3,500 feet elevation, I want to say. Here, let me show you the goat real quick. One-legged Lucy, we tried to keep her alive and feed her more. She just hopped around. She had no foot, so she had a stump that was above the, I don't know, elbow joint or whatever you call that. One of the funniest things happened when I woke up at John Stoker's place when I was filming the Caldor fire aftermath stuff, and that it's by Tahoe. I had my morning coffee and I looked out at this amazing misty morning, and snow was threatening. There's a blizzard coming, and so we threw all kinds of animal feed out so that some of the only ways that the turkeys survive is just to have enough food in them to burn enough calories to be warm throughout the night, right? And I looked out the window with my coffee, serene. There's a light dusting of frost on the landscape, absolutely beautiful. I remarked upon the pristine beauty of the Sierra Nevadas. And that's when I heard a sound on the roof above me, a thump like a bird landed. And so I look up like, I can't really see the roof. As you would almost have to stick your head out the window, right? And so I opened up the window, trying to stick my head out, look up, and I startled one-legged Lucy. She was on John Stoker's roof, like on a second-story roof. So they do fly a little bit. She's perched on the gutter. And I startled her a little bit. And I go, "Oh, hey, Lucy." Now she's really startled. No, usually she wouldn't be, but she shifts her weight, and she's on the gutter, and there's frost. And so she starts sliding sideways off the roof. So she leans her body forward and back and tries to stabilize herself, this turkey, with one leg, and fails. And so she pitches forward and bounces off the deck rail. Like, just, it was comical. She just goes, poof, boom, and then she tries to steady herself, and you could see her one little leg go trying to get purchase on the deck rail, and it's on frost, so she's slipping and sliding, just like running in place on one leg, and her little stump is doing nothing on the other side. Pitches forward again, loses her balance, boom, bounces off this trailer in the backyard that John has, like a shed, bounces off it, and does a complete turn around 180. So she goes, bounces off 5 different various railings or rooftops, and face plants in the snow. All you see is this turkey butt and turkey butt feathers sticking up out of the snow. And there's a struggle going on as she's trying to, with one leg, get her leg underneath her. You see the turkey butt feathers go down into the snowbank, and a turkey head pop up like, pff, looks left, right, danger, danger, enemies, no, goes back down into the snow. And then you see the snow move, like, because there's a turkey hopping on one leg underneath the snow. And she, like, comes out of the snowbank eventually on the other side, like the Kool-Aid man. Oh my God, I felt so evil just laughing at this. But it would have been the most viral thing if I caught that on video. I said, "John, you've got to put more wildlife cams out, man, like security cams to capture that kind of thing." Now, I don't know if one-legged Lucy still lives. We didn't see her for months. We haven't seen her for months, John says. I hope she migrated somewhere else and lived, but man, we thought about capturing her and making her like a 3D printed leg. But you got to see this goat next. But every time I see turkeys now, I got to think about one-legged Lucy.
Let's go look at the goat. Okay. You can get animal feed at the concessions. Okay, I almost
They
fell.
were selling it over where they were selling the cannon.
They were?
Yes.
Oh,
Do you see those things that look like travel coffee mugs?
oh, that's animal feed?
That's what the sign said.
Oh, sweet. Well, let's go get some later. Because the people demand it. Now that we've eaten. He's like, yeah, whatever. Look at this magnificent beast.
How many kids have been feeding these animals for hours upon hours upon hours?
Yeah, but I want to. Wow. Now that is,
Legendary.
yes. I couldn't have said that better, C-Probe. This is the goat of legends. This
That's
is,
perfect for scratching an itch anyway.
he is, he scratches his back leg. This is an example of Gotus supremus.
Look at it.
This guy is the goat, the greatest of all time, the goat. He's the double G.
So how's England, Abu?
Well, it was slightly intimidating to feed. I understand this.
That girl's like,
giant. Otherwise,
can I? It's a test of bravery to stick the feed to the
you
fence.
wouldn't be allowed to children, unless children are comprised. Well, it was slightly intimidating to feed. I understand this. I'm sure he's a gentle giant. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allowed to children, unless children are comprises the main portion of his diet. In which case, he needs access to children. Hey, boo-boo. You're magnificent. I'm sure he has a name. He's wearing a collar and everything. It's a solidarity fist bump there, but, you know, that's just teasing one.
Okay, this guy tries to fist bump or fist salute a goat. This is gonna be on the weird things happen to me reel. Like I capture weird things. Remember last year? Okay, now it's one of those. Okay, what? Remember last year when we were at the pumpkin patch? We were trying to find a good pumpkin in a sea of really bad, rotten ones, and I was trying to make an actual like serious commentary. I said that even though it's October 31st, there's a wildfire across the river, just in the background. I mean, we're at Sauvie's Island, which is by the Columbia River. The background was the state of Washington and a mushroom cloud from that wildfire. It was arson, late season arson. So here I was trying to make this super serious comment about how, man, there's one in every crowd. Yeah, strange reverend. And behind me, and people were wearing costumes, because the later in October it gets, the more normal it is to wear your costumes in public anywhere. Not just like trick-or-treating or Halloween parties. So some people had worn their dress-up costumes to the pumpkin patch. As I'm making a serious commentary about, if you know anything about this arson, please call or something like that. Behind me, in the background, upstaging me, this guy is wearing a giant eyeball on his head. Like that is his costume, is like a giant round eyeball. No lid, but definitely like I think it was green, like a human green eyeball. Like a helmet that was round. But from the neck down, he was wearing a ghillie suit. You can't make this up. So here I am just super serious, and this guy walks behind me, and I'm looking at my phone going, wait. Portland is weird. Like there's all these bumper stickers. Portland is supposed to be the weird town of hippies and weirdos, but like harmless ones. And it had that reputation from like 1970 to like 5 years ago. Now it's gone to shit. Excuse my language. It's after 10 though. Yes, strange reverend, just like that. A human eyeball costume with a ghillie suit. And so all I could do is make some jokes like, you know what? I bet he's out there ready to ambush people, that's brilliant, because if you're in a field of pumpkins and there's almost no good ones left, it's kind of futile for you to pick through the hundreds of bad ones. But if you just sit there it's stealth, like in a ghillie suit of camouflage like that. It's camouflage suit with the actual like fuzzy fake vegetation, like fuzzy leaves on you, like serious camo, right? Fake moss and stuff woven into it. It's a better plan to just sit there, watch for somebody to find one and ambush that person. Yeah, strange references. I'm not saying no. Yeah. So this is not one of those weird Portland things. A guy is saluting a goat. You can't make this up.
It's a solidarity fist bump there, but you know.
And he realizes I'm filming him. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Just teasing him.
Okay, now the most epic thing would be if the goat reacted in rage or something, or yelled or screamed at him, or reared up or something. The goat just is used to this shenanigans and remains calm, unfortunately. I was really hoping he'd react, like maybe rear up, ram the fence, or stick his head over and, do something with his horns, like lunge at him.
That's those are horns of magnificence right there.
They don't do nothing. The goat, not the Portlander. Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a plaque, or you could figure out his species?
Okay, I know. Wildcat, there's weird people everywhere, but Portland has exceptional weirdness. In fact, bumper stickers are sold saying, "Please keep Portland weird. Please do your part." Okay, Portland has a naked bike riding day. Naked bicycle riding day, I should make clear. There are strict rules to the naked bicycle ride. It starts at one point and it has a definite route and a definite endpoint. And it's scheduled, and the police know about it, and they don't do anything. They actually just sort of, observe. So anybody can attend, which is a horrible policy. Just think about that for a second. Now, you're allowed a couple articles of clothing. Since this is usually kind of a cold day of the year, it's spring and not really too far out of the thaw. I believe it's spring. I don't know if it's autumn, but I think it's spring. And so you're allowed shoes, because I think the police don't allow you to ride a bicycle without shoes. Tragedies can happen if you go at high speed. Portland's got hills. Not quite like San Francisco hills, but hills. And really, it's easy to have your feet slip off and drag and rip the skin off the top of your feet or something. So you have to wear shoes. Socks are therefore allowed. You can wear a scarf. You can wear gloves. You can wear a hat. You can wear a belt. You cannot wear anything else. I think sometimes capes are allowed, but they've got to be short. You cannot wear a mask. You cannot hide your identity. So you got to do it in full glory. Cannot wear underwear. You can't. I mean, you're just naked on your bicycle. Has to be a true bicycle. Can't be like an e-bike or anything. You got to pedal this sucker, and it's scheduled, and that's what Portland does. So that's just one example of why Portland is exceptionally weird. And quite proud of it. At least they were till recently. It's just it's exceptionally friendly, like a small town. Like you just walk up and say, "Hey, where's the best place to eat around here, mate?" And somebody will just engage you and just start giving you directions and start talking about how Kung Pao is better here than there. Nude and proud, yeah, you gotta flaunt it. It's a thing of what do you call that? It's an avant-garde, almost sort of exhibitionist thing. Carney says in Arizona you can ride a motorcycle barefoot with no helmet, but you must wear sunglasses. Okay, that's a bit weird, but like I said, the authorities are used to this. So here I got a little bit distracted by these show chickens. Now, many of these are just top quality. There's only a single rooster, and it would not crow for me.
Seems like it wasn't too long ago now, but July has passed. Oh no, that chicken needs to wipe its. Okay, let's just say it needs a wet wipe, or a man wipe. Okay, pig races. The pig races. Let us go back to the pig races.
Okay,
What time is it?
5:01.
No, it's commencing. Let's go. We're gonna miss the pig racing. Power walking. Power walking up now. Let's go. Let's go. We're not gonna miss the pig race. I wanted to put down some money on them. You know, like the white one. You know, will be first. But you know, I'm gonna do a. You know, I'm gonna do an exotic bet. We're gonna do a park key wheel. We're gonna wheel the white pig on top, and then we'll key the white pig on top in our wheel. I'm gonna do a couple other bets, like a few exactas and the trifecta, but you know, you always should do a superfecta. Just always, even if it's a 10-cent super, because that's where the money is. You could get really lucky, you know. That's a house payment right there. If you win a superfecta, $2 superfecta could pay out $25,000. That's no joke. And that's why they don't call it gambling, they call it handicapping. It's a game of skills, much as chance. Here, it's commencing.
And every single one of you is going to count down with me. Are you ready?
Yes!
Awesome. Pigs in their starting positions. You ready? All right. 3, 2,
1,
go!
woo! The black pig. Yes!
At the K over there. Man, it looks like that pig is in the lead. And it looks like we have a winner. 1, 2, 3 piglets across that finish line. My.
Oh, the white pig came in last.
All right. This hour's pig race, and that concludes our pig races for the day.
Yeah.
So much for coming on today. It was
Did the black pig get third or second? Let's rewind. I think that was a photo finish. I barely caught it, but you know, I was pretty sad that they weren't numbered. They didn't even have their little, you know, they didn't have their saddlecloths on. It would have been hilarious. You know what? If they had saddles with numbered saddlecloths, and then they had little doll jockeys, that would be sweet. So let's see. Did the black one get third or second? Let's rewind.
2, 1, go!
Woo! The black.
See, he turned around there. He was like Man of War. Man of War only lost one race because he was backwards in the starting line. It's before they had starting gates. So he got a little confused there. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have been number one.
Yes!
But see how he overtakes third pig for second, despite turning around backwards. That is one racing hog right there. See, he cut over to the center line. Man, that was a good maneuver.
K over there. Man, it looks like that pig is in the lead. And
Yeah, I'm sure he would have won. He got second. That's the photo right there for the photo finish. So Blackie got second. So you had 10 pounds on the number 2 piggy on Blackie. Well, I hope it was to place, Abu. I hope it was to place. So the white pig finished last, and that's why my wheel fell apart, because I keyed the white pig on the top. That's how you save money in betting. A key means I know this one horse is going to win, right? And so then you take the others and say the others will place second, third, or fourth in these different combos, right? So that's how you can shave hundreds of dollars off of your bet, as long as you're sure which one's going to win. But you got to really be sure which one's going to win to do an exotic bet with a key part wheel. Now that's getting pretty complicated. I mean, newbies just bet to first place, to show, to win, to show, blah, blah, blah. Now exactas are better because you don't know which exact horse is going to win. Exacta is where you think these are the 2 best horses. One of them is going to be first, one of them is going to be second. So you do that. You say this horse first, that horse second. If you're not sure exactly which one, you box it, saying it doesn't matter what order it is they come in, but that costs double, right? Abu's pig scratched. Yeah, the runt scratched. You should get your money back from a scratch, technically. That's what I say. Now, But that's why horse racing could put off so many newbies, because they don't understand the exactas. Trifectas pay out big. That's when you know which horse is going to win, be second and third in the correct order. You have to get the correct order. So that's why the payout is huge for just $1 or $2, or large, I should say. But if something like American Pharaoh, like the super horse, like every time a super horse comes around, you just say key on top. That horse, that one's going to be first. And I don't know. Here's the next 3 best horses, next 2 or 3 best. I don't know what order they're going to win, but they're going to be behind him in second, third place. That's how you do a trifecta. So they call it tricast. Yeah, they have different names in different countries. Now in America, it's totally different than England. I bet on horses in England, and Horace won, so I won big on Horace. And I was at the Queen wasn't there. It would have been so cool to see the Queen. I was at Ascot, Royal Ascot. That was a cool experience. Not only do they run the wrong way around the track in England, they go the opposite way as the United States, but I didn't realize that they're not really called bookies. That's like a Hollywood word, and they hate being called that. But the people who take your bets, they can set their own odds. So like I was very confused that some of them wanted, if Horace Horus was going to win, that somebody wanted to give me 7-1 odds, somebody else wanted to give me 8-1, somebody else 10-1. So you had to like go around to the different guys and figure out what their odds making was. In the United States, we have parimutuel wagering, so the amount of money you get is going to be determined by the amount of bets on that horse around the world. So it's one set payout. So the more money is put on a single horse right up until the starting gate, the race begins, the odds change and change and change. So it's going to be the same no matter what track you're betting at. It's just going by how many people bet on that horse. So super horses like American Pharaoh, if you had a 2-win bet on him, God, you'd have to bet $800 to get almost anything back, because his odds would be like, 3/5 or something, or whatever the minimum odd is. So you actually have to do something like an exacta. Not only do you think he's going to win, but you have to figure out the second place horse. So exactas do way better payout. You have a decent chance of winning an exacta. But when trifectas are extremely hard to pull off, where the first place horse is second and the third in that order. If the order is messed up, you lose. Otherwise, unless you box it. But boxing a trifecta costs 3 times the amount of the bet. So superfectas are when the first place horse, the second, the third, and the fourth in the correct order. And I kid you not, I hate my friend. For doing this to me. I tell my friends, you do not bother me on 3 days of the year, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Belknap. You don't bother me on those 3 days of the year. I'm going to be at the track or watching the race, okay? It's America's oldest sports. It's been overshadowed by a lot of injuries and horrible, like Bob Baffert, the trainer, he should have been banned for life. Doping his horses and scandals. I really hope they clean up the industry, and they've made some strides. It's been pretty sad, but I mean, I still like horse racing in general. You just need to fix it. Now, my friend calls in a favor, a massive favor, so I can't deny him. On Kentucky Derby Day, he says, take me to the train station in Portland. Oh my God. So we get stuck in the traffic. I arrive late at the track, and I had this epiphany. I did 3 weeks of research, and I realized American Pharaoh is going to win. I know who's going to be second, and I know who's going to be third and fourth, because I could explain how I knew that, but it's mainly by watching every single race every single horse was in, and then doing a couple of calculations. It's mostly about calculating. and figuring out the running style of horses. So Frosted was the sleeper horse that had extreme endurance. So by the time other horses run out of steam at the very end, he's pulling ahead of others. So I knew he'd get third or fourth. So I wasn't really sure who would get third or fourth, but I knew the best horse was American Pharoah. The second best horse was this other one that they put a retired jockey back, pulled him out of the Hall of Fame in retirement to be on this second best horse. So I knew he'd be second. So I literally ran into the building because I was so late, dropping my friend off at the train station, and ran over to the little betting machine. I had just gotten $200 for something or other. Somebody paid me back. I wanted to put $250 on this exact superfecta. The superfecta for American Pharoah, the firing line, I think it was a different horse in third and Frosted fourth. And I had just pressed those things in the correct order. And I was pressing the finish button to print out the ticket. And that's when the gates opened and I couldn't finish the bet. Literally about 3 seconds too late. They did come in that order, and the payout was $28,000. I missed out on $28,000. And on Facebook, when I was at the train station, I told people to make this bet. I said, I have an extremely strong feeling that this is the way it's going to play out. Please do it. If there's only so many places you could bet in the United States, but it came in, and I wrote it down. I wrote it down before the race started on Facebook, so I've got proof. And I just hate my friend to this day. Like, you had to go and book your train ticket on Kentucky Derby Day and not arrange for anybody else to take you to the station, and decided to call me the very moment I was getting the car to leave for the track. Like, you couldn't call me an hour earlier. You had to call me right now. And he's like, oh, and it wasn't an emergency or anything. It wasn't an emergency. He just was he's a goofy guy. He's just a goofy guy he's like the hippie type. Everything's going to be okay. I don't have to ever plan for anything ahead of time. You know, I'll make it somehow. He's the kind of guy who's like, oh, I'll spontaneously just like hitchhike across the country, even though I only have $50 to my name. You know, it'll work out somehow. I'll get where I'm going somehow. I'll get food somehow. He's that kind of non-planner. Oh my God, I should have just gone to the track, won the money, and then said, I'll buy you a plane ticket. But I thought I could fit it in. I thought I could fit it in. You said I missed out on $100,000 in Dogecoin. How'd that happen, Wildcat? I was going to buy Dogecoin when it was extremely not valuable because it was a meme. I just thought it was hilarious. I'm not interested in cryptocurrency at all. I think it's bad for the planet, and it's also imaginary. It's completely imaginary, just like all currency is, really. But I don't like the fact that it's making imaginary numbers with and driving up the price of video cards. So, I mean, this channel, like, I would have so much better gear if I didn't have to buy a video card during the height of the Bitcoin craze. It cost me $850 or so to buy a stupid video card that usually has a price tag of $450 or $400. Most of them were going for $1,200 on eBay at the time, but imagine what I could have done to make the stream better with better equipment elsewhere. Abu says I picked 5 out of 6 on a Grand National Day. Oh my God. You got thousands back, but you just missed out on 1.9 million. Okay, if you guys don't know what Grand Nationals are, they're an incredible horse race every year in England. A steeplechase. That's the one where the horses jump over hedges again and again and again. Okay, I was in England and I missed out on a bet on Hedge Hunter when he won the Grand National. There's a guy right next to me freaking out, freaking out, and freaking out because he had Hedge Hunter, the legendary horse, keyed on top with his bet, and he knew the second place horse and the third. He had like a trifecta type thing going, and the horse that needed to be second place was behind Hedge Hunter the entire damn race and fell on the very last hedge and was disqualified. This man had so much money on that, he was about to win. I mean, he could have bought 5 houses with what he was about to win. Screamed next to me, like shrieked in agony when that horse fell. And he didn't injure it. Like most of these horses, when horses fall, they just sort of tuck and roll. They have an instinct to tuck their head under and they cartwheel. And they get right up. Every once in a while there's an accident, but that's really rare. So when people think, oh, horses fall, yeah, like most of the horses will fall in the Grand National, and that will be a disqualifier because they'll dump their jockeys off, and you can't ride a horse after it falls down. You gotta have a medical inspection and everything, but they just get back up. It's an incredible thing to watch. It's as an American, I didn't even know this happened in other parts of the world, but one of my English friends I was staying with says we're going to the local corner place that you can bet. I didn't even know you could just bet on sports in England. It's not done in the United States. Only a couple sports you can bet on, like horse racing, and it has to be at the track or very special designated restaurants and stuff. Very few exist in the West now at all, so that's part of the decline of the sport. I mean, the rest is the concern for horse welfare. But like I said, we got a lot the industry needs to clean up its act. But yeah, Hedge Hunter, I put like a pound on him or something just as a token, because in order to watch with the guys, we all put something in a jar. You know, I had no idea what I was doing. I'd never seen a steeplechase, didn't know they existed anymore. We don't have them in the United States. I don't think there's any. You just have harness racing and your typical horse racing. So harness is like trotting, you know. But anyway, American Pharaoh, and that was one of the last super horses I think we'll have. If there's ever a super horse situation, just bet them to win every single race of their career, and you're going to come out majorly ahead. If you can recognize a horse that's like a super horse that people don't, like I recognized Hanson, the white wonder horse, as a super sprinter. One time, just going to Portland Meadows, I used to go there every Wednesday for my lunch. He was right next to a college I was attending for a bit. I paid my entire college semester after just betting money on Hanson. So it's like I was trying to tell David, like T-Probe, it's called handicapping and not gambling, because if you know what you're doing and study the actual horses and their statistics, every horse has its own speed. It's known. They do practice runs, and we know which ones are faster than the others. They just put weights in their saddle to kind of even the odds a little bit. And mostly it's the jockey's choice about whether or not that horse is going to win. So if you pair the right jockey with the right horse, you get the winners. Because the jockey just has to be intelligent. But in the United States, I stopped betting recently because Bob Baffert, I think, should be banned from the sport. He not only dopes his horses and got caught, and some of them got injured, but he plays dirty. So like with the Kentucky Derby, he'll enter 4 different horses from his stable, and he'll tell the other 3 jockeys to just block the other horses so that the one can win that he designates to win. And I don't think that should be allowed. Like that's not fair. He did that with one of the last Kentucky Derby winners. That one, I just think that's not right. You know, when he got banned, safety improved, and the sport had more fairness again. but he's allowed again. You know, some people think he's one of the greatest trainers of all time. He's just a cheat to me. He's just a cheat. So we go to conclude the thing. We're laughing at the pig races. We stand in line and we start getting rained on. And it was just kind of a boring wait for this hay wagon right here. Yeah, tactics. That shouldn't be allowed. Carney says, I always like mules more than horses. I hear they're very nice animals. I like burros. They're 10 times smarter than a horse, they say. You just have to understand the psychology of asses and which is the donkey family. They are smarter than horses, and not on all subjects, but like when it comes to safety, horses, you can win their trust and make them brave, and they'll run straight into cannon fire. I mean, that's what we train them for. You know, a lot of the hot-blooded ones are for war, right? So they're just supposed to do what we tell them. Whereas donkeys in the ass family, the wild asses, they still have their wild survival instincts more than a horse does. They haven't really been bred to do what we say. They've been bred to carry, you know, beast of burden. So they'll look at things they think are dangerous, be afraid of that thing, and refuse to go. Like, sometimes you won't realize it's ridiculous. Let me go to the next video. We go on a hay wagon ride as the last thing we did. Oh, and then I'll show you the amazing barn.
That's adorable. Look, they're taking.
Oh, and then me riding the cow. That's a pretty fun one. Let me get to that. One second.
So does this take us?
All right, here's.
So does this take us to?
It's just there's a loud tractor, so I'm just gonna mute it. You can see the very, very short trip around the field. I thought it took us to a field where we get pumpkins like last time. We were at Savi's Island. In reality, it's just a tractor ride around like an acre, 2 acres. But heck, why not, right? But I didn't realize that until after I boarded. So this guy was pretty funny. He was like acting really super serious. And he goes, there are two rules, and you must obey them. The first rule is you do not leave your seats. Like you sit down, pick where you want to sit down. Don't deviate from where you sit. Don't stand. Don't lean out, you know, arms and legs inside. But no standing, you know. You could tumble out. So choose where you want to be right now. So this lady, she's like, oh yeah, I want to be right here. He goes, okay, really, your butts don't leave the seat. Now the second rule. And then he like lightens up. He goes, you have to have fun. He was pretty fun. And so everybody starts laughing. So, but it's just a loud engine noise. You can't hear that. So anyway, back talking about burros and donkeys and stuff. Wild asses are a totally different species, family, genus, right? Stubborn as a mule, exactly. They're not actually stubborn. That's a misinterpretation. If you wanted to get super technical. Well, you're not wrong saying they're stubborn. But really looking deeper into it to figure out their behavior, it's that they are more emotional and they refuse. They do more refusal because of danger sense. So they are super alert to danger, and they are much more likely than a horse to fight danger or avoid it rather than flee from it. I hope that makes sense. So if you have mules or donkeys in your field and like a cougar attacks, they'll try to beat up the cougar, the mountain lion, rather than run off from it, because A, they don't run that fast, but B, they're more wild like that, right? They've got the wild survival instincts different than a horse. It's not just, oh, I'm going to freak out, be afraid of everything, and run. So they'll use their brain and their brawn to get out of a situation then, more than a horse. Right. So they may be afraid of something you're not aware of. They can be afraid of reflections in water, unsure of what water is. Like, is that a pool of water in front of me? Or is it rocks? Because rocks are reflected in the water. And these rocks look like not a good place to put my foot. They look unstable, right? Hey, Tracy, good morning. How are you? It's 6:46 a.m. there. You're in the UK. What part again? Abby was as well. So if a mule or a donkey refuses something like to step in a mud puddle, you have to assess what has prompted this refusal. Is it reflecting a rock cliff face above that has an unstable look to it, so they just think that it's a bad footing? Or if it's not reflecting anything, are they fearing that it's too deep to walk through? So instead of like yanking on yelling at them, yanking on their halter, or worse, getting physical with them, what you do is you demonstrate the safety. So you yourself walk through that mud puddle and look laissez-faire, smile at it, and go, "See, there's nothing to be afraid of." Near Bristol, okay. Oh, you're near Glasgow, okay. Oh yeah, Lassie. I'm a wee body Lassie. Sweet, I forget that. Sorry. So once you convince them everything's safe, they'll just follow you anywhere. They are loyal. They want to do what you want, but they don't suffer fools. They're not going to follow the lemmings off the cliff. Like, wild asses are herd animals, so they do form herds, but they have way more independent thought and survival instincts than, say, the horse genus, not genus, but the horse family. So the burros and wild asses can split off into their own like small family groups more than horses do. Horses will remain in a large herd. There will be a dominant mare. There will be a dominant stallion, and you will do what they say in the horse herd. But onagers and wild asses, the donkey family, they will be together just because they want to. You know what I'm saying? They don't have such a hierarchy. They don't just mindlessly follow the leader. They put their faith in whoever's smart. So you have to demonstrate that you're the smartest. So that's a little bit different than, say, just saying they're stubborn. Now, if they don't want to do something because of some other reason, you can just motivate them with reward and say, "Yeah, do this uncomfortable task. I offer you a reward." They'll do whatever you want then at that point. So it comes down to, like, if you're on a trail, you can choose and out in the field, like we're talking trail horse riding and stuff. I spoke at length with a guy at the Dude Ranch at the ghost town of Cornucopia. He was the ranch hand. He goes, "I would so much more trust a mule on these high altitude cliff trails, because there's some steep rocky mountains there." And oh, Tracy, by the way, this is just west of Portland. This is an extremely old road that goes by here called Old Cornelius Pass Road. It's probably a 10,000-year-old Indian path. It takes people from the western Willamette Valley, called the Tualatin Plains, where the Tualatin Indians used to live, to the mountain pass north to the Columbia River. So it probably can't be more than 10,000 years old, because the Ice Age floods scoured the landscape after they ended the Missoula floods and washed everything away that was there prior. But ever since then, it's likely that the same route was taken through the mountains. There's just a couple good ways to go. One was called the Logai Trail, which I don't think you can drive anymore. They paved roads up right over these ancient Indian paths. We have one more video here with the going to the ancient barn and the fun thing with the cow. So, well, I'll show you the cow thing in a second. So it's one of people don't realize that Oregon was settled before the West was, because people came by boat around, today's South America, today's, Brazil and Argentina, and they set up Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia River. That was founded before any of the towns west of the Mississippi, America, because that was done right after the Louisiana Purchase. So Louisiana Purchase happened, so there were some French establishments by the Mississippi River, but no American ones. So boats from New York went all the way around South America and established the fur trading fort at Astoria. And that was only a few days canoe paddle. This place where I'm at in the video is only a few canoe paddling days east. And this is where the Hudson Bay Company grazed a bunch of cattle out here. There's an ancient ghost town called Centerville, which nobody's even heard of in this county, which is nearby, that the Hudson Bay made cheese at on Dairy Creek. And they lost the exact location of it because it was like 1811, excuse me, until they dredged a little bit of Dairy Creek to do a canal work and found the mill grinding stones. That's the first place that cheese and dairy was produced west of the Rocky Mountains, other than the ancient Spanish, missions in California. That doesn't count. That's not America, right? I mean, Spanish missions were from like Baja California to San Francisco, and not really further north than that. But I'm talking America, right? But people drive on these roads and pass these farms and stuff every day and don't realize that beneath their feet there's probably 10,000 plus years of history of where these Indians were probably here. The oldest of the oak trees they probably rested under and maybe even buried their dead under and planted, like the Indians planted these oak trees and maintained the plains with the proper use of fire through control burns. So it's a really eerie, sacred kind of feel out here if you know your history. There's some waterfalls and stuff nearby. Unfortunately, I would love to show them to you guys, but it's on private property. But if you look up the history, like the Cornelius Pass and the Logi Trail, massive ancient history there. I would love in these creeks and rivers right around here to metal detect, to try to find the holy grail of finding something, which would be like an ancient Hudson Bay Company beaver trap or something. They would lose them sometimes in the water, and some of them have got to be out there. Fort Vancouver, I should take you guys there. I bet that could be our next walking tour. Do you guys want me to do that? Fort Vancouver. I bet you I have 5G there. I bet I have 5G at Fort Vancouver. Abby says I always learn. I think sorry, let me read chat correctly. The Grand Canyon uses mules and they can see all four of their feet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I heard something about that. A horse can only see its front feet. Yeah, horses have a severe front blind spot right in front of their faces. That's why it's so difficult to do horse jumping. It's so dangerous. Like Christopher Reeves was a horse jumper, and one of his horses refused, and he went over the neck of the horse, and he fell and broke his neck and became paraplegic. And that was pretty shocking. As a child, I was a horse jumper. I tried minor show jumping. I really liked it. But yeah, refusal is terrifying. But sorry, I'm all over the place with my random comments because I go off the chat. Yeah, Fort Vancouver has been restored, like recreated, and I could stream that live. I did a walking video tour not being live earlier in the summer. Oh, but I think they're doing lantern tours this time of year. That would be cool to do the lantern tour at night. Yeah. Tracy says, yeah, they could see, horses could see their front feet, but not their back. Oh, really? Abby says, can you see the back of your legs? Try it now. I can contort, but if I did that, my channel would be rated X and I'd be demonetized, okay? All right, I want to show you guys the funny cow scene here. I tried to set this up with Z-Probe. I'll just show you this, and we'll go back to our banter in a minute.
That's adorable. Look, look, they're taking pictures on a cow. I want to take a picture on a cow. Come on, let's go.
It's not a real cow.
I know. That's why you can write it.
I don't know if you guys heard what Z-Probe said. He goes, that's not a real cow, with a smile. So I said, yeah, that's why you can write it.
That is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
He goes, how old are you?
Shut up. I am old enough to ride. Okay, you must be this tall to ride and this old, and I am old enough to ride. Okay, now you will, this is how you do it, sir.
What am I supposed to do?
Okay, so what you do is you hit this button, and that is the picture taking button while we are live. Okay, that button down there, see? You like this, like 3, 2, 1. Okay? All right, and I will be in a variety of poses.
So I want him to take stills while filming. You could do that on the Samsung. There's like a still picture taking button.
Use one of the pumpkins.
Good idea.
I think that's what they're for.
This is slick.
There's another, well, yeah, it's all misty. There's another cow right. There's another cow that's easier to climb on right next to this one.
I'm sure this will work.
All right, don't hurt yourself, Kath. Be careful.
I'm a cowgirl.
Yeah, but I don't want to bring you home in an ambulance.
Yeah, I just said, I'm a cowgirl.
Okay, ready? Okay, picture number 1.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, picture number 2.
3, 2, 1.
Picture number 3.
3, 2, 1.
I had no idea that my other phone was about to fall into my pocket. I should have zipped that pocket, and the people behind me are like, oh my God. But C-Probe, dang it, get the whole cow in the picture. We need to go back and retake this. Come on, man. I wanted to frame this. I went to SeaWorld or something a long time ago, or maybe it was Marine World Africa USA, which was near Napa. I think it still exists, but not like it did in the past. And they had a fake orca, life-sized orca, with a background like you were in the trainer area, like you were in the tank. And so lifelike. What you're supposed to do is climb on the back of the fake orca and grab onto its dorsal. So I have a picture of me holding an orca's dorsal fin like this, and in that pose, like I'm riding it. Yeah, I was at Vallejo. Exactly, November 6th, Gulf Lima, Mike Lima. Yes, have you been there? I was there as a kid and had a birthday party there. I was riding elephants and everything. Like they had African elephants in the distant past. They had an African elephant calf that was water skiing. They had a water skiing elephant. It liked to do it. Like it wanted to. And so they just tried to figure it out. And there's old 1960s or something or 70s footage of that. They had dolphins. There was a dolphin show, seal show. I got to pet a cheetah. Elephant rides. They had orcas. And man, it was a big, expansive facility though, where a lot of the animals roamed. And they had a double-decker carousel from the Victorian era or turn of the century. And I think it's the Rolling Stones, SV Kathy. I think it's uh, Sympathy for the Devil, actually. I think I heard that. Um, woo, woo. That one. I think it was that one. I'm not sure. Maybe the music changed, but it looks like it's giving birth in the picture. What is this cow? It's a little bit overloaded. It needs milking pretty seriously. I'm so happy that my phone didn't slip out of my pocket at that point. Yeah, Marine World Africa USA. I heard that they don't really have as many animals anymore. There was marine land and this and that because the Napa Bay Area land got so valuable. It was hard to have amusement parks. It was right next to Great America and the big water theme park, wasn't it? If I remember right. Water World or something. Six Flags bought out Great America, but the water park was my next birthday party. Man, those were the glory days. There were some extremely frightening water slides at that water park. Like, I never weighed very much as a kid. I always looked like I was 5 years younger than I was. Just late bloomer, I guess. Petite. So it doesn't matter if I was on a raft or something. If you were on a raft and went down the tube ride, like I started going airborne within the tubes. Like I was ready to just slide right out. The ones that slosh from side to side. It was an exercise in terror to be at water parks, really, unless I was paired with somebody heavy. So yeah, I don't know that they have elephants or anything like that anymore. But it was great. They walked around the park free, and they had on the backs, children. It was almost like a little tower, like you see in India. So it was mainly for children to ride. That was an amazing place. The dolphins there interacted with people through windows, and you could sort of do stuff with them. So one dolphin came over to me, and I was like, "Hi, dolphin," and it blew up a ring, a bubble ring, and it started out really slow from its blowhole, like a really small donut, and it just expanded and expanded and expanded. And in the actual, it was like a rope of air rising very slowly up to the top, getting bigger and bigger. And the actual air rope was rotating. Strange Reverend says for water park rides, the terror was the fun back then, when everything was dangerous. Now that I watch all these disaster shows on YouTube about actual fatalities at these parks, that they didn't really have to report them to the public, that there's a lot of, like to the authorities, that they could sign non-disclosure agreements, settle out of court with the parents and stuff. I realized a lot more kids and stuff died at these places than I ever realized. Like the world's largest water slide thing. California had better regulations than most states. But like places like Alabama or like the Wild West, where you don't even have to have an engineering degree to design your own water slide. I won't even tell you about. It's too depressing. The world's largest water slide, fatality. Don't. If you're squeamish and sensitive, don't look up what that is. But SB Kathy says you have better memory than me, and I've been there a few times. Marine World Africa USA. Wow. Yeah, they had. I don't know if the double-decker carousel was at Great America or not, but I hear that they had to move because of the HP or some big corporation bought a lot of their land. Or was that marine land? C-Pro would know this. I don't know if he's still with us. I think he probably went to bed. Yeah, he's in bed. C-Pro lived in the Bay Area, and HP or some other corporation bought out the land of some amusement park or some animal park, and it became like this big Silicon Valley, the start of the Silicon Valley craze and the start of the crazy property values in the Bay Area. Okay, let's continue with the cow ride. Yeah, that might be Prince.
Okay, now here, do a video.
So I then had this idea. So I said, actually, you know what will be funny? Is why don't you get me from the rib cage up, right? Like I'm riding a real animal, and I'll rock back and forth like I'm riding a horse or something. And then I wanted him to quickly zoom out to show that I'm on a stationary fake cow. And that would be a nice, funny meme, you know? So the camera wasn't cooperating very much, and I don't think he understood what I was trying to instruct him on, like the concept, because I'm kind of shouting at him from the back of a cow here, and it's starting to rain. But I really wanted to just clip it, so it's like, oh, I'm riding a horse or something, zoom out, and it's a damn cow. So he tries this out a few times. It doesn't exactly work.
Where I'm riding, like this whole up, right? Then you zoom out.
Where's the zoom?
Pinch the zoom like this.
Oh, like an iPhone. Okay.
Yeah. So get me so like I'm actually riding something, and then zoom out, it's a fake cow, okay?
What's it doing? No, it's not letting me. Oh, it's got like a zoom slider thingy. It doesn't pinch.
Okay, we'll work with that. Ready?
Yep, go. You're live.
See, he doesn't crop it tight enough, so it just looks dumb the whole time. So I guess I could, but I expected him to just do that for a second and zoom out. I'm like, how long do I have to pretend like I'm riding here? Now my head's not in it. So that kind of failed. In Japan, the cow would walk. Oh, that would be sick.
Get it?
Yeah.
All right, try it one more time. Make sure.
So I tried to get him to repeat it. Okay, this is making me car sick. Sorry, whoever's car sick. I'm just going to fast forward it. It didn't work. So I finally tried to do racing pose. Here we go. Or I dismount.
Oh my God, I'm goofy.
Yes.
You're not supposed to say yes.
You want me to argue with you?
Yeah. Like, tell me I'm normal. So, okay, that doesn't make sense, does it? Okay. Normal is boring. I wouldn't be exciting normal. Okay. All right. That was a good ride, Bessie. That was a good ride. You're a good steed. That's pretty cool. It's mega chest. I'm suggesting that I ride this one, but you know, she looks lame. You know, you just can't do that. You just can't ride a lame animal. Let's go get a pumpkin now.
Now I dig the super mushroom. Did you guys see that? Let's go back. I should have lingered on it.
You just can't do that. You just can't ride a lame animal. Let's go get a pumpkin.
See this mushroom? Dude. That's a magical type right there. It's poisonous to humans, but it has a great connection to Santa Claus, the myth of Santa Claus. Normal is boring. It's true. Let me open up a window. It's getting hot in here because my computer doing streaming just it's like an oven. Hang on a sec. Okay, out the window, we have pretty much a dead calm mist, and we've had dense fog advisory for the last couple of days. I've been trying to figure out what should I do next to show you guys around here. I should probably make a second channel just for adventures, so people only want to know about wildfire info, don't get bothered by the rest of this. I get feedback sometimes like I don't like you personally, but I like your wildfire information. Okay. That's fine. I want to help everybody, not just people who like me. So I want people to not be annoyed by the content. So Alice in Wonderland, that's okay, stranger Edmund, that's okay. You can eat them with some preparation first, right? That preparation happens to be feed them to a reindeer. Is that what you're talking about? So you can't make this up, and this is the origins of Santa Claus, as an elf, not as a saint. Like the pagan origins. You know how they turn all pagan myths that won't go away into some sort of saint, right? To help convert the locals. Well, an elf was a small person, sort of like a dwarf originally, not like a Tolkien elf, like a magical being. They could come and go. They're related to beings that lived underground, kind of like leprechauns or whatever. And they're kind of on a different plane. And they could come around to benefit your life or to menace it. Some of them were beneficial and some of them were like evil. Yeah, that's the nature of the Fae, the folk that are magical. It's nice, to be honest, I guess. Drink reindeer pee. Exactly, Cardi. Yep, that kind of preparation. You know about it. So the Santa Claus was an elf, and there's a reason he has red robes with white ermine trim. Ermine is a white weasel, right? So it's the same color as that mushroom. So I kid you not, but the reindeer herder people in Siberia and Norway and stuff like that, they figured out their reindeer would delight in eating these mushrooms. Now they're poisonous to humans, but after the reindeer consumed the mushroom, they would get high. They would have pupil dilation, and they would become elated, happy little reindeer. And they would begin to prance around and act like they were juvenile, like they were calves again. And the reason that all, no, not calves, fawns. Is a reindeer a fawn when they're, or a calf? I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. So the reindeer anyway acted like when it was a youth. Now all mammals that are like horses and deer and stuff, they prance when they're young to strengthen their bones. They actually have to impact their bones a lot to strengthen that. It's so they don't have any choice but to be exuberant and bouncy, right? And same thing with little kids, human kids. So you have to go, Tracy. Oh, you have a good night. Yeah. Good morning. Sorry, I didn't realize it would be like a Monday morning for my British people. But I was tuckered out yesterday after this. So these reindeer would have dilated pupils. They would start jumping around with joy as an elation, like they were young again. And so, of course, mankind is curious about this, and has nothing to do in Siberia. So, of course, somebody tried this. They thought, you know what? We may not be able to consume this mushroom, but what if we drink their pee? I don't mean that they have a cup and they drink it. It's sanitary. They collect it and they boil it off. And I believe the remnants of the chemical is in the bottom after the urine has been boiled off. Something like that. At least I hope it's something like that. But once consumed, then it's a powerful hallucinogen that apparently results in generally a good trip, spiritual journey, or whatever. So what happens in these trips is hallucination. So somebody can see elves and whatever. So what became Santa Claus, that jolly old elf, even in some of the Victorian songs, he's a jolly old elf, right? That's why he's immortal and doesn't die or anything. Jumps on reindeer back and they can fly. So just watching them jumping around into the sky in exuberance, and if you're tripping too, that's where the idea of flying reindeer comes from. So the elf associated with the gift of feeling nice and peaceful and all this is the one that wears the robes in the color of the mushroom. He's kind of symbolic of the mushroom itself. I suppose it can have therapeutic benefit. Now we're starting to realize this. Perhaps health benefits too. I have no idea. Yeah, the reindeer and the shaman's liver would filter out toxins for you. Yeah. Oh, and then the shaman did the same thing, sold his own pee after eating the mushrooms. I don't think a shaman could do it though. I mean, wouldn't it be toxic to a person? Either way, no matter how it's done, that is the origins of it. The gift giving mushroom and the spiritual comfort. They would sit there, trip out, and look at the northern lights and see reindeer jumping up into the sky and flying, basically. That is the origin of a gift giving elf wearing those red and white robes. It wasn't physical gifts, it was something like that. So, yeah, these days mushrooms are now introduced in therapy, and apparently what they can do is increase a person's awareness and empathy for others. So even a selfish person can start understanding the feelings of others during such therapies and become less selfish. Somebody who is traumatized can, under the guidance, not like just random recreational use or drug abuse, but like under the guidance of a shaman and or a therapist, come to peace with traumatic events. Speak to whatever spirit, you needed to make amends with, that somebody dies and there's things you never discussed. So I find it interesting that mushrooms are making a comeback as therapy and seeing more as a gift rather than some sort of a hippie drug to abuse. So Carney says, imagine collecting pee from reindeer high on mushrooms. Term getting pissed dates back to this time. Yeah. You can't make this up. Like, I really don't think it's an urban legend thing at all. Like, it really is the origin. There's a reason why Santa Claus has red and white robes. But wow. So let's go to the end where we this is the close up of that sweet tractor. I mean, dang. That thing needs to be museumized, it shouldn't be out in the rain, that sort of thing. But you got to see the sweet barn. I'm going to mute it because I'm just getting, it's time to relax, guys. It's an international harvester, red, called McCormick there. And I did look over to the left at there's a pretty cool, the barn is still, the farmhouse is still in use. So I was like, is that, somebody lives in there, but there's a kitchen and everything. Look at the nice roses. Some roses are still in bloom. The rose garden probably is, but I don't think I can show you guys the rose garden because it's on a slope. Super steep. That's a lot of walking. I don't think my knees and hips are in the condition for that. But that's picturesque right there. Turn of the century farmhouse. And those are called aerators. Aero rotators, I guess. It would change the American West. It's wind powered well pumps are what those are. Before those existed, it was really difficult to get any water to the surface in any deserty type environment and any in general. Like, you had to have manual pumps, expensive pumps and things. And if they failed and these things did not refill the animal trough in the desert, like all of your animals died. So they needed constant maintenance, constant supervision. But when these things could babysit themselves and constantly bring water to the surface, all of a sudden you could have animal watering stations along the range and have successful farms. Like, it was a revolution. So there's not that many that survive because of the nature of them just being up on, well, they're vulnerable to wind damage. Since they're obsolete in a way, not too many people restore them. It's like a labor of love. So it's cool to see some still functional like that with all of their blades intact. I've gone out to Eastern Oregon and seen a few, but they're also victim to somebody could get hurt on it, so I'll tear it down, sort of thing. Carney says the mushrooms are a serotonin replicator, sits on a serotonin receptor, has a long carbon chain behind it, so it lasts a long time. Safer than SSRI drugs. But you can't patent it, of course. No wonder they needed it to be illegal. Right. Can't patent made something by God, but you can patent made something by man. Of course. So this is just beautiful. Portland is known for its roses. It's called the Rose City. And so there's an elaborate rose garden, but it's really the wrong time of the year to see it anyway. But there's an elaborate woodworking shop in there. But this is a new part. It's not red. So yeah, it's got a new belt on it. This functions, I bet. Tire's not in bad shape either. I wonder if they take it to the steam ups. I keep missing them every year, but there's two Oregon traditions, a plowing festival where they use draft horses, and they used to do it just west of Portland. It was easier to go to. Then they changed it to McMinnville, which is the place where the Spruce Goose is with the big Air and Space Museum. He also has an SR-71. I took my dad there, and he goes, "Yeah, I recognize that SR." And he reached up and touched it. And a guy comes over from the museum, and I thought he was going to tell Dad not to touch the airplane, but he didn't. He goes, "So you like SRs?" And Dad casually goes, "Yeah." But I'm like, "Dad." So I spoke up for him. I said, "Well, yeah, Dad programmed their flight simulator." Guy's eyes popped out of his head. He's like, "Do you want to volunteer at our museum?" And Dad's like, "I live in California." I was like, "Move to Oregon, Dad. Volunteer at the museum." You tell people a hell of a lot more about the SR than anybody else here. Anyway, I picked up that pig and it didn't squeak. Like, they had defective toys. They have a lot of honey in here, blackberry syrup and stuff. It was extremely overpriced, though, unfortunately. But I wanted to pause right there. Look at the old beams. First of all, that is not concrete. It's masonry. The barn has masonry foundations and up to about 6 feet tall. That's a lot of mortar on top of the actual rocks, but it's rocks. And second, look at the axe marks, axe bites on these super long beams. I don't know the age of the barn. It has plenty of new 1920s and onwards nails. Before 1920, all the nails basically were the triangular ones with square heads. But just look at the chain there. That's blacksmith forged chain. And plenty of the U bolts that were hammered into these beams were definitely blacksmith forged. So you could see some saw marks on some of these beams. But this one is been squared with an adze or an axe, like Viking style. You can see those are axe marks. So it was a round log, and the side of it was just chipped away by adzes and axe work. The Viking style-esque type of tools. So most people walk in this barn and not understand what they're seeing, but I learned some of these about some of the stuff at Hudson Bay, the recreated Hudson Bay fort at Fort Vancouver. The carpentry shop is full of people learning carpentry techniques that are ancient, pre-saw stuff. Because every building at Hudson Bay Fort Vancouver has to be recreated with hand tools like that. pre-saw hand tools. So that's actual masonry. It's got ugly mortar all over it, but if you could chip some of that back, that would be beautiful stonework. It does have a poured concrete floor, but you can do that later, you know, for a barn. But if you look up, you see the notches like in the upper left beams. I wonder if the original barn was built much like a log cabin. Part of it seems to be without nails. Like there are rounded beams at the top supporting the floor above. Now that's more reminiscent of a pole barn, but I'm not an expert on this stuff. But you can see by hand they cut out the notches so that the round beams could wedge into the square, just like Lincoln logs, like log cabin stuff. So you can see that's much newer wood. That's the plank stuff in between there. The older stuff is darker. But it was just amazing to behold. And what impressed me was how well this is kept up. No smells of rotting wood or anything musty at all. Nice and dry. They took damn good care of this. You can see the axe marks, chips off the sides, and it's all rough, like very primitive sawmill stuff plus hand axe work. What's more impressive is that the beams are just extremely long and yet worked by hand. So, yeah, I'm impressed with your knowledge, Carney. That's amazing. I'm still afraid of mushrooms. I've never tried anything of the sort. I'm not a person into drugs, really. But I'm not into pharmaceuticals either, unless I really have to be. Now, this is a cool old scale. I'm now curious, especially about natural things. This scale still worked. I just touched it with my finger. It's not calibrated, but it's pretty dang amazing. There's another scale here where it's a hanging scale. You could just hang your bag to weigh your fruit or whatever, or your fish. But see more axe marks and see this ancient pin and ring. They squared that without saws. That's where they just go with the axe down the beam, sideways, sideways. And if you screw up, you really have ruined the entire beam. Like if you've made it too narrow on one side, it really is a super skill. You can make pencil marks or chalk marks, charcoal marks on the ends and on the top, but you've got to have a lot of hand skills to not make that too narrow. Yeah. Oh, Rick Hoppy, how you doing? Good to see you. The axe marks are a nice aesthetic touch as well as a practical one. Yeah, it's I'm glad they didn't smooth it out, that they didn't plane it, that it's still that rough. I just wish there was not that much mortar on the stonework. I bet some of the stones are really pretty. So it was just filled everywhere with he's wearing a squid hat again. He loves that hat. I'm like, do you understand how ridiculous you look though, C-Pro? Yeah, how you doing, Rick? How are you? How are things? I looked around and they had some amazing honey, arrow leaf honey. I never even heard of that. But this was $10 a jar. So I went, ugh. Okay, maybe not. And then different berries, berry mixes, white clover. It's a nice touch. And yeah. Then they had something called meadow foam, and I've not heard of that. Have you guys? Okay, I'm now a meat popsicle. Time to shut the window. Guys, soon it's time to light fires. Like, I've got a wood burning fireplace. Knock on wood. I've got to get a chimney sweeping log, and then it's time for stories by the fire. I hope to read you guys one every night now, unless I'm on the road showing you something else. I really want to do some leaf driving tours for you guys. I'm trying to plan routes where I won't lose the internet and won't lose signal. But the red leaves have just popped, and that won't be for long. And I've got to do it on the days it's not particularly raining. So I do know of a couple ghost towns to the west of here by the Salmonberry River that would look incredible at, say, at dawn if I filmed them with the drone. And even the drive. It's out towards Highway 26, Camp 18 area. That would be a good drive. I could, if they do lantern tours this year they canceled them for COVID for the last couple of years. Lantern night tours of Fort Vancouver, the fur trade fort that they recreated. That would be cool. I bet you I'd have 5G there. But yeah, meadow foam honey sounds awesome, but that's $100 jar right there. Like, dang. Probably last year's, judging by how cloudy it is. A whole gallon of it, dude. I've been consuming a lot of honey trying to fix my throat. But I just couldn't justify any of that. I want to make my own candles. I used to love that as a autumn activity, and put my own essential oils in them. I would decorate pillar candles with things I found in the forest, like ferns and such, and make a nice cloudy look to it. Add essential oils for nice, nice fuzzy feelings. I made some beeswax candles before. That could be quite expensive, but the paraffin, even paraffin, soy wax doesn't throw scent that well. It can be cloudy. There's also issues with coconut wax. They can make tea lights better, but nothing beats good old-fashioned paraffin for throwing warm scents and not becoming cloudy. Yeah, honey never goes bad, it's true, but it clouds and crystallizes, and it's a pain to re-liquefy it. It's true. Like King Tut's tomb had honey in it that was still good. It had fully crystallized, but it was still edible. Yeah, honey can be sold by the gallon. That's carved beeswax. The little bear holding the honey, that's a work of art right there. So I just checked the price of paraffin wax. When I moved years ago, I gave away my candle making supplies, including just pounds of paraffin wax. I cannot believe how expensive it is right now, even wholesale. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, but so it was strange. I have a nose like a hound. I went, I walked 6 feet away to the left and said, "What's that smell?" And C-Probe goes, "I don't know. There's lots of stuff around here that smells." It had a sharp, sweet smell. And I realized there's handmade soap over here. So autumn apples was okay. It's a little bit, I don't know, artificial smelling. Lavender oatmeal smelled pretty good. And Nature Walk smelled pretty great because it has clary sage in it. That's a nice one for, clarity, being sharp. Some of the nice warm scents like vanillas and lavenders will relax you. But when you need, in hibiscus, it had hibiscus in it. That's a nice sharpening one. When you need focus and joy, clary sage and hibiscus is good for that. Rick Hop says crystallized honey needs to be heated very slowly in hot water. Oh yeah. Some of mine crystallize a little bit. This lavender is a little old to retain too much scent, so I ended up not getting any. It's nice and decorative, but just a little bit old. So there's a couple of animals that come up next. Really, it was a kind of a disappointing gift shop. kind of cute illustrative stuff here. But there is a C-Prob's favorite animal is a llama, and I bet those are this is a Century farm that turned into a pumpkin farm, but it was dairy, so I bet those are the original milking cans. So okay, I'm gonna unmute for this part.
This must have been the cow milking bunny. Hey, oh, wow, you're a big bunny.
Oh, you'd make a nice stew.
C-Prob. That's not how you greet a lagomorph. They're not rodents, they're lagomorphs.
That's
Gosh,
good for rabbits too.
that's neither here nor there. This is for.
Did you hear what he said? He goes, "Oh, you would make a nice stew." Oh man. So later I tease him. I'm like, I just lost like 600 subs because of you. But I don't know if this is a Flemish giant or not. It's got a dewlap. I really am into rabbits. I'm allergic to cats and dogs, even though I really love a good cat. Occasionally I love a good dog, but dogs scare me a little bit, especially after I've seen some things. Yeah, the rabbit like turns away from him like, oh my god. Like they understand your intention.
A lagomorph. They're not rodents, they're lagomorphs.
This is quite large. This may be a Flemish giant. They do come in fawn colors a lot, but they're usually more solid than this. You ain't wrong, yeah. And he goes, what? Don't you think that would be stew size? And I said, that's neither here nor there.
Gosh,
That's good for rabbits too.
that's neither here nor there. This is for children to pet. I don't think it's a Flemish giant, but it could be. It's pretty robust. Oh, that's a Holland Mop, I think. Hey, little boo, you're cute.
I really wanted to
Now,
interact with them, but there are strict signs: do not touch the rabbit cage. Now I have a very intense scar on the back of my thumb, and it should be in one of my horror stories. It actually is a super horror story that maybe I'll tell you guys one night. But I almost lost my thumb due to a rabbit bite as a child. You just won't believe how that happened. If somebody illustrated it, they would have to have a graphic content warning. Okay, so the alpaca is in there and a goat.
here's the alpaca. Here's the alpaca. And a pretty goat.
I don't know how to do dairy farming, but what that stuff is in the background, I think that's where the cows would eat. Isn't that for hay? On the far wall there. I'm not sure if this was a milking barn or what, or if it was just for them to be in for winter. But I just realized that is a funny. That goat is giving us a funny look. Super sarcastic.
C-Prob, people are going to unsub because you said that. I swear to God, you're going to get hate mail. I'm kidding.
What, nobody ever heard of rabbit stew?
Shush. You're devious. You're trolling. Okay, now alpacas are C-Prob's favorite beast. Alpacas and llamas. They're members of the camel family. Hey, boo-boo. You're a sweetie. And don't buy merino wool. It's a scam. Merino wool. Buy alpaca and llama fleece. It won't itch you, and it's denser and warmer. But it won't itch you. That's the thing. Here's some Pygorian fleece goats. These are very high quality. Very nice. Very nice fleeces. Hey, you want to show us your face, boo-boo? I mean, super soft. Super soft. A little wet. There's been some dew out there. It's just nice. Goat fiber is deluxe as well. It's just that the goat and the alpaca fleece industry doesn't have the big bucks like the merino one does. Like all of Australia backs it, you know. So, hey, boo-boo, you want some scratch? You want scratch behind here? Want some scratch?
I've never seen a blue-eyed goat.
Sweetie. You want scratch? Yeah, like right behind here. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good? because you can't scratch up there. But I can scratch you, dear. Scratch, 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 scratch. Yeah. Yes. Yes, sweetie.
Carney says
Thanks
rabbit
for
is
letting me
best
pet
fried
you.
and baked in the
Go
oven.
there, P.
Well, which one, fried or
there.
baked?
Okay, so there's some other creatures out there, but
Look,
this barn.
Rabbit is tough. I would say slow cooker. But yeah, look at this barn, guys. Look at this barn.
Look at this. Some of these logs, they were sawn, but the finishing portions were hand hewn and they were put together Lincoln log style, log cabin style. Pretty amazing.
When they begin splitting, are you supposed to band them together or hoop them? Like, I can't imagine that they would have the same strength. Some of them were split most of the way. The roof beams,
So, let me show you some details of these logs. Some of them are kind of split with age, but it resembles a lot like a pole barn. This is unusual for them to be round, except for the sides on top where they support the floorboards. There's some other creatures out there. There's a calf. It's an amazing place. All right, let's find is that sheep? I think it's goats.
That one looks yummy, Carney said.
Let's go find where they actually sell the pumpkins. Bye bye, boo boo. Yeah, sweetie boo. Let's go see where they sell the pumpkins. I swear.
Yeah, like, isn't this where you put the hay? And they kind of pull it out with their
It's the other store.
noses
Hey,
or
boo boo.
something?
How are you? Do you want pet? Do you want pet? No. Vetoed the pet idea. And you don't argue with an alpaca or a llama for obvious reasons, spittle. Okay. Oh, look at the little kid goat. Look at the little kids. You're so cute. Chewing your cud, you're so cute. Look at the mama. I think she's pregnant. She's pretty ready to go.
Twins?
Hi. Hi, you sweet thing. How are you? Meh. 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 I cannot elicit any animal sounds. Okay.
Rick says some splits can be okay, but you don't want the split to be end to end. Yeah. That's why I figure this beam is incredible. I tried to show at the beginning of the stream that failed yesterday. It runs the entire length. It was 30 feet, maybe. Like, that's a tree that was squared. And you can see more of the stonework down there. And the mortar kind of disappeared right there, so you could see some of it exposed. I really thought from the outside that it was some sort of a concrete foundation, but really it's not. They could have had some at one point, like ramps, flooring or something, but it looks like maybe some's been removed. And you can tell it's been altered over the years, but the sheet metal on the outside disrupted the stream so bad that the when I walked in the barn, it was just like a little reconnecting thing. So I'm glad I walked around to film this in 4K. I know I'm broadcasting in 1080, but this is 4K. And I think the S22 Plus does really good. It really does good stabilizing. However, with every step I'm taking, it's blurring. Like it doesn't take away the fact that you will blur your image by jostling the camera in low light. So I do realize that I need to invest into an actual gimbal handheld stabilizer for walking tours with cell phones. They say DJI is basically the way to go. I had already purchased one that was a competing, it's called a Zhiyun, and it just did not work at all. I was quite disappointed in it. It would work for the miniature cell phones of yesteryear, but nothing larger, like plus size, like a Pixel 6 the motors couldn't handle the extra weight on one side where the cameras are. So then you have to buy counterweights, but only special counterweights. The ones that I bought didn't clip onto the motors correctly. And I just got super frustrated with it. The software didn't work very well with Android. Of course, everybody with an iPhone reported great results. So I don't even want one that has to work with software. So I think I'll just go with the crowd and go DJI. I have a weird off-brand drone as well. I will go DJI as well, but I'm just uncomfortable with DJI. They are basically a Chinese spyware company that also makes drones. So there's a reason why, like our armed servicemen can't have DJI apps on their phone and go to work at Air Force bases or any other kind of base. China's collecting basically every piece of data they possibly can from your phone, and when they have that. So I think the alternative is get a cell phone with a fake account on it, where I just make up a name. I'll be Lashikwa Shanene and spoof my location. Most of the time, cell phone is on until I have to fly the drone, and just turn the cell phone off. And you can get a cheap, 2-year-old cell phone to do that. But that's what I have to do with my privacy if I go with DJI products. So I've been reluctant so far, but we'll see. I've got to have stable, good images for you guys because I can't even stand shaky cam action. No way.
Yeah, from all the kids today. But like, look at I'm trying to show this. You've got the axe marks where
and here's the square portion of the beam here. This is a second one underneath. And this is a shim. So either the building settled or something, because you could see that they had to shim it here with a little wedge. But it's exquisite. Now I forgot to look up, there was a white, and show you guys, in the original video I showed it for a minute. There's a white knob because the original electrical wiring in this barn was pillar and post. So it was white porcelain knobs, and uninsulated wires would literally be wrapped around the knobs. And boy, did rats and mice love to electrocute themselves by walking on the uninsulated wires or chewing on them. They're quite fire hazardous for that reason. But they had removed the wires, but those porcelain knobs are still there. That's pretty rare to see these days, but pretty remarkable.
The huge beam here was, and I mean huge beam. Look how, that's one solid piece. Old growth right there. Then they fit it on that piece around it. So,
but look at the amount of rings. Seriously dense amounts of rings here from old growth is pretty incredible.
There's axe marks where they cut this out with an axe. And just incredible, the old...
Now this is rough, but it's smooth at the same time, a little bit shiny. And guess what that's from? That's from cattle leaning against it, polishing it smooth with their own bodies. Because as you open the door to let cattle out, they try to crowd each other and all get out the door at once. So here they are trying to push out, and they, over time, wore that chunk out of the bottom, but they smoothed everything out and polished it. And it's the oils from their hair and skin that polished that piece of wood right there. It's pretty remarkable.
Some of the nails are modern with the round heads, and some of them have the square stuff. And, blacksmith created hardware.
I don't know what that's for or what that does. Maybe holding the door shut or holding something else, but boy, is it neat.
So this barn's got a metal exterior, and that hides all the amazing wood. You see how the roof beams around there. Pretty amazing. You have support concrete at the base. And I forget what those supports are called.
Well, I'm glad other people like it too, SB Kathy. I mean, I could stare at this stuff all day. The other beam behind had saw marks on it. Let me go back, point that out. See this to the right? See these zigzags? I think those are saw marks.
Hardware.
You can see a little bit of bug eating here. I don't know if that was from the original tree, though. It could have just been acceptable surface, bugs eating under the bark. I don't think it's termite damage. Everything looks pretty good.
So this
See this zigzag back and forth?
this bar
Sorry, I can't. There it is. Now it's sort of in focus. But isn't that saw? It goes left. It's hash. It's like a series of X right here. So I don't know what else would cause that. It's incredible. There was an old skeleton key door and really old glass in the store portion, and some idiot painted red paint over the original doorknob, and the original patina is lost because they painted over it. That person should be shot. Oh, Carney says crosscut saw versus circular saw. Oh, I don't even know what a crosscut saw is. Oh, cool. You guys are teaching me stuff too. So now we went on a quest for pumpkin. And now, technically, they were already closed at this point, so I was trying to rush.
I want one that's pure white. That's very, very dirty. Yeah. Look at these orange ones. Well, we're gonna carve this one, and the ones that are already white they become ghosts. Look at that mega pumpkin. What? Those are not pumpkins. Those are squashes that look like pumpkins. Don't you know this?
They're all gourds.
No, pumpkins are not gourds.
Sure they are.
No.
Yes.
They're edible. Gourds are not edible.
They sure are edible.
No, they're not. Only pumpkins are. And squashes. Gourds are the inedible pumpkin and squash family.
No.
Don't you know anything about this? Hey, you don't know what you're talking about. Gourds are for making musical instruments, and they're ways of storing water pre-pottery. They're decorative. Animal feed and the like. There's something wrong with that one. Now this is pale pink. Beige. I call it nude. It's got personality. We could work with it. That one has warts. Now, the bright red one though is fascinating. These red ones. We're going to cook the seeds. I'm going to show you how to roast the seeds. They're extremely nutritious, superfood-esque stuff. And you put a little bit of salt on them and put them in the oven. Oh yeah, you'll want it. You'll want it. Why are they all horrendously dirty? That yellow one is cute. Okay. That white one's calling me.
We sound like a married couple. Oh my God. Yeah, we have good banter. Myself and my friend James have even better banter, like hilarious. I mean, I actually asked James. C-Prep, James, and my mom all went to dinner. I took them out to lunch. They were my witnesses. C-Prep wasn't a witness, but Mom and James were witnesses in my court case thing. So I took them out to dinner. We all got food poisoned, which sucked. That's why I was gone early. The first week of October, I was food poisoned. We think it was maybe the ice maker, because the only thing we all shared was the water glass and coffee. So water, ice maker, I don't know. But anyway, myself and James are a comedy duo, and I even invited James to be on my show and said we just would be golden, like you will be my co-host, James. And he goes, no. And so then we had a comedy gold argument about him saying no. So, Rick says, look how the grain runs the length of the board. Splitting the wood makes it stronger than most sawmill wood. Mm. So it matters. Yeah, it matters the way that you cut it too. Well, yeah, yeah. See, Probe and I are not together. I have to make that statement. But yeah, we're cute. But I mean, you should hear me and James. If me, James, and C Probe and Mom were together, like around a table, like we were during brunch. Oh my God, that was a pretty hilarious conversation. Um, Rick says a crosscut saw has the teeth configured to saw across the grain instead of width. Ew. I'm trying to picture this. Across. I'll have to see a demo because I'm not picturing that. But that sounds awesome. You know, if we just went back to a couple of older habits, construction methods, I found out that the only reason we changed nail shape, you know, the old triangular shape ones with the square head, we changed shape to the round head nails just because they're easier to mass produce that way. They are about 5 times weaker though than the old square triangular shaped nails. So when hurricanes, like Category 5 hurricanes, used to affect the United States, like log cabins were barely affected, might lose roof pieces, but they held together because they're just the weakness is the post 1920s round head nails. They are really a disaster, a step back in stability and architecture. So if you screws are extremely good. So if you just build a house and say, hey, either use the old nails of yesteryear style or screws, you'll have a much stronger house. It's like that picture of the one house that survived the hurricane and then everything else is down leveled to the foundation. They just used a couple better construction materials, just higher rated stuff for wind speeds that were 25 miles an hour more than the rest of the neighborhood. They just exceeded code. So when we try to say that hurricanes are getting worse or that, they're really not. There's just maximum wind speed you can have with hurricanes. It's just that we got laissez-faire on our building codes, and for some reason these crappy mass-produced nails are acceptable. If we just banned them, boy, we'd have a lot less home loss during disasters. It's we could solve we could save billions and trillions a year just with a stroke of a pen. If you want to go even one further, buildings held together by pegs, wooden pegs, are even better. I've seen in Russia pre-Mongolian invasion, like 1250 AD, 1250 AD churches made entirely out of wood with 0 nails, because after a while, iron is just going to rust, and that weakens structure. You have to replace nails. You have to disassemble the structure and reassemble it. Well, that doesn't happen often. So what they would do is just cut. They'd have a special hand drill or where the peg goes, create some wooden pegs, soak the peg in water, hammer it in with a wooden mallet, and it would dry. As it dries, it expands. So it creates a super, super tight fit. It's holding the building together, wood pieces together, way better than any kind of iron fitting, period. So that's why these buildings have lasted that long. And if you don't, this church had all kinds of interesting roof shingles that were curved in certain ways and overlapped like fish scales. And it shed water so fast that the building was dry again minutes after it rained. So it was just the steepness of the roof angle, the fact that it had wooden pegs, the way that logs and pieces were hand dressed for strength. I mean, wood choice matters too. And finishing touch was peg construction rather than nails, so there's no rust factor. All of those meant that you can make wooden structures that last forever. Pretty incredible.
It draws. It draws the eye. Does it have a stem?
Yeah, thanks for backing me up, Rick. I was astonished to find that out. And now, with today's 3D printing, it's now going to soon be cheaper to build the old-fashioned nails that are stronger than it is to do the round head nails. Because 3D printing is an additive construction process rather than subtractive, meaning like if you're going to make nails today, you're punching out those round holes from a plate and you've got a lot of waste left over. You have a plate with round holes in it, and that goes back into metal recycling, right? But you have to spend the energy to melt it down again, and you have waste on the factory floor. Whereas if you do a 3D printing additive process, it just adds the pretty much the amount of metal to the nail that you're going to end up with. You have some weird like if you ever put model planes and stuff together, the little burrs that you click off and then you sand it smooth. Like what are those called? Those little like little bumps, spurs or something like that. You'll still have a little bit of that, but really not like the waste process of like, taking steel plates and punching shapes out of it. So manufacturing is about to come full circle where it was first artisanal, good quality made on site, or at least in your town by the blacksmith. Then it switched to the blacksmith out of business, and it was a subtractive process, mass production from factories, and then sold back at the store or hometown or mail ordered. Now factories are going to shut down eventually, and it's going to be each town and each city is going to have in the future giant printers that will just on the fly print whatever the townsfolk need. And so it'll be back to artisanal local manufacturing. And this isn't going to wreck the economy or anything. It'll be better because it's more stable. Like, it's very hard to mass produce things. You have to have a mass audience of consumers in order to stay in business. So that's really difficult if many countries plunge into a depression. Well, that's mass unemployment, mass layoffs, and mass instability for your economy. Whereas if you are just more into the designing aspect of things and you sell the blueprints to people who locally print and you sell the base material to people and ship that around, that's a lot more stable form of economic production. So it's really weird how we're going to return a little bit more to the past but become more stable. And this will be a lot better too, because you won't have to have the corporate feudalism type of employment where the worker loses because the less you pay a worker, the more the employer gains, right? To stay alive. In this case, it'll be like employing the smartest people who come up with the best designs. And it'll all change, but it'll be a bright future.
No, is it upside down? It don't have a stem. It's going to be difficult to carry. That one's quite heavy. Okay, they're probably saying, will you hurry up so we can go home? All right, why don't you pick out one then?
Yeah.
Not a mini, okay?
What about that one you like there that was kind of...
What?
What about that one that was kind of...
That one's got an issue. What?
Yeah, what this pumpkin suffered from.
Okay, they're probably saying, will you hurry up so we can go home? All right, why don't you pick out one then?
Yeah.
Not a mini, Okay.
That one you like there that was kind of.
What?
What about that one that was kind of close that you like?
That one's got
That one had pumpkin dysfunction. It afflicts many of them. There's pills for it, though.
an issue. What?
The pink one without the warts that you like.
The nude? Do you really want a nude pumpkin? I mean, it's a little bit scandalous.
All right.
Is it? I mean, is it good eating?
That's why I couldn't decide if it was going to be good eating or not, because it looks neat. I didn't want to get home to find out that that's a non-edible type pumpkin, because I don't know what the hell that is.
All right, then what do you want to eat? I mean, we're going to eat this.
You're going to eat.
We're making a pie. We're making a pie. Okay, their lens has got water on it. Trying my best here.
Pie filling in a can.
Really, Rick? There are many contemporary blacksmiths who sell hand-cut nails in there, which are in high demand. I don't doubt it. The people who know are the people who know. And he said, traditional Japanese home building uses hand-cut wood joinery instead of nails. That's good. There are wonderful YouTube videos that demonstrate it. You know what? If I could go to the carpentry shop at Fort Vancouver, when they have the actual carpenters doing their thing, it's pretty amazing. The tools on the wall, everything. They're really knowledgeable, but they explain how hard it is. The blacksmiths are they make beaver traps and things too. I did film the blacksmiths making a couple of things on the fly. I think what he made was a wrought iron. You know, he twisted the iron live. I think it was an eye hook, like something you could put on the wall that may have been a lantern holder or something like that. It was really cool to see him do it live, and he had the bellows and the coal fire going and all that. Really low light in such places, but I was able to capture it pretty well. And he made it for a child, which was really neat. And he had some horror stories like all blacksmiths have, which makes me want to never get into that. Not that my bum arm could ever handle pounding anything, but I kind of wanted to be like a sword maker or something at some point. I didn't realize swords are like the pinnacle of difficulty. So Strange References, I watched Japanese harp being built on YouTube. Oh yes, link that if you can. I like your new Cheshire cat. Excuse me. Icon. That's pretty sweet.
No, you don't get your pumpkin from a can.
This is when C Probe suggested if you want to have pumpkin pie, get a can. Oh my God, seriously.
Not where you could grow it. Blasphemy. Okay, I have trouble making decisions. Okay, we need a medium size. Something with a stem. We can get a traditional orange one. High quality though. Are these sorted by size? Oh, it's getting miserably cold here. It's starting to rain for real. What about this? It's pretty large. It's a good carver. It's not too heavy. Here, we found it. Here, take it. Oh, sorry, you're right there. Take it. This is ours. Hold it by the stem, otherwise you're gonna get dirty. There. Now you're cooking. Yes.
That extra fat long one right there looked cool as well. But there's so many
So we
look
got nice-
cool. That's why I was overwhelmed with. Like, I wanted to take about 25 of them home.
Isn't it a nice one?
You guys know what these super orange ones are like? 'Cause I'm not sure that they're all good eating. Those are definitely dazzling, cool looking.
I think so, friends. All right.
I missed Pumpkin Squish Day at the zoo with the elephants. I'm sorry. This is the second year in a row I missed it. But last year I had a good excuse. I had my kidneys basically fail. I'm kind of celebrating being alive 1 year later. On the 13th last year, October 13th, I had some severe symptoms begin. So I'm just pretty happy now that I'm still with you guys. But this year, I just forgot which day Pumpkin Squish Day was. I thought it would be after Halloween because that's when people discard pumpkins, but they actually do it like on the 20th. So if you look at the Portland Zoo, the elephants had a fun day squishing it. It was a massive crowd though, so I don't think I would have been able to get up close shots.
I'm declaring it a nice one.
I mean, not Portland Zoo, Oregon Zoo, but it's in Portland. So what the horrible thing about the elephant enclosure at Oregon Zoo is, sure, it was kind of small. They had a pool and everything for elephants. They used to take them for daily walks around the zoo, so they still had plenty of exercise. But they announced that they were doing this huge, massive expansion of elephant grounds, and they wanted to acquire 2 more males for the breeding program and blah blah blah. So it sounded like a good idea, but what they ended up doing was just making it bad. You could at least see the elephants up close in person in the indoor area. It had stadium-esque kind of seating. So, and you're right behind glass, so you could be about 4 feet away from an elephant and see up close. You could see the little hairs, on their face, see their eyes up close. I had the good fortune to see Packy like that when he was still alive. And so, yeah, everybody wants the elephants to have more habitat, but all they did was spend these millions and millions of dollars over many years. I went and saw the finished product this summer, and it's like, okay, get out your binoculars to see the elephants. There's just big empty space. A lot of it's concrete or just dirt, not grass or anything. And they're further away from you than ever. And you have to walk really long distances. It's got like this kidney-shaped outdoor areas, and some of them are separate. And then when you go into the indoor area, it's like seeing horses really distant in the show ring, like far across the room. So there's a little elevator, at least it's wheelchair accessible. Okay, the old one was too, but they had like a observation platform in the center of the room, so you could see them down from the top. I thought, great. So I go into the elevator, and you have to have a key to go to the top floor to be at the center of the observation platform, where you could look down at the elephants that were across the room. Apparently, it's rich people tour only, behind the scenes special guests, blah 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 only. And so if you actually sit down and observe them, you're like 35 feet away from the elephants, and they totally ignore you, and yay. It's just ridiculous. Don't. And then what they landscaped outside, like they put some feeding stations closer to the crowd. Some of them are far away across, like, okay, get out your binoculars. And the ones that dispense hay and stuff near the walkways of the zoo, where you would be walking past, they put landscape shrubs so you can't see the elephants. You see a bunch of bushes, and you're below it. So at eye level, you like see these shrubs. It's the kind of thing where if your child wants to see the elephants, you got to put them on your shoulder and have them stand with their feet on your shoulder. It's just the dumbest design I've ever seen. If you're a zoo, make it so you can see the damn animals. Now, California condors are amazing. You can get right up and personal. They throw a carcass, like an old dead goat or something, like right in front of glass walls. So I've finally in my life seen a California condor up close and personal with my eyes, and I have been this far away from them. That's good design. But why would the other thing is they had a fully articulated woolly mammoth skeleton. Very few of those on Earth. Authentic, not a reproduction. And it was called the Elephant Museum. They had amazing elephant stuff. Rick says elephants have long eyelashes. Yeah, they do. They really do. And So this elephant museum was incredible. It had it was donated by rich Portlanders. So was the skeleton, and it had a rib bone where you could actually touch it. It was an actual woolly mammoth rib bone, stained a dark brown from the eons, and plexiglass, and a cutout in the plexiglass where you could touch. It was really magical, and the mount was incredible. Had many different displays. Elephant, like an elephant saddle. It's like a tower in a way, an authentic one from the Orient, and lots of pictures. And so I wanted to show you guys that. Here I am with this fancy camera, and I'm holding it around the zoo, filming it with you guys, for you guys. And I'm like, where's the elephant museum? So in order to just put I swear to God, their enclosure is more like a parking lot than some sort of a natural savanna or something. In order to just put some weird parking lot-esque part of their habitat, they bulldozed it. I have no idea where the woolly mammoth skeleton is now, but they didn't rebuild it. Like, you should have just picked up the building and put it somewhere else on the grounds. So I was dismayed. It was just a complete downgrade to their habitat. And it's like you just wasted millions. Good job.
Declared victory.
Arrow truck there.
Oops.
And weigh them over there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's weigh it.
Sorry.
Oh, our bad. We didn't mean to wait this long. We went to the wrong spot.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
Now, in fact, as we're showing the pumpkin weighing, which is about the end of this thing, I took a video, and I hope I can find it for you. Let me do that off screen. Of Packy back in the old elephant enclosure. Packy is the first elephant born in North America, the 1964-ish, something like that. And he just somewhat recently died about, 6 years ago. He's a legend. And I walked up and he was doing an amazing thing. So I think I called the video Packy is a smart elephant. So let me try to find that as I watch this video. Let me see if I can pull it up.
So it is a 13-pounder. Sweet.
13. Here you go.
All right, thanks so much.
Should we get you checked out?
Awesome. This is a very modern facility where they don't
found it.
accept cash. So tasty pickled garlic, farmhouse pickles, berry honey. It's pretty good stuff. All right. These are for our decoration.
Thank you. Have a
Come
good
on.
night.
Are these a flat rate?
Yes, those are $1 each. So we
Sweet.
got 13 pounds and 2 minis.
Yeah.
It is going to be $9.15.
That's not bad. Not bad at all.
Fun.
Oh yeah, we had fun.
You have this most stunning,
Oh, thanks.
gorgeous black elk.
Oh yeah. His
Yeah, that
name's
one's nice.
Chris. He's really cool.
Chris?
Yeah, Chris
And
and,
the-
Scooter. I love that goat that's in there with him is my favorite goat.
Yeah, so we found out that the black alpaca's name is Chris. It's pretty cute. Okay, I found my Packy videos quite a long time ago. I think year 2000. So this is the dawn of digital photography. This was taken with Olympus C 2020. Has no sound. They didn't make digital cameras that could record sound, and so you had very short videos. This is 15 seconds. So this is Packy the elephant, the legend. So this is how close you could get back then to the elephants, and it was a small room, but it's an interaction room where they would shut the door here. Like a few elephants could be in here at a time, about 3. They'd shut the door, and then another elephant could pass through the barn to the different enclosure. Then they would shut the door, and that kept the males and the females separate. That's quite important. So Packy was their male. He lived at was born 1964, something like that. He had tushes instead of tusks, which means they're deformed teeth. So that's the legendary Packy. And yeah, they got long eyelashes. So this, unfortunately, the second video is vertical. So I think this is the one where he was doing the thing. Oh, it may not be the one where he's doing the thing. One day, I had several trips to the zoo. So, man, this was a long time ago. But there was some hay outside of his enclosure. So this, yeah, that's not the actual. Let me see if there's more videos. Open. Yeah. Okay, hang on, bear with me here. Look that. Some of the hay was outside. See, he couldn't go past these bars. So there's a gap of a few feet between the bars and the plexiglass, whatever, in between the crowd. So what he did was he took his trunk, took a big deep breath, took his trunk over, past the bars, and he blew air on the hay and blew it back into his enclosure. So I was like, I'll be damned. And I was pretty proud of taking that video because it just shows how dang smart they are. And I don't know if I can, yeah, that's a picture of me in front of it. Man, that was a long time ago, guys. Look how big he was. He was really dang big. And he had the pink, pink on his trunk, you know? Yeah, that's him doing the trick. But this is a still image, so I don't know where the video is anymore. I'll have to go back through more of my archives. But he just blew the like a vacuum cleaner in reverse. He just air compressed any of the hay that escaped this little room back towards himself. And then he would do it in a circle. He would just go over here. He'd make a pile out of his hay like a small volcano and then have a neat clump and then grab it with his trunk. So he was pretty dang smart. So he liked interacting with kids too. And so you could get up close and personal in this and see them up close and personal. And this is, like I said, the holding room. And that little space in the back there, they put a ball one day. There were 3 females in this room. And it was a bouncy ball, like a yoga ball, actually. And the 2 younger females reached their trunks in and tried to pull the ball towards them through the bars, which wasn't going to work. They were not as smart as Packy. Like, they didn't understand. Okay, you know, a really big ball can't go through bars. Oh, good night, Wildcat. I'm sorry, that was probably a while ago that you said that. They got frustrated really fast not being able to access the yoga ball. And I don't think the trainers meant to keep the ball from them. It was just like, spin this around and have fun, right? All 3 of the elephants started to scream, roar, and scream in frustration because they wanted that ball. I can't tell you how frightening that was. The vibrations from the elephants roaring went down through the concrete floor all the way past the glass and rattled my chest from the inside out, vibrated my chest. And my eardrums were fluttering. And it was at decibels like being on a tarmac next to a jet airplane. There were people that just straight up dropped their food and drink and like ran out of the room. It was one of those where you're like in a cartoon, the hair would stand up in the back of your, like stand up on your head. Yeah. Rick says elephants' lifespan and life stages are close to humans. Almost, almost. They're limited by their molars. So by the age of 60, usually they're at the end of their lifespan. So since we can go to about 115, I mean parrots are more like ours, but they're their stages of development up until then, and when male lifespan average 65, that was definitely true. I mean, it's not very normal for people to live past 115, but they have so many sets of molars until they don't grow any new ones. They keep wearing them out, lose them, grow a new set, lose them. So by the age of 60, they're on their last set. They'll usually last 4 years before they're worn down to a nub and can no longer grind their food. So by age 65, that's usually a very old, elderly elephant. That's when they begin to starve to death. So the way that ivory trade was sustainable in the ancient past until a recent present, like up until around 1950, when they started banning that kind of stuff, sent the whole thing to hell. The old like African tribes would monitor the status of the elephants on their land, and so they would select the usually the old bulls, especially the ones that can no longer reproduce. They usually lose fertility in the by the 50s, and by 60 they're starting to starve. They have a really long, slow death that usually takes 3 years to drop all their weight and finally die. They become extremely aggressive. They're in hideous pain. They look really bad, and they continue to put food in their mouth and try to chew, but they're swallowing it whole, and so they're not getting any. Oftentimes they choke to death, and they're not really getting enough nutrition to sustain their bulk, just their life. So it's a hideous existence once they've lost their last set of molars. So the way the ivory trade used to be sustainable was right about the age of 60, and they would keep track of the age of their elephants. The tribes would hunt the ones on the brink of death, and that was the ivory that was sold. They would also take the elephants that were super aggressive, like rhino killers and man killers and stuff, and rogues. They'd also take the ones that had hideous injury, like lion attack, whatever, ones that broke their legs, the ones on their way out. So I wanted to be an elephant keeper. That's why I know that much. Like, I love elephants. So ivory trade was a mercy killing trade in the historical past. That's why we kept most elephant species until very recently. I mean, habitat loss was the end of the North African forest elephant, the one in Carthaginian coins. And we just found out there are a third species of elephant. There are not two species of elephant, there are three. It was thought that there was an African and an Asian. Not anymore. There's a third, the forest elephant of Africa. So the ones that is extinct now is the one on the Carthaginian coins. They didn't get that big. So Hannibal's African war elephants were pretty small. Although Hannibal himself owned a Asian elephant called Cyrus, means an elephant from Syria. So that would have been a Seleucid Empire elephant, something that probably originated in India that Alexander the Great brought back. And the Seleucid Empire, which is his general Seleucus, who took over the Middle East after Alexander the Great died, he had a private stable of war elephants. And so Carthaginians imported some of those. So they had a mix of Asian, really big Asian war elephants, and then the smaller native North African ones. Well, North Africa used to be a lush jungle. Like North Africa was not a desert. That's pretty recent. Um, Lebanon and stuff was like a vast forest. And habitat loss is what did those in. But they found out the elephants of the Congo today are the living relatives. They are the last survivors of the third elephant species, the forest elephant. They're so different than African savanna elephants that they may not be able to reproduce. Yeah. Here's the sad part: we're losing them. There's very few in zoos. Um, when the Belgians took over the Congo, they took some to Europe, and there's maybe a few in the United States. But the stupid wars in the Congo is still a war-torn nation, and it's the least explored place on Earth, basically. There's still places we've never mapped in the Congo because deep jungle. Yeah, the more you know. I'm very concerned for their survival because they've been poached so hard to sustain the war. A lot of people don't realize that ivory poaching today is a lot of it's to sustain African wars. Um, when Africa was still like a colony-based thing in the early 20th century, the white man basically enforced the same kind of rules as the original tribes did. Don't overhunt. So if you see Teddy Roosevelt going on an elephant hunt, he's not doing anything wrong. He's going on a rhino hunt. He's actually not doing anything wrong. He's not killing an endangered species. He's part of the conservation there. Where it all went wrong was like the 1950s, where the colonies collapsed. These incredible civil wars broke out when the Europeans pulled out. And so you have no laws. You have the poaching, where they just kill everything in sight with tusks. The incredible wealth of the ivory trade used to fund anti-poaching, like tribes and, well, colonists used to protect the elephant herds. The revenue from the ivory trade financed it. So when you take that away, these impoverished countries are supposed to somehow protect their elephants from, a lot of times people come across the border, and basically like gangsters. So yeah, poaching it's robbery. It's crime against humanity and nature, and yeah, well, God, really, it results in extinction. So that's where it's all, pretty much all the decline of modern elephant species has been since 1950, and it's been drastic in free fall. And what's made it worse is burning ivory. It's really stupid. And not having any sort of legal ivory trade, like, for example, the dying elephants, the injured, that would finance the anti-poaching stuff. The non-stable governments. Like, if a lot of times the governments are the ones benefiting from the poaching, like the corrupt people in power, the corrupt dictators. They go, oh, our poor elephants are being poached, and they're the ones saying, hey, poachers, come in here, but you give me a cut. Like, it's more corrupt than you can ever imagine. Like, there's a reason they take ivory and burn it in a pile. It's not because, oh yeah, ivory's bad. That's how they fool everybody. It's because they increase the value of the poached ivory that poachers already have now. It's scarcity thing. The more scarce a commodity is, the higher the value. So every time they do this stuff, they're committing a worse crime. We could take the DNA out of the tusks, and we could clone the poached elephants and bring the diversity back. We could bring them back. We could do artificial insemination. We could breed them back. We could release them. They're going to need their genetic diversity, and they need their tusks to defend themselves. Things like lions. But now, since poachers only take elephants without that have tusks, the only ones that survive are the ones that don't genetically have the ability to make them. Like Packy here had tushes instead of tusks. Tuskers are becoming extremely rare. So what they did when they burned the ivory is they took away, good old supply and demand. They took away the genetic diversity. Like, we needed those tusks to bring the elephants back. Idiots. And they fool everybody and say, oh yeah, this is green, this is echo. No, yeah, it's not. So that's the thing, is hunting finance. Hunters are the ones who usually turn in poachers the most. So in Oregon, there's a tip program, turn in poachers. And so it's paying hunters for tips. They're the ones out in the woods noticing things, noticing illegal traps, noticing people parked, the license plates, somebody leaving the woods with a, hiding what they've taken underneath a tarp. Nobody does that. It's supposed to hide, your game that when you leave the woods. That's not good. So it's a far cry. People go, why did Teddy Roosevelt, the conservation guy, go out and hunt an elephant or a rhino? They were not endangered. We've got some good success stories. It's not all bleak. The some rhinos have come back and they're no longer endangered. The rhinos of South Africa, they had a different take on things. Instead of right now, actually, most elephants are being killed as crop pests rather than poached, because a lot of the civil wars have calmed down. But if you tell people, hey, elephants, you can't ever hunt them, or nobody can. And even if one dies in your backyard, you can't sell the tusks or anything. And yet they come in and eat everybody's crops. And they kill a lot of people a year. That's what people don't know. But you can't harass them. You can't kill in self-defense. You can't do anything like that. Elephants have started to become hated by locals, by farmers and ranchers. Because here you work hard all year for a harvest, and then when an elephant eats it in the middle of the night, or a herd comes through, or they flatten your house or destroy your car, you can't do nothing about it. They become hated. They're not looked at as assets. They're looked at as nuisance. So right now, the number one killing of elephants through poison and through electrocution, where farmers are making electric fences that kill. So there's an argument to be made that if legal ivory trade comes back for the dying, the super aggressive killers, the injured, and that sort of thing, then people will start looking at them as assets to protect again. Because right now, farmers watch poachers go through and they go, thanks. That's got to change immediately. It's a really complicated topic. It's super controversial, but all I know is right now where the current status quo is not working. Their decline is steep, and it keeps going. Right now, I'd like to see relocation of elephants rather than an ivory trade back to where they once were before that discussion happens. But if you can look at the success story, South African rhinos are no longer endangered. Because in the 1920s, when there were only 200 left, they told the landowners, protect these rhinos. And the landowners go, what for? We could graze cattle or something here instead. They're competing. They said, well, if you do this, as soon as they're not endangered, you and or your grandchildren can allow legal hunting of the sick, elderly, and the ones that lost all their teeth. Because rhinos have the same kind of thing. They lose their teeth eventually, too. So right now, I don't know if there's the southern white rhino, no longer endangered. Period. Like, it worked. I'm super sad about the idea of these creatures being shot. But it worked. So yeah, it's something we have to have a new discussion about. One can argue, well, South Africa is a stable country. That's true. But right now, I'm super, super concerned that the Congo, being completely unstable, still war-torn, often frequently. Areas of complete lawlessness. In fact, areas that have never been mapped. We just might lose the third species of elephant, the forest elephant, no matter what we do. They may have to be bred outside of Africa, exported. Like we may do a better job of, say, releasing them on the Great Plains of the United States to try to help them, even though they're a forest creature. So it might actually work better in somewhere like Alabama. You know, they might actually do well in the swamps of Alabama. Yeah, there's multiple white rhinos where they tried to just ban hunting of rhinos. The northern white rhino just became extinct in the wild. There's like 5 left on Earth. But southern white rhino is not endangered. Let me prove this to you. But it doesn't fit with the narrative where people have been taught to hate hunting. There's an anti-hunter hate narrative where their conservation efforts have been completely ignored. Even though hunters preserve most of the species in the United States that have ever made a comeback. Like Teddy Roosevelt and the success story, we almost lost the elk in Oregon, what are they called? It's not the Rocky Mountain elk. I was too tired. I need some blood sugar. So like the southern white rhino. Status near threatened. I don't know that that's their true status. I thought they made least concern there. So on the game preserves, what is allowed for hunters to take it, usually the hunters pay about $60,000 plus to take one. That's what finances the anti-poaching stuff in South Africa. It's usually a private reserve. The public ones, I don't think hunting's allowed, period. But see how they're not vulnerable, not endangered. I guess their appendix 1 is near threatened, but I thought it was least concern already. So the southern white rhino is one of the 2 subspecies of white rhino, the other being the much rarer northern white rhino. So if you look at, they went down to 215 individuals, I believe, at the turn of the century. If we find that statistic, where is that? Also, education needs to save things. The Chinese just need to understand that this is not going to cure your cancer. But I think a different thing will. There could be a different strategy if you don't want hunting at all. I think humane euthanasia of those starving is a good choice. But what we could do is, I think we could grow ivory in a lab and rhino horns in a lab, and whoever wants to buy them for any reason, go ahead. Funny thing is that if we grew ivory in laboratories, just like we make rubies in a lab, diamonds in a lab, you could flood the market with it so that ivory has no value. Poaching is not going to be at all profitable. You would have a huge risk for almost no reward. That's what you do with a commodity, flood the market. So I think we could be on the cusp of doing that. Just if Chinese people for some reason want to eat powdered rhino horn, okay, go ahead. Here's a bunch from the lab. There you go. I mean, we don't have to change their minds because psychologically it's going to be impossible. If there's a myth out there that, like, if you have cancer and you're dying, I can't put myself in that place. I already am an ill person, and I once was quite vulnerable to fake cures. You know, like when you really desperately want to be well, when you're in hideous pain, when people lie to you and say this will make you better, they're just hiding the cure from you. You might believe that BS. I can kind of understand it. You'll never get much traction trying to convince people dying this won't cure you. It doesn't have any chance. Like, they'll pay anything for the hope. So rather than having any kind of hunting for animals like this, I think it's a better strategy to just grow their horns, grow their ivory in a lab, and flood the market. If you think about it, making piano keys with ethical ivory, lab grown ivory, no kill ivory, is more eco and green than plastic. Think about it. We may be in a bright new future about to enter it where natural things like ivory are ethical and kill free and eco. Like, it's mind blowing. Plastic is what needs to be replaced. Plastic does more harm if ivory can be just grown in the lab. Isn't that nuts? But regardless, something needs to be done to convince farmers to stop killing the elephants. They're now the number one killers, not really traditional poachers. So we're now seeing tuskless elephants die a lot. So there's got to be this extremely complicated issue is really got to be addressed, but immediately. And all I know is that hate cycle, trying to convince people that like hunters are evil or poachers are inherently evil. A lot of them are just desperate. Like, their family needs expensive AIDS medication. How do you get the money? If you eliminate poverty, you'll go a lot further towards saving animals if you help the people nearby. Right now, they really resent these animals because they're living in poverty. They're scraping by. They're desperate. They have problems in their community we can't think of, like rabies, still killing 50,000 people a year in Africa. They have their family is affected by HIV and tuberculosis, the kind that still kills because they can't afford the medication. Like, and then people walk in and say, "Oh, we've got millions of dollars. We're going to help out," and they go, "Help us? No, 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 no. We're going to help your elephants, man. Screw you." That's why it's failing. But I do hope that with technology and being more humane to humans as well as animals, that will overcome this. We just got to get right on it right now, fast, because time's running out. We may want to just quickly collect a lot of DNA in case time does run out from the remaining populations, like deep in the Congo, of elephants. While it's in a stable period, it's the other thing that's put complication on that has been the outbreaks of Ebola. Like, damn, but we can only hope. I really, really hope. There's a channel I wanted to make called Captain's World of Animals, where we can explore a lot more animal topics. I would love. Imagine if you could say, "Hey, poachers, we let you out of jail, prison on this condition. You help us take some blood samples to preserve the animals. You're the ones who know how to track them, find them. We'll pay you to help save them." Big money. This is possible, but there's some fascinating things that we're now finding out with DNA. Like, some rhinos look vastly different than this. The northern white rhino is now extinct in the wild, I believe. That was going to be my point. We need to shut up and stop making decisions with our with our hearts and our heads. We need to model what works. Here's what happened with the northern white rhino. Critically endangered and possibly extinct in the wild already. There. This was the failed. Nobody can kill any of them for any reason. They can never be hunted. We should just try to convince everybody to have a heart and want them to live, even though they are crop pests and stuff. But no, local um, feelings were not warm and fuzzy like they are in the first world, where we're not dealing with the problems that they create. Local feeling was good riddance, unfortunately. These are burdens on our landscape. These are competitors to our animals. These are monstrous beasts. And this is a result of that. So this sad. This one that was at the San Diego Zoo Safari Park, died December 2014. I may have seen her. I went to San Diego Zoo Safari Park. Thing is, rhinos just don't breed in captivity. They just don't. So formerly found in several countries east and Central Africa, south of the Sahara, the subspecies is a grazer in the grasslands and savanna woodlands. Since 19th of March 2018, there are only 2 known rhinos left in the world, Najin and Fatu, both of which are female. Barring the existence of any unknown or misclassified male northern white rhinos elsewhere in Africa, this makes the subspecies functionally extinct. The 2 female rhinos belong to the whatever mispronounceable name zoo in the Czech Republic, but live in Kenya on a conservancy protected around the clock by armed guards. Yeah, these armed guards can walk up and touch them. They're that close with them. They're heroes, but this is ultimately for no reason. So this is interesting taxonomy. Following the phylogenetic species concept, a study in 2010 suggested the northern white rhino may be an altogether different species rather than a subspecies of the white rhino, in which its correct scientific name would be completely different. Wow. Great, and we just lost it. The distinct morphological and genetic differences suggest northern white rhinos and southern white rhinos have been separated for at least 1 million years. Maybe that's why they can't breed. Maybe that's why that failed. However, the results of this research were not universally accepted by other scientists. A 2016 study concluded 2 populations diverged only about 500,000 years ago, and they're not that different. But based on these findings, they concluded the rank of subspecies was appropriate. So I guess we'll never freaking know. Now, if they burned a whole bunch of their horns and stuff, great. Where are we going to get the DNA? Yeah. Hey, good night, Strange Reverend. You have a good night. So, I would like to know, when did the species decline? How numerous were they prior to 1950? Because almost all of these go downhill right about the end of the colonial era because there's a collapse of the rule of law. Let's see. They don't have this kind of information. Poachers reduced their population from 500 to 15 in the 70s and 80s alone. Holy crap. Okay. So they had a population of 500 in the 70s? What was it prior? See, poachers have been selling their horns for $110,000 per kilo or $50,000 per pound. So why aren't we growing them in a lab? Start selling the lab-grown horns legally for that price. Finance the production of new labs. And as you flood the market, then there would be no reason to take wild rhino horn. They should just do this immediately. I've seen other animal body parts grown in labs, like, right now we can grow part brains in a petri dish and study the little brain samples. So make the horns. Not that hard. Okay, that one, wow, a weird looking one. I guess one of the two remaining alive. Man, there's been some good things and some bad things since my childhood. You know, I really thought we were going to lose the California condor. Are you not leaving yet? Okay, good. All right, good. I had at least two people awake and listening. I care so much that I'm willing to do anything to make this happen. This extinction really might be forever, especially of the big creatures. I wanted to do a specific documentary called The Survivors of the Ice Age. People don't realize that the megafauna was all over the world, Ice Age and prior, and some massive event happened of sudden climate change that could only really be the result of a asteroid or a comet. That's what ended the Ice Age. Well, brought it back with a fury with massive cold climate change when the Ice Age was starting to end. And it must have disrupted, there must have been so much dust in the air by whatever asteroid or comet strike hit the Earth that we may have had the equivalent of nuclear winters, maybe no summer for 10 or 20 years. If you don't have plant growth for 10 or 20 years and it's just winter the entire time, then only scavengers really survive. People like humans would survive because there would be frozen animals all over the landscape to constantly find and eat. But the massive herbivores that have to eat hundreds of pounds of food a day would do their normal routine, which is do mass migrations and expect to find food at the end of the migration and not find any and immediately starve to death. You could have had a woolly mammoth and stuff mostly go extinct in a matter of 2 years. It would have been swift, rapid, and all of the predators that were very large that depended on megafauna like that, those prey animals would have died mostly died off very quickly too. Like people don't realize that could have happened swiftly. All elephant type species, they have massively long migrations and they have to eat hundreds of pounds of food a day. When they don't, they die really quick. They really don't carry around a lot of fat. It would just mean they would have to burn more calories. They have most of their bodies are just filled with a big gut for a digestive system, and that's it. And size itself is a cold adaptation. You survive the cold better. You think about how cold exterior, how your internal organs have to stay warm. That's the thing. So the bigger you are, the deeper the cold would have to penetrate to reach your internal organs. So it's a thing. So woolly rhinos existed. Woolly rhinos. And I wonder if the woolly rhino lived. I wonder how closely related the woolly rhino of, say, Europe is to the Sumatran rhino. I wonder if the Sumatran rhinos are close cousins or even descendants of the woolly rhino, because nothing says that a creature struggling to survive in the north can't migrate south. Basically, Africa is one of very few places where the same environment existed like it did in Europe for the megafauna, so elephant-like creatures could still live. Big, expansive grasslands. And, well, Africa was a very special place for that reason, and or lush forests. If you look at woolly rhino remains. Look at Sumatran rhino. Those of Southeast Asia. They're very different looking than the African ones. Very different. They've got this one, they're very hairy, which is intriguing. But see how those weird skin folds are. Skin patterns are just so different from the African ones. Oh, and the greater one-horned rhinos of India and the Java. They're just weird looking. So you look at this guy. Look at the guy next to it. I think there were, what I wanted to do as a documentary is explain to people how pretty much all the megafauna that survived is kind of built for a different era, the Ice Age type era. Humans did not hunt everything to extinction. There's no possible way we could have. In fact, we probably went out of our way to preserve as many species as possible, freaking out that so many were going extinct so fast that we depended on. If you look at the fossil one, the preserved one, look at that. There's a woolly rhino. There's Sumatran rhino. They look extremely similar. So I've never seen the results of the DNA studies, like, are they related? Are they cousins? Could they possibly be descendants? There's not that many Sumatrans around to test. They're getting critically endangered. But I do wonder. But can you imagine Europe? These guys used to be out the window in Europe. In fact, if you look at a lot of the Ice Age survivors, they've a lot of almost entire genus went extinct. Like almost all camel family creatures went extinct right around 11,000 BC and had a steep decline towards extinction. The only ones that survived were what we domesticated. Horses everywhere across the globe went extinct except for what we domesticated. We went on a preservation spree, not a hunting spree, trying desperately to save them, trying to save our way of life, which was hunting and gathering. We didn't understand there was anything else that existed. It does not make sense that humans all over the globe, at a time of ecological mass disaster, would somehow acquire rabies. A Sumatran? Doesn't he look similar, friends? Woolly, Sumatran? Mm-hmm. No, human beings living on different continents with no contact with each other did not all decide at the same time, let's kill everything in sight for no reason. That's a stupid theory. There's actually more evidence we went on a domestication and preservation spree, did what we could. That's why camels still exist, llamas still exist. All other camelids on Earth are dead. They did not make it. Only the alpacas, llamas, guanacos, because of domestication. Two camel species on Earth we still have. The dromedary, completely extinct in the wild. We domesticated the survivors. The Bactrian camel, still struggling in the wild, but we domesticated them and they still exist. Exactly. Now here's people with the program. Climate change and not humans likely eliminated the woolly rhinos. New studies show. Finally, somebody's caught up to common sense. I've been waiting a long time. But I would love to showcase these special creatures that we really, really, really need to preserve. We are not living in a functional ecosystem. We are still living in the damaged one. We have not recovered since the Younger Dryas, the ecological disaster, the supermassive climate change from either an asteroid or a comet. There are these strange creatures that you would think are just straight out of the Ice Age, but they're still alive, like the Saya antelope. Not even really antelope, I don't believe. This creature, Ice Age survivor. Big noses are an adaptation to the cold to preserve heat. Their noses warm the air with every inhalation. That's what moose do as well. Moose are Ice Age survivors, the last of their kind. People should look at them in a different way. There used to be a lot of deer species. They're totally extinct now. What is that? Okay, what is this one-horned animal thing? Unicorn-looking thing. Toy. There's a Saya antelope and the Ice Age. Oh my god. Tibetan antelope? What the heck? Is that a real creature? Tibetan antelope? Yeah, they have two horns. That's right. That's right. I remember this creature. This also Ice Age type survivor. Look at the big nose. Cold adapted. This is where people think the myth of the unicorn may have shown up, because in profile they kind of look like one, like they have a single horn. Maybe. Maybe. What do you think? Anybody still awake? But unfortunately, poaching, lack of economic opportunity. The funny thing is the poachers that kill Saya antelope say they don't even want to. They just can't find a job doing anything else. And people are willing to give them money for the wool. God, we just need to separate some of them out and start a domestication program and keep some in the wild, and then let them sell the wool from some others. There's some big success stories where I can't remember the animal, but they allow people to round them up, shear them, and release them to the wild. Which animal is that? That's a really good bright spot where that can be a good success story. I'll have to look that up. It's the former Soviet Union area. But you know what? Pronghorn antelope, United States. These are Ice Age survivors. They are not antelope. There's something else. They are the only creature that has horn with more than one tip. That's straight out of a different era. No other creature can grow a horn with two tips. That's bizarre. And these are the fastest animals on Earth, fastest mammals. In fact, only the cheetah can outrun them, but nobody is sure why they're this fast. Like, what predator in the past was fast enough to even chase them down? Some people say the American cheetah must have been their predator. But then I look at the actual, what they call the American cheetah. It may not have really been quite like the African cheetah. But I think pronghorn can run like 68 miles an hour. The American cheetah, we don't know if it had any spots like that. It may have been more like a cougar or like a snow leopard. I mean, we're not sure about their build. They're lanky looking. I mean, they're presumed to have chased down pronghorn. They seem to be the fastest cat of North America. But are we sure about that? Maybe they were more like a snow leopard and took down bighorn sheep. Who knows? A lot of this is mysterious, but definitely pronghorn are not only just Ice Age survivor, but survivors of a prior era. Muskox. We almost lost the muskox. Ice Age survivor. And amongst predators back in the day, saber fangs were a thing, a very primitive feature. And the funny thing about, you're going to love this one, the funny Ice Age survivor of North America is the possum. Not just an Ice Age survivor, but from even prior eras, the last marsupial of North America. These little guys, super survivors. Dumb as a post. Not even well adapted to the cold. They get frostbite a lot. They're kind of a creature of the South. But they reproduce so much that they can't be beaten. And they're nearly immortal, it's hard to kill them. They got a tiny brain, but they've got this skull that protects it so well that like animals can't crush it with their jaws. Like if you see their skull, they've got saber fangs. It's a very primitive Ice Age-esque kind of feature. If you really look at their skull, they've got saber fangs. Some specimens more pronounced than others. But isn't that nuts? And this weird ridge on their skull means that they could take a blow to the top of the head or something could try to bite it like a wolf, and it's just not going to happen. It's just going to glance off. They're pretty fascinating. I want possum appreciation to take hold here. Elon Musk. What? What? What's up? I'm talking about making a documentary called The Ice Age Survivor. Now, definitely all the members of the elephant family are in there. And the beaver definitely is one. There used to be giant beaver. I don't think today's beaver are their descendants, though. But they used to be the size of, well, that in the Ice Age. I don't know if it's ever been settled. Like, did beavers shrink in size as a survival response? Or were the giant beaver just cousins to the small one? I don't know. But island dwarfism can happen rapidly, so who knows? And there's all these like images of people stabbing big creatures like that, but I don't think there's ever been an actual fossil with a human weapon and a beaver that size. I think they'd pretty much kick our ass. Smaller beavers are pretty dangerous. That is a nutria. Field and Stream, are you this stupid? That is inexcusable to use a nutria as a... Oh my god. You're supposed to be a magazine about the outdoors. Seriously. That is a nutria. The strange thing about a nutria is if you look up real close at their eyes, they have cat's eyes. The slit. And their eyes are purple. It's very hard to find a photograph that demonstrates that, though. Oh my god. Field and Stream. Published this July. Did nobody inform them yet? Georgia Department of Natural Resources said it was the biggest beaver he'd ever seen in the state. They can get to be about 115 pounds. It's rare. It had rabies. A 55-pounder is not big. Most adults are 78. And that's extremely rare for a beaver to have rabies. They usually get them from river otters. But beaver are rodents. Rodents usually succumb so quickly to rabies they don't spread it. Yeah, there you can see the cat's eye of the nutria right there. It's like a little slit like a snake eye. But it's kind of beautiful. It's a brownish purple color. How do I contact Field and Stream and say you're so stupid? You have a nutria right there. Please fix that. Thank you. I mean, it's got a giant white face. That's the number one clue. That's damn nutria. The whole slit eye thing should have given you a clue. Beaver face close up. But they look so goddamn different. How can you be confused? Okay, beaver. That's beaver. Nutria. Beaver. Button nose. Round eyes. High up on the head. Nutria. Mushroom. Open nostril. No lips. Okay. White face. White whiskers. Slit cat eyes. Okay. Beaver. Nutria. Beaver. Nutria. That's a ground squirrel. Why are people stupid? Oh, I need to take over, friends. I need to take over. People are mislabeling beavers. I can't do it. I can't have this. The world needs to be informed. There. That's a nutria. Oh, some of the females don't have white whiskers yet, but it will come as they age. Oh God, why are people stupid? That's an otter. That's a sea otter. Oh my God. Okay. Man, there should be like a beaver flashcard test that all children are given, and you just don't pass 5th grade. And so you can identify what the freaking beaver is. That is also a ground squirrel. Oh God. Mountain bear. That's a sualel. That's one of the most primitive rodents. That's also an ice age survivor. Ooh, melanistic bear. A black one. That is a cat. Okay. I mean, I understand games like Red Dead Redemption. It's a video game. Putting a nutria in place of a beaver. That is a nutria. Wow, blonde nutria. That's an albino. Almay, you're stupid too. Selling stock photos of nutria as beaver. Wow. They don't even know that that's a special one. Let's see. I haven't seen muskrats misidentified as a nutria beaver yet, but that is a ground squirrel. Okay. That'll just be the trifecta. People confusing muskrat with beaver. Let's find one. There's a viral video of a giant New York rat in a store. It was a freaking muskrat. That's cute. That is some bad taxidermy. What? Okay, yeah, nutria. That's a marsupial. That's not a capybara. That's something in Australia. Is this page is just trolling me hard. What the world? That's an albino nutria. Interesting. Probably not albino. Maybe leucistic. It's hard to tell though. It's probably an Oregon. Oregon had a whole bunch of fur farms destroyed in a giant storm on the coast, and they've been spreading around ever since. They've been taking over as invasive species, kind of edging out beaver and muskrat as they go, mostly harming the muskrat. is a koala. Beaver, beaver, beaver. Otter. Beaver, capybara, beaver. Beaver, 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 beaver. Lynx, beaver, beaver. Lamb. What is that? That's not a nutria. That's like a. Hell is that actually? What is this? Is that a water vole? Huh. I'm not sure what that is. It's not. It's not a muskrat. Nutria. Oh, it is correctly labeled. Beaver rat nutria koi poo. What the hell? No, it's not a beaver rat. There's such thing as a beaver rat. Oh, okay, that's Puxatawny Phil right there. Groundhog. Beaver. Nutria. Beaver. 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 Groundhog. Groundhog. Illustration. Beaver. Dog. Wombat. Nutria. Otter. Beaver. Groundhog. Beaver. Groundhog. Or gray digger. Squirrel. Beaver. Beaver. Nutria. Royalty-free stock. Yeah. It better be free because it's not beaver. 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 Platypus. Beaver. Beaver. Nutria. Whiteface. Whatever that is. Marmot. What is this? Is it Eurasian beaver? Because it sort of looks like one, but it doesn't look like one. I don't think it is. It's like a vole or something. What the hell is this creature? If you do a right click and say search for this image on the web, sometimes you'll get an answer. It'll find the original as a beaver. Okay, nutria. Beaver, beaver, beaver. Yeah, it's this creature. What is this? It's not a beaver. It's small. Okay, right click. Oh, you can't right click. I want to do right click search the web for this image. That's something like a water vole. What does a water vole look like? Similar, not quite. Ah, that's European. Is it United States water vole? You guys know what this is? Strange references. Nobody knows nothing anymore. I know. How did we get stupider as a society? Like I noticed we've dumbed everything down. Everything's a baby deer, baby sheep, baby goat. No, it's a kid goat. It's a lamb. Okay. It's a puppy, not a baby dog. Okay. It's a kitten, not a baby cat. God, it's a foal, not a baby horse. Which making everybody dumb. It is not a baby whale. It's a calf. Bank vole. I have to figure out what it is. It's not a water shrew. An American water vole. Okay, we're getting closer. I've seen one of these. I walked up to one. It must have been sick. I was taking a night walk. It was west of Portland in the West Hills, Forest Park area, and this creature was just sitting there, size of, I would say, a baseball. Let me walk right up to it, and I'm like, buddy, you're gonna die like that. And it was trying to, like, it was sleepy, which means it was sick. So I'm sure an owl got it within a moment of me walking away from it, but that's not what we were seeing on the picture. Oh, where'd it go? Did I accidentally go past it? These are marsupials. Yeah, that. What is that? It almost looks like it's a drawing anyway. Could this just be AI generated? The other ones looked real. You never know anymore. How many toes? 1, 2, 3, 5 toes. It's got a mouse face though. It's just really not beaver or muskrat-esque, or even like a vole. I think it's a painting, actually. It's fantasy. What is it supposed to be? Huh. Okay. Semi-aquatic rodents, smaller than muskrat. I mean, some exist. Water shrews, water voles. You can always tell a muskrat due to that paddle tail right there. It's like an eel. And it's going to be perfectly round, possum-like for a nutria. And beaver tails, well, if you don't know what a beaver tail is, I can't help you. But that's a great indicator of a muskrat. They're also little butter balls. They've got little button triangle nose with those like little peachy cheeks. What? Oh yeah, he's eating. I thought he was eating a fish. That would be weird. Okay. Yeah, little boo muskrat. Let's see. You know what? I've seen some nutria. Maybe I could capture that for you guys taking a walk somewhere. But they're less common in the autumn. Like you'll see them in parks. People feed them like ducks, which is bad around the Portland area because it's just feeding the invaders. Like if you want to save the muskrat, you just really can't feed the invasive species that's killing them off. Um, muskrats are soft as velvet, pretty small, bottom of the food chain. Can be mistaken for a rat till you realize they're oval shaped. But yeah, I think I was a fantasy painting creature. It's getting any more these days that you really gotta wait. What's that? If it's some creature from back east, that's supposed to be a muskrat. Oh, I guess. Um. Okay. I do love their delicate little fingernails. Okay. I guess that's a weird angle for one. Looks tiny. But this is what I'm used to out west. Maybe muskrats out west look a little bit different than Great Lakes ones. They're this is quintessential. They've got more of a peachy cheek, whitish mouth kind of area, and then a brownish reddish outer guard hairs. And he looks a little unhealthy. He might be a cotton. I know cotton meek exists. If they are nutritionally deficient in a couple of minerals, their under fur is white instead of a brownish. But I think muskrat might always be a little bit gray on the under fur side. Not that I've seen many. But their outer hairs are the kind of peachy orangey in appearance. Maybe it's more common for them to look grayish back here. But they got cute little pink fingernails. They're adorable. Do they have them in Europe? Oh, are they invasive in Europe? Maybe that's why they keep seeing invasive this. That's an albino. Wow. I didn't know muskrats came in albino. Oh, no, where is it? I hate this. I clicked on the one picture. Show me the one picture, please. That. Bank muskrat on a bank in Germany. Whoa. That is not a muskrat. Sorry. I don't know what that is, but that does not have the muskrat tail. Look how round it is. I don't think it's a nutria. Water shrew or something. Huh. But it's albino, whatever the heck it is. Oh, wow. Okay, I'll have to do some research. Strange Reverend says that AI makes things difficult to know if it's real. I know. Now I've had some fun with the Bing, you know. It can be incredible. Like if you go to Bing.com, like so, you choose the way that you want to do. Like one day I'm just gonna have an all day fun with this. No, not to images. Search. Oh, you got to chat. You hit chat like this, and then you search. Create. You hit it creative mode, right? Creative mode. Yeah, new topic. Whatever. More precise, more balanced, more creative. So you hit more creative. Draw me an albino muskrat eating eating on the bank of a stream. Let's see what it comes up with. I'll try to create that, says Sydney, is what Microsoft's version of AI, whatever is called. Generating your image. It does better with fantasy stuff. Like I said, draw me a amethyst dragon. It was pretty amazing. Wow. Yeah. Look how mouse-like it looks. That's definitely not a muskrat. But yes, okay, I could see how they created that. They just told Sydney to create it and cropped out the little logo, the little Bing logo down there. Yeah, it's generated. Wow. Muskrats do not look like giant mice fluff balls, I'm sorry. Fur is hard to texture. It can always look pretty fake. Wow. Now that's better. That's a much better muskrat looking face. Ears are a little off. I don't know why. Position on the head. It may be a little too far back on the head. Do you see this? Yeah. Look how crazy that is. Now, if I ever want to get this same result back, it won't happen. Like you have to hit the save button, download button. My new logo, which I'll unveil as soon as I get my channel a little bit better. Save all this. I just said make me a K, golden, with a nice elegant font, classical font, with a phoenix rising behind the K with flaming wings. I just typed that in. Boom. It made me the best logo ever. Then I forgot to save it. I think I screenshotted it, but didn't like save it. I thought that it was automatically saved or something. The first day I experimented with this, it was an amazing day. And then I couldn't find it. I'm like, where did I didn't download it. I freaked out. And so I told Sydney here with Bing Chat to do it again. She couldn't come up with anything good at all. Nothing like the first try. I tried multiple days, multiple hours, a total of maybe 9 hours. Again and again and again. Like, no, don't do that, do this. And it really didn't work. So I've learned my lesson. I now hit the save button. Now, you have to pay about $350 a month to get the more robust version. The more you interact with her about whatever you want to design, the better the results are. However, you're limited to 20 questions and you start a new session, unless you want to pay like $350 a month. So the people, really using it for complex projects, probably paying through their nose. but it's probably helping it. Like I say, paint me an amethyst, amethyst fire breathing dragon. Did I didn't spell that right. I think it'll understand, but watch what it'll come up with. Like fantasy pictures are amazing. Came up with stained glass unicorn patterns. I'm sure this will be good. I tried to make it like a medieval tapestry and it really failed. I then tried specific battles. I said, paint me. Wow, that's actually kind of evil looking. They were just not that evil last time I did this. But look, I mean, wow. Here's the next one. This one has fire in its claws. I said, paint me a depiction of the Battle of Zama. Wow, look at the wings. And it has emerald touches, like, dang. Wow. I mean, it just did this. Yeah, super cool. So I told it to be like a medieval tapestry, like the unicorn tapestries in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And it really didn't do that very well. I told it to draw a painting of the Battle of Zama, which is very famous. It's Hannibal Barca with 200 pretty untrained war elephants fighting Scipio Africanus, Carthaginians versus Romans. And it was really bizarre and bad. Like, every time I said add more elephants or add some cavalry charging into the battle, it got bizarre. So it added elephants that had 6 different tusks, like mouthfuls of tusks, like as if it was deformed, you know. It added Romans that didn't have heads, just had like basic torsos, and the Roman feet and legs, like the soldiers next to the elephants, merged with the elephant legs. So you had some Roman soldiers that had elephant legs. It was really bizarre, rather disturbing. Yeah. Um, and some of the inaccuracy, I was like, I just started asking it, like, why does this look so weird and stupid? And uh, then Sydney actually refused to do a couple of images and said we can't do many battle scenes because we are not allowed to depict violence. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, then why didn't you tell me that when I told you to draw a battle scene? So paint me the Battle of Zama. Like, this should be straight up Iron Age Romans versus Carthaginians. Let's see what it does again. I have no idea. Learn more. Whatever. I've asked it to make battles, World War II sea battles. Oh my God, it's getting better. This is way better results than before. Holy wow. It still doesn't make a lot of sense though. Like, why is there a giant Asian elephant here? You see what I mean? Like, why are there little Roman soldiers riding elephants like they're horses down here? What's that? You know, like, why is there a llama here? Why are there like Chinese horses with a lot of fur on them here? Uh, what in the world is that in the background? Like, are these supposed to be elephants? They have like lion feet. Is that supposed to be Hannibal? Like, he wasn't mounted on an elephant. Okay, here, why do the Romans have their backs to the mega-sized elephants? It's making it look like it's a diorama. That's incredibly creative, though. You see what I mean about the tusks? How weird that is. Why are there wagons that look like ships? So I kept telling it, like, put them in combat, like, show wounds on things. And she goes, no, I can't depict violence. All right. Why is there like a weird building over there? Why are these elephants like 70 feet tall? Like 35? But nevertheless, you see what I mean? It's like a find what's wrong game. Yeah. So I'm saving this for historical record because this is the dawn of the generation age. It's going to come to fruition. It's going to mature so quickly, I'm sure, and be so routine that these images will be amazing to look at. Like it'll be this is the dawn of that age. So paint me a unicorn hunt scene, medieval tapestry style like those in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Okay, it's a hunt scene. It can't depict violence, so I just realized that might be weird. But it'll probably go all cartoony on us instead of tapestry-esque. The ones in the Met came from France. There's some in the Cluny Museum, but the ones that came from France, they were the personal property of the royal family before the heads got, cut off. And okay, it did way better than I thought. It's a bit okay. Why is somebody riding the unicorn instead of hunting it? What? What? Okay. And what is in the background holding somebody in the clouds? Like, okay, it's got tapestry style down. Modern horse-looking unicorns, though, they're kind of weird. Why is there knights and stuff? Why is the unicorn trampling people? It's supposed to be a representative of Jesus. That's why he's hunted and slain with a wound in the side, because he's Jesus. That's why he resurrects. Okay. All right. Well, it's got the tapestry. Why are there angels? Okay, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Yes, it's in New York. Unicorn tapestry. They look like this. Anybody's wondering? It's the saga of the unicorn. It's an immortal being that represents Jesus. It dips its horn in at the fountain here into poisonous or impure water, makes it pure. You can even do that to the ocean, turn the ocean to fresh water for a moment. So it's a good creature. Now, what dooms the unicorn is attracted to maidens. And if a maiden calls the unicorn, he will want to lay down with her and have his mane groomed, be petted. And that's very irresistible. A maiden would want to do that too. I mean, who wouldn't want to pet a unicorn, right? But the touch of a maiden takes away their immortality, makes them mortal. So a virgin must not touch a unicorn. It's in that movie that Ridley Scott did called Legend. The unicorn dies because the maiden reaches out to touch it. That's from medieval legend. So that's what the hunters do, is they bait the unicorn with an unsuspecting maiden. She's not out there to kill it, but they're watching. So they spring out from the bushes, and that's the bushes right there. And they unleash the hounds, which start to bite it. The hound here is biting it and drawing blood. And then the hunt scene begins. and they close in on all sides with spears. And a unicorn traditionally takes a wound in the side, just like Jesus does. And sometimes he's driven into a bog where he can't run away. But if you notice, the traditional unicorn has cloven hooves and a lion's tail or a donkey tail. It's not horse-like. Has a beard. Has pointed ears like the antelope. It has an antelope's body, lion's tail, cloven hooves like the antelope. You know, but for the purpose of let's have a cheap costume for movies, let's just put a horn on some horse's head, but that's not what it is. So the next scene is the death of the unicorn. It's thrown over the back of a horse and taken in to wherever. I mean, here's one where the unicorn fights back, and it kills that dog. You know, this is I don't know if it's a tapestry or embroidery, honestly, but this is what was hanging around in the. You love the movie Legend? Yeah, Legend. Dude. Unicorn is white. It's a symbol of purity and Christ and all that. Blah blah blah. Now, in medieval times, every creature and every plant represented something. So if there's yarrow, like that's a yarrow plant probably there. There's an apple tree in the back. It has a meaning. So there's a literal meaning. If you looked up an old book of anything, like an encyclopedia type book or a guidebook, there's a literal classification for a plant or an animal. Like there's specific storks and ducks and geese and stuff down here. And then there's its symbolic meaning. So the hound is like Fido, fidelity, his loyalty. So if there's a knight going down a road with a dog at its side, it's not, oh, a knight owned a dog. It was, no, the knight is a loyal knight to his own master, which is his feudal lord. Like you can read the tapestry, you can read the art in an age of illiteracy because people knew the symbolic meaning. So an apple tree behind Christ here is symbolic of the fall of man, the forbidden fruit. Right next to the apple tree, if I can enlarge that, I don't know if I can. You even see it. There we go. A.D. Anno Domini, the year of our Lord, right? Tied around an apple tree. So here's sinful man committing a new sin, killing Christ, right? So with treachery and blah, 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 read into it. So all the colors, the color scheme has meaning. Blue, more innocent stuff. This guy holding back the hound, I just realized this, realizes it's wrong. And that's why he's in blue. It was like Mother Mary, colors. This guy in blue, the woodsman, I think he has nothing to do with the hunt. He's an observer, I think. Like, oh my God, what's happening here? I'm not sure if I'm interpreting this correct. I don't know what he's holding exactly, but the people in red, red sin. Yeah, less symbolism. But the spirit destiny, the one that does the killing blow, is, spirit destiny. So it's exquisite. Like, this is what I wanted Bing to just do. So, but it won't depict violence and whatever. So the next, is this a slideshow? Oh, it is. Okay. It's got some close-ups. I did do one of my final papers in art history was about unicorn tapestries in general. There were several sets. This is an individual one. So is this just the same, yeah, details, And you can find extinct animals in these, like extinct dog breeds that resemble mastiffs and stuff and greyhounds, but are not quite. Some of which still exist, some don't. Or their ancestors, details of reverse. Okay, how do we go to the next set? Yeah, it's in the public domain. So, is this the cloisters? No, it's the Met. So where's the other panels? Preview. Oh, it's a preview of the book online. It's a book? Yeah. Okay. We may not find every single panel here. There's the one where he's thrown over the back of the horse, but at the very end, he resurrects. And he's sitting inside of a little round pen right here. And he's now wearing a collar. So I have a reproduction of this. Very not horse-like. This might be the different set. This might be the Clooney set. No, it's in the Met. Okay. He now has golden, like, did they paint his fingernails kind of thing, hooves? But okay. Now they were damaged greatly after the French Revolution. They found these amazing tapestries in a farmer's barn. He was using it to cover hay. So they were damaged incredibly. But I'm sure cloth of gold, like spun gold cloth, was used. Because why wouldn't you if you're the French emperor? You've got an elegant narwhal horn for this set too. So he'll show up with healing wounds, or scars, and different tapestries. But the reason he's wearing a collar and he's chained to a tree that also says Anno Domini here. It's a different new symbolic fruit tree, whatever it is this also resembles depicts marriage and the vows, the marriage vows. So it's explaining what men should do and what women should do. Women should be chaste and virginal until marriage, and men should want to be attracted to the pure virgin, right? And maybe he has to go to battle, for what's righteous, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He has to have a good, virtuous life, do good deeds, like the unicorn purifies water and stuff. Fights chivalrously, blah, blah. And but when they hook up, when they marry, whatever, like this collar represents marriage, supposedly. It's because of his own free will. He resurrected, he could take off. He could love her and leave her, but he's going to stay. He's there because he wants to be. And it's the death of his old life and the beginning of his new one. Married, and he is now loyal to the worthy, previously virgin maiden, So it's got a lot of depth and meaning to this one. So she's not in the picture though. That's what bothers me. Is like she was just like the only important part of showing her is when she gets him killed. Okay. So I wonder how much is art historian interpretation. Like if this is supposed to represent marriage, shouldn't she be in this damn picture? Could this possibly represent something else? Like I mean, obviously, unicorn unequivocally represents Jesus. We know that. But the whole post-resurrection wearing a collar and sitting a pen thing, what really does that mean, right? It's not like there are words here to describe this. It looks idyllic. There's no deaths or anything here. The blood's drying on his wounds. Okay, it looks like actually a clear bite mark from a hound or something. He definitely is there because he wants to be, but why does he want to be? That I might look into this a little bit more. I still have my final presentation about this. And I wonder how much was restored. I wonder what they look like at the time of recovery. I'm not sure when they recovered the unicorn tapestries now. I'd have to look back at my paper. 7 individual hangings known as the unicorn tapestry are amongst the most beautiful complex work of art from the late Middle Ages that survive. Luxuriously woven in fine wool and silk with silver and gilt threads. Yeah, so cloth of gold. Literal threaded gold. The tapestries vividly depict scenes associated with the hunt for the elusive magical unicorn. The unicorn rests in a garden. May have been created as a single image rather than part of the series. That would explain it. It seems out of place. In this instance, the unicorn probably represents the beloved tamed. Yeah, he's tamed now. That makes sense. I remember that. But the chain's not secure and the fence is low enough to leap over. So the unicorn could escape if he wished. However, his containment is a happy one. Confinement is a happy one, to which the ripe, seed-laden pomegranates in the tree, a medieval symbol of fertility and marriage, testify. However, they're not red, so how can they be ripe? The red stains on his flank do not appear to be blood, as there are no visible wounds. Yes, there are. There's a bite mark on his neck. The red stains on the flank, yeah, do not appear to be blood, as there are no visible wounds like those in Hunting's series. Rather, they represent juice dripping or bursting from pomegranates of above. Many of the other plants represented here, the wild orchid, bistort, and thistle, echo this theme of marriage and procreation. They were claimed in the Middle Ages as fertility aids for both men and women. Oh, you mean like, you know what I mean? Or like, hey, this will help you conceive. Or is it like, mm-hmm. Even the little frog nestled amongst the violets at the lower right was cited by medieval writers for its noisy mating habits. Okay, wasn't that the pregnancy test back in the day? Where's the frog? Where's Waldo in here? Isn't there an old saying like you're pregnant if the frog dies? Weren't frogs medieval pregnancy tests? You had to urinate on them or something? Is that a wives' tale? I don't see a damn frog. Lower left is a butterfly moth thing. Yeah, see, that's where they were tying it into marriage. But that is clearly a round bite mark right there. The flank wound, that's his back. I don't know. I would assume the hound biting on his back and the other in the other scenes, that's just another one of the bite wounds. But the idea is, I mean, he's not bothered by it. It's healing or something. Pomegranate, they're not ripe. Oh, that one is. Okay, that one is. That one's split open and red. Okay, I suppose. Well, I don't see a stupid frog. I think these were recovered in the early 1800s to mid. Farmer was just still using them to cover up his hay. The fact that moths and carpet beetles, oh, there's a dragonfly, did not destroy these, freaking miracle. Can you imagine what else was lost, though? If this was routinely what adorned castles and stuff? Man. All right, so that's what I wanted. Being here to create, and that's what she came up with. Some sort of a monk, saint, something, riding a unicorn into battle or something. What gets me is the faces of people are really weird. If you zoom in, they're really weird. Strange Reverend says maybe there's seeds in. The rabbit died is the one I know. Yeah. Yeah, there's a way to, oh God, I don't know, it's witchcraft or it had a basis in reality. Some creature in water or something would die if you were pregnant and urinated in the water. Maybe it's tadpole? I don't know. Oh, it's definitely a male. It's very anatomically correct. Goodness, Bing. Sydney, whatever. But there's a horse carrying a golden cup. That's pretty funny. There's strange birds in the sky. Very. This is kind of Russian-esque kind of looking. It's kind of neat. But yeah, I think I'll download this, and I think nope, download save. I think we're good for the night. It's 2 in the morning somehow, and we went 6 hours. I was like, okay, I'm gonna end this at midnight. But boy, can I get stuck on the internet just chasing after weird stuff. Okay, friends. Thank you for being here. Especially you, Strange Reverend. You're probably the only person actually awake and listening. I will get some sleep. And check. I was hoping more people would arrive, but I knew that this would be a bit weird because it's, Sunday night. But I was hoping that would mean people would be home, But I'll try to figure out what else I can show you. We've got a small window of opportunity for really good leaf foliage. Maybe I can make my way down to where the lookout fire was, or whatever its status is. I believe it's not over. Like, where's the Inciweb? It may have been taken off or retired off of watch duty, but the Anvil is only 80% contained, unless the rain completely turned it out. Completely rained it out. It's possible, I suppose. But you'd think that would be big news? Like, the whole news cycle has forgotten about wildfires already. 100% containment. Okay. What date did that occur? Okay. So, the closure area was reduced due to recent rains after the 29th of September. Cooler weather. Set the last update would possibly. No, October 9th, that's right. I was looking at that. Most of the work on the bedrock fire is complete. Backhauling of equipment. Yeah. Cool. So I could definitely help tourism return to the area. Perhaps I could encourage that. Go to Belknap Hot Springs. Let's celebrate that that's over. What a nightmare. I'm sure public access to the burned area is quite restricted. I'm sure that it's going to take a while to repair the roads and whatever goes up there. And it's it could snow in the Cascades any moment, really. I'm sure the Blue Mountains have already had snow. Yeah, they usually do by the second week of October. I was hoping C-Probe could fly me out there and I could show you some of the ghost towns of Eastern Oregon. It's one hell of a drive. But that hasn't been possible. So, yeah. I think that's just straight up nutria, actually. Even if I wrote all these places, I doubt they'd even correct their, it's not a muskrat, sorry. First beaver born in London for 400 years, and I have a picture of a nutria in some sort of covered in swamp crap. Oh, yeah. Nutrient. At least it's correct there. It just drives me nuts. That's not a muskrat. There should be fines and penalties, I swear to God. Oh, you're just making society stupid. I was hoping the AI would be useful to us now, such as it's World Muskrat Day. That is a Gambian pouched rat. It's wearing a medal because it's one of those that clear landmines. They trained Gambian pouched rat from Africa to detect landmines. They're smart enough to do that, smarter than regular rats, but their body weight can't set off the landmine. That's why he's wearing a gold medal. He's a war hero. And he labeled it World Muskrat Day? Rats and muskrats are nothing alike. Why would it be World Rat/Muskrat Day? Oh God, okay. Okay, I'm gonna have a seizure. I was hoping that AI could automatically correct mislabelings like this and make the whole world smarter by, like Google search results, just the ones at the top shouldn't be wrong. Ugh. But I think technology is just going to be used for evil and somehow make us more stupid from here on out. I need a drink. I need a drink. Strange references, you rabbit hole. I'm not kidding. They're the hero rats. Yeah. Gambian pouched rat clears land mines. They're wonderful. Magawa dies, the landmine sniffing rat. Oh no, he's dead. He's an international hero. His work is far from over. Magawa, an African giant pouched rat, was likely never aware of his legacy. He sniffed out more than 100 landmines and other explosives in Cambodia during his first 5 years with the Tanzania-based international charity APOPO, allowing them to be safely removed. He died January 8th at age 8, 2022, about 6 months after being retired from mine hunting. Given a gold medal by the British veterinary charity People's Dispensary for Sick Animals. Okay, the highest civilian award an animal can receive. Hey, didn't we give the medals to messenger pigeons and horses in World War One and stuff? I think the Queen would personally do something like this. Oh well. Magawa was one of hundreds of hero rats that have been trained since 1990s by APOPO to detect landmines. In 30 minutes, they could scan an area of land as big as a tennis court for any presence of explosive chemicals. A human with a metal detector will take 4 days to do the same job. While other animals can be trained to detect mines, these rats are best suited for the job due to their small size, weighing less than 3 pounds, and they're too light to set them off. So they just run the length of the course tethered to wire like that. Now, they were trying to set up a training center in the United States for these guys. However, short-sightedly, many states a long time ago had a minor outbreak of monkeypox and blamed the Gambian pouch rats and then banned their import in the United States. So that's why the United States never developed this program. Instead of just, requiring vaccination and quarantine, this set back the program really hard. But other countries are still doing it, and wow, we now have monkeypox spreading, and not because of the Gambian pouch rats, for other reasons. So good job. So, but it's real. It's real. It's true. That's why I want to do a channel called Catherine's World of Animals. Bring awareness to hero animals. Yeah, it's amazing. So good night, friends. All 3 of you that are awake, the 2 lurkers, and the rest who are sleeping. To my soothing voice right now. Now, I hope that next time we're here, Jay Johnson is here because I got a package from Australia. I got a package from Australia. I don't know what's in it. I'm going to wait to open it until he's here because, man, of course. So, can't wait. We've got fun things ahead of us, friends. Good night. We can breathe a little easy. We're in this in-between time of fires where the summer fires are pretty much over. And we may get lucky again this year. We may not have any major Santa Ana type fires in California. We can hope. All we have to do is get lucky with the weather and for power companies to do the right thing. High winds happen. Shut the damn power off in your rickety lines that you haven't maintained very well. And pray that people are smart with fire at the same time. Should these winds blow, and then all this has to happen just until the wet season, until a heavy snowfall really arrives in California. Then everything's much safer. So I'll be here, ready to monitor stuff in the meantime. Let's just hope. Let's just hope. Good night, friends. See you soon.